welcome to the Bendigo Bank cricket broadcast with the start of round one of the new season. We're at Pines playing Langwarrin. Langwarrin having a bat, but just starting the third over, and the score is none for 13. We've got Prosser and Jamison batting. Billy Humphrey about to bowl at the moment. Neil Williams here. I'm joined by Dazza and Rob. G'day, Daz. Your first bit of local cricket after all the yakking we've done in the last few weeks.
Yeah, there's been some yakking in the last few weeks, hasn't there, Neil? But pleasure to be here, and I don't know who's told the sporting gods that it's round one, but look at the weather. How good is this down at Eric Bell Reserve? So
absolutely fantastic.
And picturesque, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And to you, Rob.
Yes.
Rob Owen, how are you going?
Oh, I'm going very well, thanks, Neil. And
okay.
Nice to meet you, Daz.
Nice to meet you too, mate. It's a pleasure.
Yeah. Bit of cricket. Another wide has just been put on the board. There's a few of those going on at the moment.
Yeah, the old leg side wide comes into contention in the 40 over game, and there's been a couple of those.
I tell you what I do love from an opening batsman once the colours come out is the slogging from the opening over. We've seen a couple of times now that the front leg is getting pointed towards mid-wicket as the bat is aiming towards cover, which we love to see. The problem for the Pines is if they do get an edge on that, there's no one deep on the offside or is going to be there to take a catch, maybe cover.
This one's...
No, I've nearly just jinxed it. That would have been the ultimate moz.
Yes.
So it's two to Jamison. He just got it past the outreach of... looks like Ramsdale.
It is the rammer, and he was at full stretch and full pace, and just couldn't quite reach it.
And he still missed it by 6 feet.
Well, that's right. Yeah.
Tell you what, if that had been caught, I would have taken the headphones off, I reckon, and just walked home. But that would have been extraordinary.
Absolutely. So Jamison, young fella, haven't seen a lot of him in the first, but they're keen to have the right-left combination. Of course, Matty Pross has been fantastic, bat and ball for the last couple of seasons.
Last 3 or 4 years, he's just done
superb.
everything. Humphrey comes in, bowls just whipped off his legs. He's going out to the boundary now on the leg side.
Going to make it.
Back to square leg, and there's the first boundary of the day for Jamison.
Hadn't seen a whole lot off his pads, but like any good left-hander, Neil, as I was back in the junior days, not that it's about me, but anything on the hip, left-hander, you're going to put that away. No fine length.
Bowlers always know to keep off the legs of the lefties.
Daz, you're always going to know that our junior days are always the best part of cricket.
Yeah, in fact, I reckon I'm a lot better now as a junior player than I was when I was a junior player.
I couldn't.
I was amazed I didn't get picked in the States when I was 13.
The interesting couple of the other games, Baxter are batting against Sorrento, 1 for 15. Long Island lost an early wicket against Red Hill, they're 1 for 9. Old Boys batting against Baden-Powell at Baden-Powell. No Frith there, but Zach Clan is playing for... that one's teed off, that's the shot you're talking about there, Daz.
Yeah, it'll be another lazy 2.
Looks like it. It is. It's good. I know these guys have had a lot of work in the nets and indoors. I don't know how much they've actually had out in the ground in the lead up, but both these guys look in reasonable shape.
Yeah, there's not too much going wrong there.
So Billy Humphrey just finished his second over. At the other end, we've got Paddy Jackson, who's had one very enthusiastic appeal for an LB. Chris Lanning, the umpire, not interested.
Might have been just a touchdown leg side.
I reckon it was a fair bit. Having a chat to Chris, good to see him back umpiring with us this year, and he's coming back to umpiring, going to do the full season, mainly because his son has got an injured knee. Now, just go with me on this, because he can't play any sport, so Chris can't sort of go up there and watch him and drive him around and all that sort of stuff. So they're just playing a bit of golf together, just as the boys just quietly walking now and recovering. And he's probably going to do a few stints, not today, but at square leg with his father, which I reckon's a great thing. Yeah, great thing.
Is. Yep.
Yeah, Chris, number one umpire the previous couple of seasons and unavailable last year.
Yeah, no, good umpire, Chris. He's got a good understanding of the game too.
Yep.
Another one of those ex-players that just come off the ground and just took up umpiring.
A quality all-rounder from Somerville in his day. what I used to like about him when I umpired against him a couple of times was he'd have an appeal, and if you said not out, he'd go, yep,
Oh, well
good
bowled
call.
by Jackson.
It's probably the first ball through that's been back of a length as well.
Yes.
Tell you what, they've nearly cut Wingmore an opener in half, which will be an interesting observation moving forward.
Yes, yeah, keep an eye on that. Tell you what, the ground, considering it was really heavy last weekend, has come up well.
Yeah.
Come up a tree.
Yeah.
It's Jackson now coming in from the shop end. Outside the off stump. Called it a wide.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty tough on wides, I think, in the one days in particular.
No wonder they're starting at 12:30 if they're going to do that.
Do you think that's just a few round one nerves, Neil, from the bowling side?
Oh, yeah, I mean, you try things.
No, they're probably not used to it. The fact that, in the nets you can sort of just bowl wherever you want to bowl.
And no one calls it.
No one calls it. And all of a sudden you get some guy in a froggy green shirt flapping his arms all over the place, trying to take to flight.
And he knows what he's talking about. So,
Yeah, which is even the sadder thing for the bowler. So in comes Jackson again, bowls outside the off stump, and it's a play and a miss this time. And it must have been in the corridor.
It's interesting because I reckon batting here, Matty Prosser, he's been very good in the last couple of years in the 40 over games at taking that ball outside off stump and working it square into a gap and getting some runs and adding that dimension to his game. So it was interesting to see him have a bit of a swat outside off to that one.
Oh, just first game nerves.
Could be.
In comes Jackson again now off his run. He bowls, and it's defended nicely into the point region for no run.
That's what you want to operate. No mid-wicket in at the moment, so if they do drop short, sort of on off stump length.
That's a gift.
Yeah, it is.
He's got time in front and behind the wicket, no backwards square leg or fine leg, so there's gaps on the onside if he wants them, and I agree with you, he's just knocking the ball into the offside looking for singles, and then if the ball's got your name on it, punish it.
Jackson now starting his run up again. Comes in bowls outside the off stump.
They've got that line going there now, that's better.
Actually, out of the two bowlers so far, Jackson's been the more impressive.
Yeah, he tends to be. Billy is probably, or used to be, a yard quicker. I haven't noticed the difference today in pace, but last year he sort of looked a yard quicker, and he hasn't quite hit the spot yet.
No, he's been a bit wayward with his. He's already delivered 1, 2, 3, 4 wides already. Jackson again outside the off stump. Good line, good length.
Yep. Now he's come back. So he got a good length on that one. It was about the size, about the same line as the one that Prosser swatted at a few deliveries ago, but it's a bit different when it's pitched up onto a good line and a good length, and makes him work a bit or think a bit about it all.
Here comes Jackson again, bowls.
Ooh.
Oh, well bowled.
That's a good
That's
ball.
gone right through him.
Yeah.
There's one of our little commentators that's no longer with us, the corridor of apprehension. I thought I'd get that one out of the way early.
Well,
Neil.
yeah, I think you got to. If you don't do it round one before drinks, then you've missed your opportunity.
Well, that's it. And the score's now 23 after 4 overs. Yeah, young Ollie's gone on to bigger and better things.
Yeah, he's way better than us now.
Oh, well.
Calling A-League and all that sort of business,
Yeah.
Ollie.
Yeah, he can take all his excitement there. It's a beautiful day. A few clouds about the place. A little hint of a breeze. The Pines Premiership flag is finally starting to flap a little bit on that flagpole.
Yeah, they had a presentation. It almost fell over at the start, but they got it up there, which is great.
Yeah, I saw him pull on the rope, and the rope came down, but the flag stayed where it was. In comes Billy Humphrey. Oh, that's grubbed.
That's it, something. Oh, I thought it might hit the rough stuff off the pitch, but no, it's just kept low.
That was a serious grubber.
Yeah, as a batsman, you're just glad that that's nowhere near your stumps.
Yeah.
You just look at that and go, all right, that's
you just throw the key in the water bucket and walk away if you're going to get one of those on your middle stump.
Baxter, just having a look there, score 1 for 33 off 6, a bit of a fly start. Todd Quinn's out for 15, caught by Paddy Hall, by the new bowler Zach Wood.
Zach Wood.
Zach's new.
Oh, just wide of the cover man there from Jamison. He drives it out through the covers. It's going out towards the boundary where it's just pulled in just back in. They'll take a comfortable 3.
So Long and Warwick are both batting now for Baxter. Very important partnership. But 1 for 33 off 6. That's good start by the Baxter boys.
Yeah.
Obviously inspired by us asking questions about, weren't quite sure about the Baxter side, but it's a fine start in the first 6 overs of an 80-over game.
Nothing like spite to get you through a game of sport, as we know. But it was interesting with that last delivery after Jamison scored that 4 off his hip that they put him in deep. Surely he's got to back your bowler in to make sure that he's not putting that sort of delivery up, so it'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah, you don't want to go ball chasing. It's an old story. If you can't bowl to what was set, get off and we'll get somebody else to do it.
Which Ricky is very good at doing as a skipper there. If you don't bowl the line he wants you, he'll move you around.
That's it.
If you need to save runs, save it off the batsman's strengths, not the bowler's weaknesses.
Correct. O'Malley's not out for Old Peninsula, 17 not out. Ben Stewart opened with him, but he was out for a duck, facing 16 balls. Zach Clan got him out.
Welcome to the new season.
And Dale Elmy took the catch, so his first
nicely
game.
whipped off his hip there by Prosser. And that's going out towards the boundary. That'll be 4 runs.
Hey? Yeah, a bit of lift the front foot up and flick it around the corner.
Touch of Gordon Greenwich there, actually.
Yeah. You're just showing you're older than
for you younger people.
Zach is.
Look up Gordon Greenwich playing a hook shot.
What a champion he was.
Oh yes, he and Desmond Haynes. Oh, they could play.
Had a bloke in the middle order coming in who was pretty handy behind him too.
Richards.
So Viv.
Yeah, the swagger. In comes Humphrey again, bowling to Prosser. This time he's driven into the covers quite nicely. A bit of a mess field, but no run there.
That's better though, outside the line of off stump, get the batsman playing. Got the cover there, so.
Red Hill, Long Island lost an early wicket, and one of the new players, Matson, got run out.
Oh, welcome to the new season.
Yes. So young Clow throwing the ball into Donny Collette. He's out. The not out batsmen are Dunlop and Kyle Parrott, who's slipped in with Premier Cricket being rested. Ooh.
Oh, just short of the man of second first slip there.
Good batting though. I mean that was just in that awkward area, and soft hands.
Yeah, soft hands.
Kept the ball low, didn't carry to the slip.
It didn't push at it.
Yeah.
At all.
Yep.
And the score now moves along to 30 after 5.
Solid rate. Of course, the Pines would want to be keeping this total low for obvious reasons in the low, but you did question their batting on the Bendigo Bank MPCA show during the week.
We did. I think the question there really is that, well, they've lost Dimmer Lawrence, who's made 600 2 years in a row, and Ash Hoop also batted well from last year. 2 of their better bats not playing this year, and so you wonder how the lineup's going to look and who's going to do all the hard work. We know P. Sterling's is a good player, but you can't just rely on one if you're chasing a decent score against a good attack. Bit of a discussion now between Rick Ramsdale and Paddy Jackson. They've dropped the guy back.
The mid off. Or is it?
No, it's a mid on. It's the left he's facing,
so
mid on. So he's ready to swat him. So I suppose he wants him to play the bowl that dry line again outside off stump, which brings the swat shot that you talked about before, Daz, into play.
Here comes Jackson, bowls, and he plays it into the forward point, where it's well fielded there, no run.
Okay, so immediately that fieldsman has made him adjust his shot, and he's tried to hit the ball square on the offside. So they'd be happy with that. Let's see how much longer that adjustment stays in play.
Bowling to a plan, I like it.
Yep.
I like it a lot. And I don't think those men on the offside are going to be walking too far in off the circle.
Here comes Jackson again, bowls. This time he's driven down to mid-off. No run. Yeah, Jackson's settled down quite nicely at the moment.
Yeah,
He's hit a good length.
Good length. That's
on both the left and the right-handers.
Key to Paddy's bowling.
He did deliver a leg side wide, and then he had the leg side LBW shout.
Yes. He's tidied it up.
That's why you've got to give your bowlers similar spells.
And the scores move up to 30 for those who
Here comes
not
Jackson.
sure. Yeah,
Slow.
well bowled.
don't like slow balls.
It was well played. He checked his shot. Beautiful batting day.
Yeah, good. Straight batting. It's not going to get too hot for the batsman, so running between the wickets should be pretty consistent in terms of effort and speed. The Pines have got to hang in there, not conceding too many boundaries, and they're drawing up their bad deliveries, which is a good sign.
In comes Jackson again, bowls. And this time is driven out to the big form of Ramsdale, who falls on the ground and stops the ball.
Round one, all you got to do is get your leg behind it. You don't win fielding awards in round one.
No, true.
We're getting a few scores in around the grounds here. Some updates. Sorrento 2 for 27 in the 7th over. And Musgrave and Rulak, the not-out batsman there, 2 for 27. Saker is bowling at the moment, has one of the wickets.
Here comes Jackson again over the wicket, bowls Jamieson, who pulls him out through mid-wicket. It's got the legs, it's gone for 4 runs. A loose delivery there from Jackson.
They were giving him props for the line and length he was maintaining, and then just served up a gimme. Back forward, nice punt, nice pull shot. Didn't try to overhit it.
Kept it on the ground all the way.
Yeah, get it in the gap, let the ground do the work.
Now they're dropping a guy back, which I don't know why, because it was a bad ball.
That's very reactionary.
They bring the mid on up, and they push the guy square leg right back to the fence.
Boys in Peninsula, Mount Eliza are batting none for 34 in the 7th. Kotawaku and Rashi Apatha are the not-out batsmen. Kotawaku's 13 and Apatha is on 21.
Bit of a strange why they've not playing the shot.
Very strong. Normally the bat is a good piece of
And Mount Eliza playing Demander there too, guys. First time these fellas have ever played. First time they've first come together into the same division.
Who's that? Mount Eliza and
Mount Eliza Drana.
Jamana. With their big pickup down there in Dale Irving.
Yes. I don't know whether Dale's bowled or not yet. We'll keep an eye on that.
There's been a bit of movement around the association with players moving around a bit.
the clearance list is very healthy.
Yeah, I think one of the big ones was what's his name? It was the guy from Long Island again. I've forgotten his name. Got about 27 letters in it.
Oh, there's an Idris Singh, he didn't mean
Yeah,
over to Sky.
Yeah, moving over to Sky. That's the one.
All right, guys, on the screen you'll notice now that we've got Bellum Park and the Knights sporting their new colours, the orange and the black, and batting we've got Dyke and Flint are the two not-out batsmen, 1 for 45.
Whew. Flying start.
Yes.
They're slipping 2 gullies, which is interesting.
Yes. In comes Humphrey now from the school end. Bowls to Prosser,
Ooh.
who tries to edge it through to the keeper.
Doesn't look confident back in the length.
He's had a few play and misses outside the off stump this stage, Prosser.
Definitely much happier on the front foot, working the ball around, and
Yeah.
there he wasn't really the back foot, was trying to lean back rather than step back, and missed it anyway.
There was no foot movement, let's put it that way.
If you're going to have a go without footwork, throw the kitchen sink at it. There's no one outside the circle on the offside, so you're going to have a crack.
There's a dog down here at third man, might grab the ball.
Yeah, I reckon that might be a Jackson, I think, fighting around.
Oh, it's got to be.
Well bowled by Humphrey, and the ball just stopped short of the stumps.
You're allowed to knock it away,
Yep.
Matty.
They've got some momentum here, the Pines. They're just starting to lay some frustration into the Glenmore batsmen at the moment, apart from that short ball that was pulled away for 4.
Yeah, they've got onto a bit of a rhythm now. They a couple of loose deliveries in the first few overs, but they're getting there now.
Just feel like something's coming, a big shot, chance.
Here comes Humphrey now from the school end, past umpire landing, and he gives it the charge down the leg side. It's a chat for LB. Billy wanted it. The umpire didn't, and they pick up 2, which will be off the pad.
If you can give it for enthusiastic appeal, they'd be walking off.
Just a little bit more in that Dramana Mount Eliza game. Dale Irving and he's bowled 3.5 overs, and obviously he's broken down none for 20 because Wade Symes had to finish the over for him.
Ooh.
And Civarella at the other end. So a little bit loose, Dale, and he obviously injured himself because he's come off.
Yes. That's not a good start for his new club.
Right, on the screen now, Carrum Downs playing Delacombe Park, and 3-4-17 Carrum Downs, or is that just a wicket fell? 4 for 17. Flynn Walker's got 2 of those, and Johnson, Driscoll, I think Johnson just went out, so Mick O'Driscoll's a not-out batsman. They're running through them, Delacombe Park, and I did suggest during the week that Delacombe are okay. I mean, our good mate AJ was not so convinced about that, but then again, we also thought Carrum Downs would be probably the strongest side in it, but 4 for 17 is not the sort of start you'd want.
No.
That's the first pat on the back for Nilo throughout the year. I like it.
I'll put my hand up on that one, yeah. I'll keep quiet if I get something wrong, don't worry.
Oh, nicely played, but it's only cut out the point where it's fielded. No run. He had a silly shot at the stumps. What a silly boy. That's a maiden over. First of the afternoon.
So Stapleton got the first 2 wickets for Delacombe Park, and then Flynn Walker's got the second 2. So Lockhart out for a duck, Waterfall out for a duck, Harford out for a duck.
Ooh.
Now Johnson just out then, so it's Smith and O'Driscoll coming in. So not a bad way to do something about a really strong batting lineup is to get the first 3 out for ducks.
I'll tell you what, the pond's filling up pretty quick. There's be a few dollars floating around tonight, I reckon, in the duck pond.
And AJ is still confident with his selection and saying Carrum Downs can still win it from that point, which is true, they can. Get a decent score, they've got a bit of depth in their batting, so Delacombe Park have to really push hard and then still make a few runs. So even though 4 for 17 against potentially the top side,
Well,
they won't be top if they keep batting like that. Jackson.
Nicely played down. It'll just be 1 down there.
It's just after a maiden, having a man at long on there, I'm not sure I'm a massive fan of it. It was
No.
just letting the pressure valve go there.
Yeah, you got to keep it tight.
Let him go over the top, because not many batsmen are going to be able to take an unbelievable delivery and hit it over someone's head. It's going to have to take a bad ball to get it over the top. So,
Yeah, man, I wouldn't mind pushing him back. No? Smart cricket. Pushing for the single, or no, they're dropping it. Look. Yeah, they have. So at the moment, Jameson's made a lot of the run. So AJ's suggesting that it's probably pretty good to give him a single and put the pressure back onto Matty Prosser.
You know, Jamison's on 18 at the moment, and Prosser's on 8, and it's not really a convincing 8.
10 extras already.
There's a few up the board there, yeah.
The Pines, they wouldn't be happy with that.
Yeah, the wides, there's 8 wides already. So basically, everybody had to deliver an extra over.
Yep. 41 overs they get in that one.
Yeah, in comes Jackson now, bowling to Prosser, who drives into the point region for no run.
They've got a strong offside ring field here to Prosser.
They've had a 7-2 field every delivery they've bowled to him. So
Yep.
I think they'll be able to get him in the slip gully point region, and based on his last couple of shots, they might.
During the morning session, we hope to get a couple of people from the clubs here. AJ, I think we've lined up a few guys, which would be great.
Here comes Jackson again, bowls. And it's,
Nice
driven past the man at the whitish gully. Going out to the third man boundary, where they'll just pick up a comfortable 2. Big throw coming back in.
Just a fraction wider. Give him a chance to work it.
Sorry, listeners, we just had a little bit of static across the ionosphere. It's still there.
Yeah, there's a hacker who's come through. You're one.
Here comes Jackson now. Bowling to Prosser, who drives again. Oh, Ramsdale on the move. No run.
He's dealt with the attention.
I think you're back, Daz. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we're back in business again. Just moving the field a bit. It's now becoming an 8-1 field. They're strengthening the gully region. Normally you might say 3 slips in a gully, but we'll say 1 slip and 3 gullies.
Yep.
In comes Jackson again. Bowls to Prosser. Outside the off stump, and allowed to go through to the keeper for no run. Finish off a tidy over, just 3 off. He's now bowled 4 overs for 13. And the score is on 39 after the 8th over.
Quick change of gear for you, Daz. I think you're still going beautifully, though.
Oh, just jinxing the whole operation, Neilo, but
And
glad to be here.
And I'm getting you through the headphones a little clearer this time. So I think the new headsets made all the
Beautiful.
difference. They weren't the ones you knocked off during the week. No, they were borrowed ones.
Now, I'm not knocking off my
Oh,
headphones, Neil. I don't need those kind of accusations throwing around, thank you.
So the answer was no. It's just a question.
Might have got a little defensive there.
It looks like it's going to be a change of bowler. Billy Humphries coming off.
Another Jackson.
This is Connor?
This could be Connor. It'd be interesting to just compare them for pace, because a few people are saying Connor's probably a yard quicker, and maybe he's had extra yards added on this year. So it'd be interesting to see how he comes up.
Yeah, well, he's had an extra 3 inches of hair on his head anyway.
Must be a yard quicker because the keeper putting the helmet on. I
think Connor's the leggy, isn't he?
I think he might be. He looks like he's setting up for a
Actually, yeah, or less
as a spinner up to the stumps, which we like.
We'll get AJ to double check. It is. I think we've got it right here. But Connor's injured, so
That's
might
how
be
well
Declan.
we're going.
So it's
Round 1.
Declan, is it?
It's round 1 for everyone, Neil.
So Declan the slowie. Yep.
So it's Declan Connor. Oh, Declan Connor. Declan Jackson.
Geez, that's 30 seconds of not our best, let me tell you.
That's right.
2 men back on the leg side, so
Just edit out some of the sound, some of the voiceover stuff.
Jamison's enjoyed getting the front leg out of the way, so they've got some protection.
Yep. Keeper up to the stumps. It's going to be young Declan to come in to bowl. Bowling his offies. That's up in the air, but it's gone deep enough over the cover region. It'll be starting off with just a lazy, comfortable 2. Wouldn't be too ashamed about that. Getting the ball in the air.
Yeah, you're not going to mind it. All it needs to do is miscue and you're going to bring your field into play. And
Yeah.
they haven't dropped anyone back on the offside, which I like.
Baxter, 1 for 68.
Wow.
Just
Flying
past the
along.
fieldsman. Never down to get it to 1.
In over number 11. Over number 11 there for Baxter, 1 for 68. Long and Warwick batting along very nicely together.
Yeah, flying along nicely. Brings Prosser onto strike.
The field tightening up as well, so we know he's more comfortable on the front foot, which is going to bring a lot more shots into play against the spinner.
Yep.
And he tries to sweep it. Put me a little bit off the pad.
They must have felt pad first. Well forward. Umpire not interested.
No. Very boring person, Chris Lanting.
Old Peninsula, none for 54. Dylan O'Malley, 43 not out. How many times have we said something similar to that?
Usually early in the season, especially in one-dayers.
Yep.
That's a positive welcome to the season, Neil.
Oh.
We hadn't had one of those yet.
No, that's right. He's done well, Dylan.
Right, Declan Jackson now coming in, bowling to Prosser. He's trying to sweep him a lot.
Yeah.
He's actually advancing
Got
down
that
the
one
pitch
away.
and sweeping.
Yeah, got that one away.
Takes the one.
He's not looking the most comfortable.
Ooh, and boys, we're getting an update on Karen Downs now 5 for 18.
Oh,
Flynn
good.
Walker has 3 for.
Actually, I think we noticed last year that Karen Down struggled against lefties too.
Yep, and he's angling the ball across, and every now and then straightens one. O'Driscoll and our good friend
Bob.
Ryan Lynch are batting at the moment.
It was very well bowled. It's got a bit of Australia at Trent Bridge about that, Nilo, and Stuart Broad just decided to take a day off cheating that day and bowled us out for 60. I think he got 8 for 15 that day. Extraordinary.
There's something happening there.
Oh, you can't mention the word cheating.
Can't you?
No.
Well, we can because he did, surely.
There were allegations in the Chess World Cup about cheating, Rob, so I don't know why you can't.
Well, speaking of things we shouldn't speak about, my goodness.
you can say it in hushed tones.
Unsportsmanlike conduct.
That's
Can we go with that?
that's where you got to play it.
Beautiful.
Unsportsmanlike conduct.
That's better.
Unbecoming a gentleman.
Ashton Agar's test wicket column should have 1 extra in it. Let's just go with that.
Fair call.
Bonio playing Toot Grook batting.
Rivalry game for RPP.
Toot 4 for 27. Cam Williams, I do have an interest in that one. 2 for 10, and Sean Spencer 2 for 17. But that's interesting.
Cam Williams has got to be the fittest 48-year-old going around, isn't he?
Yeah. I would think. Well, slight exaggeration on 48.
Oh, at 47.
Okay. No,
Tell you what,
he had a birthday last week, so you're probably right.
Hope this isn't consistent form, or our man AJ might be getting a call up to take the reins once again.
Well,
just a subtle shake of the head from our man, hearing that score.
In comes Jackson. Square driven by Prosser out through the wideish of the gullies, 3 gullies.
so the batsmen who are out for Toot in that game, French out for 18, Stevie Nelson out for 0, Matt Whelan still in, 5 not out, so that's the key for Toot from here. Mark O'Malley 1 and Toddy Hartnett 2, so Rob French in with Whelan at the moment. A couple of guys still to go, but it's not a bad start there for Bonio for 10 overs, 4 for 28.
Unreal start.
Yeah. In comes Jackson again, bowling to Prosser. Outside the off stump, allowed to go through.
So the last couple of shots that have gone through, well, we'll say the gullies, that's sort of been the theme of all been along the ground. I wonder how long the plan's going to stay. There's a very lonely man at mid-on, who's every time Prosser's faced up has not done a thing. Very enthusiastic clapping, which we like to see.
Yeah, well, the 3 gullies has now disappeared down to one very wideish gully. As Jackson now comes in, bowling to Prosser. Bowls. Sort of advances down a little bit, but there's one of those gully fieldsmen that's gone backwards. To one of those positions you don't know whether you're going to walk in or stand still and wait for the catch.
A couple other scores have got coming through on the text, boys. YCW and Tyre, YC 2 for 28 off 10. Mornington 1 for 50 off 11. Seaford in their game, none for 37 off 9. And we'd already heard the Baden Power one.
What is Burgundy going slow, is he?
Guessing he might be, yeah.
Oh, nicely.
Hello.
Here we go.
There's a shot. Going to be chased down in the field there.
It's 2 to Prosser with a nice little ramp
Yep.
type flick shot, actually. It wasn't really a true ramp shot. It was more
A controlled ramp because he knew exactly where it was going to go. It wasn't just one of these angle the bat and hope sort of shots that you see sometimes.
Breaking news, Tilakaratna Dilshan's just asked for the patent to that shot. The old Sri Lankan opener. Pretty much credited with the Dill scoop.
Yes, well, we'll get Sus to put out a slow-mo edited highlight on that one at some point during the week.
In comes Jackson again.
Ooh.
That's a better ball outside the off stump.
Good thing about Paddy Jackson, though, is he's bowling pretty well at the moment, and it actually forces the batsman to play something unorthodox to try and get a couple of runs. And
Still,
Humphrey had 24 off 4 overs. Paddy Jackson none for 17 off 5.
Yeah.
Tidy.
still not sure there's enough balls that are hitting the stumps. early on. I understand a plan. Don't get me wrong. I'm all for that. Bowling in partnerships, but after 8 or so shots that are going to the gullies but not in the air, maybe sometimes you've got to refer back to the if you miss, I hit strategy, Neilo.
Yes.
But I think we're going to see some fireworks in this over. Jamison's...
Okay, Jamison facing up against Declan. He's come down and...
Just played through the line.
Nice shot in the end. Good footwork.
Nice bit of control too.
Yes, it's quite often you see a couple of shots like that and they end up a lofted shot and comes unstuck.
But I don't mind this because what Declan's done at the moment is he's enticed a couple of balls to be in the air, which is fine, which is what you want from a spinner.
Not a lot of defensive shots going on, which brings your field into play.
Yeah. So, I don't mind this.
One slip, no gully.
What he's got to do, he's got to stay away from the young kids' problem is they have a tendency to try and push the ball through a little bit quicker instead of, sort of give it a little bit more flight and entice them to actually come down the pitch.
Seaford have lost a wicket. Ryan McQueen's out for 28. 1 for 62 against Crib Point.
Just a touch wider, but I don't mind the plan, mixing up his line, his length. I agree though, mix up the speed, see if you can trap him on the crease, get an LBW or clip the top of off stump.
In comes Jackson again. There's that advancing sweep shot.
Yep.
Good running.
Yep. And didn't hit it too hard, just gave it slow enough, if you like, that they could comfortably get that single. Of course, it wasn't that deep down to Lane Leonora there.
Tell you what, credit where
he's running towards us now. You probably wouldn't see much of Lane Leonora here, but you reckon that bloke could get the ball a whack? What's he look like, hey?
Yeah,
He look like
so.
and he doesn't die wondering. He's one of those guys.
He doesn't have a great defence.
He doesn't. Well, we don't know. I haven't seen him try to use it.
Great shot.
Yeah, good shot. Well placed. Well placed.
Yep.
The left-right combination has been good for them so far.
And that'll bring up the 50 as well. So we kind of asked some questions when they were about none for 20 on how comfortable they were. They've gotten there without a whole lot of fuss, Neil, which has been good to watch.
Yeah, you wouldn't say that have been chances given, really. They've been contained a bit at stages, but they've managed to keep it ticking over. And if you get to 50 off the first 10, you've got every chance of 200 by the end of 40.
Yep.
So a question will also be, I reckon, Rob, when does Ricky bring himself on? Leading wicket taker in the previous lower division, and probably been the leading wicket taker over the last year or two, Ricky Ramsdale. Some stage, I mean, he always likes to get the other guys to go first, but at some stage he'll bowl his 8, and that'll ask a few questions.
Yes, will do. Yeah, we've got to change a bowler coming on here.
Always difficult being a bowling captain, Neil. Of course, Pat Cummins.
I never bothered.
Never bothered?
No.
Okay.
I just say, I'll show you how to do this. Give me the ball.
Yeah, if you want something done right, you do it yourself, Neil.
Well, sometimes. Some days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if you want the ball back, you need an operation.
Yeah, I reckon they changed that rule. You used to be able to bowl in a 40-over game, 20 at one end.
Oh, yeah.
Did it a few times, but towards the end they changed it down to 8, which was good because as you get older, 8's about as much as you can manage.
Yeah, maybe you just look at the skipper and just go, 2 spells of 4 for me, mate, and I might be done. That's it.
Well, it is the first question of the season. Who's this?
Actually, AJ is just double checking those things for us, but.
There's a fair chance it could be a Jackson. There's about 10 of them out there. Ramsdale's the old one out.
Yeah, we're not allowed to count the dog, I don't suppose, to be fair.
Well, in comes the new bowler anyway.
Nice bowling.
Outside the off stump.
Extra bit of a yard there, and one interesting action.
Very smooth run up.
Yeah.
He's definitely got momentum as he hits his delivery strike.
Yeah. He's got to run up like a Jackson.
He does.
He's got a bit of the Riley Meredith sort of release about him, actually. Watched geez, didn't he bowl well yesterday in the Marsh Cup? Big win for Tassie over Queensland. Yeah,
I only saw highlights, so I didn't see the bits that you're referring to, but yeah, good effort by the boys. Well, charge and miss.
Well,
It was interesting. A couple of times we had a bowling change, and Jamison's actually had a swat at the new bowler pretty early. He did the same to the spinner just before. The conventional wisdom says you have a bit of a look before you do that.
Doesn't want to let them settle, does he?
No, he's going for that method. Oh, hello. We've got a budding golfer here with a tennis golf ball. Any sort of ball, okay.
That's in the air and it's down to the man at long on. Yeah. Where it's fielded by Paddy Jackson.
Paddy, yeah.
What's it going through?
We'll give prompts to that young man. He's got better style than I do, and I'm about 20 years older than him. My goodness.
Actually, one of the strengths of the lower grades not playing is a pretty reasonable crowd building up here. They've got quite a lot from the from the lower grades coming along to have a bit of a look.
And the Pines Past Players Bar is getting well used.
It is well used.
Filling up magnificently.
Yes, with his with Robbie Jackson holding court.
Yeah, Robbie likes to drink inside nowadays, but
although he's sitting down on the bench there.
Yeah, true.
Having a sip.
Yep. And he's got Peter the Bubble Bill around too, I noticed, who wanted to come here because it's closer than watching his son play at Bonio.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen Pete around the traps quite a bit.
Yeah.
Last year. Yeah, he and Jackson get together and.
Yes. Oh, you can. Yeah. Join the dots, Yeah.
Yeah, they get to about 6 beers and then they start looking for somebody to give them a lift back to the Pines.
Even if they're home, yeah.
Yeah, even if they're at the Pines, they're looking for a lift back to the Pines. Obviously, AJ's got a little bit waylaid.
He's having a good jack to Chris Patane, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Who is next in, got the pads on, captain this year.
What would that be, club number 4 he's captain?
Been around a lot and got a lot of runs at a lot of places, hasn't he?
I know he captained Heather Hill. Did he captain at Baxter?
I don't think he was captain at Baxter. He just had that year where he made 1,000 runs. That's all.
Just to fill in time.
Ooh, Tukaruka lost another wicket, 5 for 29.
Well, it's a bit full, that one. That should be a no ball.
And
Spencer guided down through the gully for 1.
Fantastic fielding too, by the way.
Spencer's got that wicket, and it was Matt Whelan. So that's a really important wicket for the Bonio boys. 5 for 29 in the 13th.
Not paid a no ball. That delivery, which is interesting.
Oh, you can blame his partner out there at square leg. He's his teammate. Thanks, pal.
You're really looking after me there, mate. Appreciate that.
Well, we don't know who the bowler is, but we'll tip it. He's probably got a surname Jackson.
We'll go with that.
Until corrected.
Until we hear differently.
We should hear by tea time, by the time AJ gets back.
He's just keeping his voice because he's got a good stint coming up, and we're hoping to have a couple of interviews with Langwarren and Pines guys during the afternoon.
Well, it's going to be Declan Jackson to resume from the school end. He'll be bowling to Prosser. He comes in, he bowls, floats it up a bit, and they take a cheeky single to Billy Humphrey there.
Good running, and that tells everyone on the offside there, close in to
be on your toes.
Absolutely, it does. They're going to scurry through, keep the scoreboard ticking over. It's kind of snuck up on us, the 55 that Langwarren are on at the moment.
Well, they're just ticking it over. The last few overs have been sort of a couple of twos here, a couple of singles there. Just that's the trick to one-day cricket. Just keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
That's it. Wear the fielders down, and then when it's your time to go hard.
Here comes Declan Jackson there, bowls, and that's played over the top.
Well placed.
Just a bit short of the bloke out at Whitish, long off.
So over Ricky in close and short of the deep fieldsman. That was well placed and well controlled. He's been pretty good on those ones charging down.
Yeah, that was a good wedge shot actually.
Yeah.
Just got onto the green nicely.
I wouldn't know what a wedge shot feels
I'm going to
like,
hand over to AJ, gents, and I'm going to see if I can chase up some of those other scores that we aren't quite getting, but I'm sure we will soon.
Beautiful, of course, the efficient changeover.
Thanks, Neilo.
AJ's in the house.
G'day, guys. Mate. How are we?
Yeah, mate,
very good. Did you manage to find out who the new bowler was?
I did.
And?
It was Liam Jackson.
Yeah.
Liam Jackson. We tipped the surname, right?
Exactly. Well, that's all you have to do. It's either going to be a Humphrey or a Jackson around here, so you're half a chance of getting it right.
Yeah.
I wish I was half as good picking horses.
Yeah, exactly. But it's been a pretty good start from Langwarren. A bit loose early with the Pines bowling, but that's always the case in the first one day, especially the white ball up early, guys.
Yep. It's Declan Jackson now bowling to Jamieson, who winds himself up and just says, thanks very much, I'll take a piece of that. And that'll be 4 runs.
Haven't really had any answers for Jamieson at the moment. He's attacked basically from the second over, and they just can't pin him down. I am surprised that they haven't tried to go short at any stage.
Not a tactic I'd encourage for the spinners that delivery, but yeah, the opening batsmen weren't really attacking those areas. But
actually, it's probably a lesson for young Declan too, because Jamieson set himself up before the ball was even delivered.
Yeah.
And he just fell straight in the trap and dropped a little bit shorter, which just opened up the shot. As he comes in again, he bowls. That's a bit further up, and that's played straighter down the ground. Just be a 1 to the man at long on.
Even though he's got off to a flying start here, Jamieson, and as a spinner, you can go back into your shell a little bit, but I'd like to see him flight the ball up more. I'd like to see him try and get one to go past his outside edge and see if he can run past one. He wants to come down the ground. He just hasn't been really above eye level enough yet.
yeah,
He's allowed him to get to the ball pretty easily, and unfortunately he dropped short there, so he could rock back and hit that away for 4 in that over. But yeah, I'd like to see him, like the bowler, become a bit more proactive and aggressive.
it doesn't matter what type of bowler you are, but especially spinners, before you run in or before you walk in, you've got to know, how am I going to get the batsman out? And if the answer is trying to get him stumped, then I agree with you. It's the get it above the eyes and let the batsman make a mistake.
Yeah, it's sort of, I remember Ashley Mellett saying higher and shorter.
Yeah, well, you look at...
That's a nice shot. Oh, it's well fielded there in the covers.
You look at how... and obviously Shane Warne's the best spinner ever, and no one's
good base to start with.
Yeah, no one's ever going to be
as good as
him. But when he was attacked, he would go, like Rob said, slower. At times go wider.
Yep.
And it's not as much as you got to go slower above the eyes into the arc, but go wider. Drag them away from their hitting zone.
Yeah.
Get their foot drag out.
And it's a little bit different here with Liam Jackson bowling to Matt Prosser. He wants to hit behind square. You can see that majority of his runs have come down to fine leg and through third man backward of point. He's very strong there. He's been a significant player in the MPCA for the last 3 to 4 years, won a couple of league medals. So they probably just haven't got their lines and lengths right to him as yet.
Well, Paddy Jackson was pretty much on the money, about 80% of the time. As Liam Jackson comes in, bowls, and that's cut backward a point through the gap there. You'd be looking for 2. Yeah, you're going to get a comfortable 2 there.
So and I heard you, Daz, as well, when you said that he didn't like that back of a length. But what I would almost do is actually go a little bit fuller, like over full, and see if he will drive down the ground.
Yeah,
because
the man at mid-on currently, and you could argue mid-off as well, are just doing a lot of clapping, not a lot of fielding at the moment.
Let's see if he can drive back, as Jackson comes into Prosser. That's that one down the ground. It's just lofted over. Obviously wasn't in control of that one, and he'll get 2. Although I'm not too disturbed by that as a bowler, because the one opportunity he's made him drive down the ground, it's been in the air and it wasn't controlled.
Yeah, 5% less, and that's straight down mid-on's throat. So yeah, you're pretty encouraged by that as a bowler, and the fact that he's back on strike probably means that the bowler's got a new plan. He's just got to execute.
Absolutely.
As Jackson now comes in, bowls to probably, he gives him a walk. Yeah, just plays it down to mid-off.
So even that, you're making him come out of his crease. You know that if you're going to be fuller to him, that he's going to have to make the shot and really cream a drive through rammer at short extra cover. You got mid-off, like you said, you've got to cover. So you've got the stock there to bowl that fuller line outside off. and that's just not the line though.
That's just his bread and butter.
Absolutely. So it's almost like you've got to be that 4.5 stump, but full. And you can have protection because if you actually look at how he sets up, when he goes to hit the ball, the face of his bat is pointing at times behind the backward point. So you can have the protection down at third man if you want.
Here comes Jackson again, bowls to Prospect, gives him the walk again.
That's close.
Shout on the pads and gone. It was pretty full.
Pitch it up. AJ's just got the head wobble going at the moment, which we love.
But it's made him do something different because you know that he wants to be proactive behind point, down to fine leg. He wants to whip it through square leg. But the way that you have to do it is make the batsman, not be comfortable with the way that they've got to score.
Yeah.
He was ultra comfortable with running the ball down, just trickling the ball around. But this over's been much better. He's made him hit down the ground. He's had an opportunity to potentially get a catch at mid-on that just landed over, and then he tries to advance and make something up, and he's got the wicket.
And they've got the biggest improvement for mine for the Pines is more balls are trying to hit the stumps, which was good. Of course, nothing's going to hit the stumps more than a delivery that's called LBW, of course, but
at times
they've tightened up, which I like.
At times it's really good to get a wicket, but then when you look up and you see Chris Brattain, probably one of the best MPCA batters, walk out and can be one of the most destructive batters. It's sometimes it's a bit of a
new challenge,
a win-loss at times.
Yeah, sometimes the not that it applies in this situation, but the bloke that's sort of 8 off 24 balls or something, you just want him to stick around and keep struggling. But they've got the momentum now, the Pines. Let's see what they can do with it.
Absolutely. They needed that wicket, Pines.
And it was the 7th ball curse.
Yeah, it was. So what
so
can they do from here?
Looks like another wicket potentially has fallen there at Carrum Downs. Ryan Lynch. So there's 6 for 32. Strecker's picked up the wicket there.
I'll tell you what, they're up that famous creek without a paddle, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. I might jump off that tip, Neil, I think. Even though I said they were half a sniff a bit earlier, but I don't think so anymore at 6 for 30.
Everybody abandoned the ship for the Titanic.
Carrum Downs.
Yeah, and just a reminder during the Bendigo Bank MPCA show,
That's
we
well
see
bowled.
that one passed off stump.
That
you said you were tipping Carrum Downs for every game this year, AJ.
Well, to be
aging
honest,
like milk at the moment.
Rob, you could back me up. You've been involved down there. There's a certain reason why.
They've got talent. Oh. Stick your hand out, Declan.
They have talent on every line.
Yeah, they do.
So it is
They've got a good bowling lineup. The batting almost runs down to 13.
Yep.
They're going to need it at the moment.
That's better. That's better. Just out of reach.
Wide.
That was better. He dragged him that little bit wider. He still wanted to go through with a shot.
Not sure the pitching wedge style of batting, Jamison's going to get away with it all day. At one point, he's going to end up in the bunker.
Yes, he's going to find a pair of mitts somewhere. Brings Chris Brattain on.
So if you haven't caught up with the news, RPP has a new sports website dedicated to all sports on the peninsula, rppfmsports.com.au. So
get onto it.
Absolutely. There's Jackson into Brattain.
Who just pats it forward.
I like it. Trapped him on his crease a little. New batsman. He's still got to get your eye in.
Absolutely. So RPP is certainly branching out to all sports. We've spoken to Rob about baseball. We've covered a bit of golf, tennis. We've spoken to the... there's Jackson in. I'll finish that in a minute. That's well.
Honestly guided down through the gully region. Should be 2. He comes back comfortably for 2. Get him off the mark.
Spoken to yacht clubs where Daz is going to be doing some stand-up paddleboarding in summer. We're going to go out on the rubber ducky.
You let me know when that's happening. I want to see this.
Absolutely.
Thanks, man. Because that's what I want for this, a real bigger audience.
Yep. We'll certainly pump it up throughout the community, Daz. I've got some ties down there on the southern end of the peninsula.
I know you do, mate.
Jackson into Brattain, and that's hit to short cover, no run.
You just tell me when that day happens. I'll tell you, I'll bring a crowd down.
I'll tell you what, sponsors will be jumping on to know that Daz will be doing some stand-up paddleboarding in summer, that's for sure.
Old Nilo's nearly fallen over himself laughing there too, so really filling me with the confidence required before I take on this challenge, fellas. Sus has got my back, boys. That's all I need. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some falling over paddleboarding over the summer, Nilo. I can guarantee you that.
We've covered a bit of athletics. We've covered some netball. Obviously, we're doing the MPCA every week. So if you've only just tuned on, RPPFMsports.com.au, Neil's locker room will go up on that. Daz, your new international cricket show, I'll be bringing back Inside the Pavilion with some interviews very soon.
Here comes Liam Jackson now, bowls. Sort of got him stretching a little bit to play the shot.
Absolutely. It's a better line to Jamison. Make him reach.
And of course, just to finish with the RPPFM Sports Business Network, AJ, of course, if you are a small business owner and
Jump on board.
Absolutely, we want to get your name out there, your brand out there to the people of the peninsula.
All money going back to the clubs to have these streams going on.
Absolutely.
That's well played out
Classy
through
shot.
mid-wicket.
Geez, he's been good off his legs.
Yep.
I know he's reached for a few deliveries outside off stump, but as soon as they've gotten straight, he's put them away. That one not to the boundary, but he's put them away. So, yeah, just to finish, so from packages starting at $20 a month, AJ. Can you believe that?
Absolutely.
My goodness.
Yeah, $19.99 a month. We've also got $39.99 a month where we'll come out and do an outside broadcast, our drive show 4 till 6 on All Sports. We might even rock up to Neil's house and do one from his massive mansion in Safety Beach.
From his compound.
Mount Martha Marina. So
Absolutely, of course.
That's more like the bunker down there, isn't it?
I'm sure we'll introduce Daz's Dares at some point because you'll get me to do all sorts of silly things, so that'll be exciting as well. So yeah, if in a post-COVID world we want to be getting the local business, local economy back up on the peninsula. So if you or anyone you know owns a local business, you can get involved. Info at rppfmsports.com.au. Packages from $20 as you enjoy the MPCA.
Here comes Liam Jackson now, bowls. It's just tickled off the hip. I take a quick single.
Oh,
no, he was home.
Yeah. You got to be out by a mile, I think, for the square leg umpire to give it.
Unfortunately, we need some more umpires in the competition, but there's nothing worse than having to square leg your own side. It is horrendous. It's basically just an outing to just unfortunately cop a bit of abuse.
Well, especially if you raise the finger.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you say no, you're in trouble with the opposition. If you say yes,
sorry, it's unsportsmanlike conduct. Sorry, I got warned about that before.
And if you say yes,
and if it's out, then
it's your first shout at the bar.
Yeah, exactly.
Which could be rather expensive.
Absolutely, and especially if it is Chris Brattain.
Well, yeah, if it's Chris Brattain, it's going to cost him a bundle.
Yeah, all of a sudden, a bottom shelf spirit might become a top shelfer.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially if you're the victim. My goodness.
Yeah, we'll start with Dimple and work our way upwards. Right now, Brattain on the strike to face Liam Jackson. He's done his run-up, a very smooth run-up it is. Nice release action. And it's just defended nicely back to the bowler for no run.
It's looked good, this young lad. I've liked what he's delivered.
A really good length delivering that to Chris Brattain early.
Very similar to his elder brother.
It certainly is.
Paddy.
They're operating with one slip and a gully.
Both good Melbourne supporters. Well, the whole Jackson family is Melbourne supporters.
There's a few of us on this panel, I tell you what.
Yes. And there's one Jackson who's not going to be a Melbourne supporter next year. He'll be in a different jumper.
Well.
Nicely played by Brattain. Takes the run with the shot.
So, currently operating there with a 6-3 field, Liam Jackson.
4 off. He's now got 3 overs, 1 for 12. The score's moved along to 75 for 1.
And that one wicket obviously falling not too long ago, and Pines certainly needed that at that time.
They really did.
They could do with a couple more at the moment.
Yeah, well, the only thing better than 1 wicket is 2 wickets, as we know.
Yeah.
But they're not.
Yeah, I was talking to Sus earlier, where you're talking about all the sports. I was talking to Sus earlier. We look like we might be doing a couple of baseball games.
Oh, you beauty.
On the Sunday. Starting off with one down at Mornington. We just got to find out a good day whilst down there.
If Sus can get out.
I think in Mornington.
Sus can escape his own compound, my goodness.
Yeah.
The man who's president of everything on the Mornington Peninsula.
That's right.
It's just the president of the peninsula. It's an incredible.
They call him the default president.
Yep, absolutely.
Declan Jackson's bowled really well here since he's come on.
It's nicely played by Brattain, just wide and mid-on. Should get 2 here. And they do.
Very, very square mid-wicket they had set up there that allowed maybe a bigger gap than was necessary.
Yeah, it gets hard.
No.
It gets hard when you've got one slip. You've got a big gap between slip and backward point.
In comes Declan Jackson again now, bowling to Brattain. Uses his feet a little bit, but just drives it down the ground.
Yeah, it's nice. The breeze will be blowing across, of course, from off to leg stump for the right-hander. So if he goes 4th stump, outside off, he'll drift in beautifully.
These are the times where when you get a really good batsman to come out and it's early in his innings, I'd like to definitely see him throw it up like that.
Yeah.
Bring him out of his crease. If you can get him to run past one, but even if he doesn't, if he hits you back down the ground, then so be it.
You just got to tip your cap sometimes and say it's a good shot.
Absolutely, but when a young spinner comes on, and he's certainly bowled very well at this current point, like, don't be disheartened by being hit down the ground by a champion player.
Yeah.
And same as this point on here now with Jamison, throw it out wider, let him run past one.
Here comes Jackson again, around the wicket, outside the off stump, allowed
Much
to go
better.
past gently.
That's the line though, because now Jamison's thinking, if I come out of my crease, I can't easily hit it down through mid-wicket to mid-on. He's certainly spooned a few out to that deep cover position.
Here comes Jackson again, bowls 1.5 steps, but he drives it down the ground. They take a quick single, and he's through comfortably for 1.
So what Jamison's done is he's pushed all those offside fielders right on the circle, which has allowed that single to come into play, whereas they've had a couple of shots that have just played softly into the offside and they're able to take it. They're kind of in no man's land, those offside fielders. You're either got to be in close to stop that single or they're just going to keep giving them away, which is ticking this scoreboard over. It's clever batting.
I've mentioned that I wanted him to slow it up, and he certainly did that, and that was good. But there's times where it might even be, if Jamison does get on top, then pick that pace up a little bit more, and bowl some straighter balls and just tie him down and see if you can just get a few, 3 or 4 dots in a row, because we know that he wants to leave his crease.
Yeah. Yes.
And almost use that slower, flighted one as your variety.
Yeah, set him up and then knock him over.
Here comes Liam Jackson now, bowls. It's driven down the ground, just for a single down to the man at long on.
Still a fan of that man at long on, AJ?
No.
Okay.
Not at the moment.
Glad we're on the same page.
I was early because they had Matt Prosser in, who was not hitting the ball as well as he does early. So, and to get Jamison off strike, that was fine. I think that young Liam Jackson has bowled really well to him, and his lengths and lines have been a lot better. So I'd like to bring that man up and see if you can get him to potentially go over the top and see if he can sky one. There is times where you do want someone back for cover, but the line that he needs to bowl, we've seen that he's not as strong through that backward point to cover region when it's out, sort of 5th stump line. So let him try and drag you down over mid-on.
Well, they've just strengthened the offside field. There's now a bevy of people in the covers. In comes Jackson, bowls. And it's just played down to mid-on for no run.
It was just too straight, so that it allows him to drive down the ground.
Yeah. Bowling to his field nicely. Nilo's jumped on.
Yeah, I've got a couple of updates. Something's happening at Mount Elias. I'm not quite sure. They haven't really progressed much. At the moment on the screen, 2 have progressed to 5 for 35. We're in over. Let's double check. Looks like over number 19. Pete's bowling at the moment. Robbie French and Bobby Parslow are the batsmen. First score I've picked up on Hastings and Main Ridge. 7 for 30 Hastings.
Oh,
We hope that doesn't continue all year for them.
Unfortunately, I think they're in for a bit of a tough year.
Could be a tough year. YCW playing Tyab. YC 2 for 56 off 20 overs, and Ballon Park have slumped to 5 for 78. What's his name? De Silva made 35, and then bang, 5 for 78. So
That's been their bit of trouble.
It
their,
has
their
been.
nemesis when Pradeep has gone out.
yes, Seaford have got on to 1 for 90, and Bardwell, Aaron Bardwell, is 41 not out. And I'm hearing maybe at Mount Eliza the live stream jammed. That was the problem, but we'll get an update score there. But they were none for 36, and Dale Irving broke down the middle right at the end of his 4th over. So we'll find out a little bit more about that later during the day.
Nothing too
Rye.
serious.
Rye's the other one. 4 for 52. Rye are in their game against Mount Martha.
And in the meantime, we've had 2 singles and a beautiful Yorker for 1 for 81. That's driven to mid-off. They're going to take off for hits.
Ooh. This has proved a good move, Jamison opening up the lefty and did well.
He has opened up. You could
Just
say.
about outscored Matty Prosser, who's won the last couple of medals. So fine effort. Just gives him a bit more strength at the top of the order before. Well, at the moment we've got Brattain in there, but he's still getting most of the runs. Jamison looking really good.
So it's a good line and length there to Chris Brattain. He's got a packed offside field to contend with, and Jackson certainly bowled to his field there.
Absolutely. 1 for 82 off 17.
See, the conundrum at times you have with some left-handers who like to go through mid-wicket and mid-on, like we've spoken about, is that you get really happy as a opposition captain to just drop one straight out.
Yeah.
You can see how good and tight he's bowled to Chris Brattain, but
Yep.
you've got to go wider to a left-hander in these times, because I don't see him. You can even stack that offside field, and if he gets a couple through, put one out to cover, but to deep cover, but he hasn't driven the ball through point and extra cover as yet. It's sort of more gone over mid-wicket through that mid-on area.
And if he is going to go across his stumps and have a swing, I mean, good luck to him. If you're bowling fourth and a half, 5th stump, and he's trying to go across the line, he's not going to middle it.
Bowling change there, AJ. Looks like Billy's little brother, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I think it is Grant Humphrey.
Loosening up. Bowling from the school end.
1 for 82 off 18. It's been a good start from both sides, you could say.
Yeah, I like Langy's position because they are on line for 200, and that would challenge Pines.
Yeah. And that's just too easy as a single there.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're giving that away.
There's no work, not making him really work for
There
it.
hasn't really been a boundary in the last 4 to 5 overs that's really got me thinking like he's well on top.
Yeah, and they're still going at over 4.5 and over. So
Yep. And even those tidier overs are still getting 4s and 3s off them.
it's well bowled. It's definitely outside the line.
I think he's
But a good shout
used-
from the young man. I like
used the
it.
thing in his hands as well, I reckon.
Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes the bowler, you just throw an appeal in.
Yeah,
Make
absolutely.
the batsman know you're still in the game.
You've got to get yourself into the contest as well. I like it. The enthusiasm. We've said if the enthusiasm was taken into account, they might be 4 down. Lang Warren, they have been up and about the Pines, which we love.
Good to see.
Oh, well bowled, young
Yeah,
man.
That's a good line.
And see,
Good length.
that's forcing Brattain to leave outside off.
Yes.
With the keeper up to the stumps.
Yep. He's not going to get forward to him.
No, but
he's
as
going to
we've-
prop a bit from the crease.
As we've mentioned, it's harder to drag the ball out through the leg side when
there,
Jamison
from
is
that
on
line. Yeah.
strike. Just a little whippy sort of low action.
Okay, Mount Eliza 4 for 60 at the moment. So after being none for 36, bit of technical problem there on their camera, but they're 4 for 60. And that's been their worry, that they've often had some good starts in the last year or two, but their middle order hasn't really got going, and if you've just lost 4 quick wickets there, that's another day like that.
I know we're talking scores around the traps, but in the Marsh Cup, New South Wales have been bowled out for their 4th lowest score in the one-day competition ever.
Okay.
Bowled out for 76 against WA. Jai Richardson, 4 for 24 off 3, did the most of the damage with Jason Berendorf, 3 for 17 off 7. Their highest scorer was Daniel Sams with 26 off 31. Their first 6 batsmen didn't make double figures.
Okay. And isn't it a tragedy when New South Wales go bad?
Oh, it's shocking, isn't it?
Oh, the rest of the world's so upset about it.
My heart's bleeding at the moment, Neilo, let me tell you.
It's a good first over there from young Humphrey.
That was a good
coming
first
into
over.
the attack.
Very, very tidy first over, only 1 run off it.
I know they don't normally get any attention until they make mistakes, but that's really good wicket keeping. To be up to the stumps, to have the confidence, and to let the batsman know if you try to step out of your line, we're going to get you. I think you only have to take 2 in that over, so it mightn't have been as involved as maybe we're making it 10 like, but fantastic wicket keeping and the confidence to be up to the stumps with a ball that's not slow, Neilo. I think it's a great sign.
Yeah, good effort. This is over. We've had 19 or number 20 up. Number 20 coming up. So
we'll be taking a couple of minute break at drinks, and then
we'll
be welcoming our radio listeners on at 2 o'clock, which will probably be over that drinks period.
Over the drinks period, and the Chief's firing himself up for that in this over.
Liam Jackson again, as that goes through to the keeper with pretty much the delivery we asked for, AJ, in the last over. The 4th stump line, try to get Jamison swinging across, which he did, but they've still got that man at long on, giving away a pretty easy single, which we're not massive fans on, considering every time they've dropped him back, he's just hit it along the ground.
I think the last over
created no pressure.
Last over 4 drinks as well. Bring him up.
Yeah,
I would.
Just tempt him. How badly do you want to get through?
See, that's the one where
the swing and miss.
You can see he's got a different bat plane to that.
Yes.
The majority of his scoring options have been with a flat bat.
Yep.
That one he's tried to hit with a straight bat, and it sounds different, but he doesn't look as comfortable hitting straight with a flat straight bat down the ground. It's that left-handed sort of baseball type David Warner.
I reckon if there was contact, the ball's going to be in the air. Gives the bowler a chance.
Yeah, and either Jamison's got coconuts or he doesn't know that it's drinks in 4 deliveries.
See, even that one, relatively straight, but he's able to easily tuck it through the leg side.
Yep.
I would have much preferred to have him, that fielder there that picked the ball up at mid-wicket, mid-on up, and put the pressure on him.
Yep.
Let him play a big shot in the last over before drinks.
Yep. It used to be that, in fact, we will start to see it in the 80 over games, that quarter of an hour coming up to the drinks break, it can really apply pressure as a bowler, because a lot of the batsmen are just thinking, hang around, get through the drinks. So if you can fire through a few overs, put a bit of pressure on, you often pick up those wickets. And it's the worst time for the new batsman to come in when there's 8 minutes to go before a drinks break.
That's a beautiful drive from Brittain there. Not able to pierce the gap.
With a shot like that, it makes sense why there's about 5 men in that cover point to mid-off region. Just looks so easy. Striding out.
By our count, this last ball before the drinks break. We'll see whether...
I think there might be one more after this, Neilo.
Okay.
I think. I'll test my counting skills.
Okay. 2. Yeah, no, Rob's right. Yeah.
That's 1 for Daz early.
Rob's always right, we know that.
He is, even when he's wrong, he's right, because we've had had a couple of situations last year, and
so going into drinks,
it took him 3 weeks to be convinced on one. Although I must say, Rob, I was on your side that day.
Going into drinks at Pines, getting Langwarrin 1 for 84. They'd like a few more wickets, but restricting them to 84 when we thought they'd be probably around that 100 mark.
Yep, they've pulled them back a bit in these last 6-7 overs for sure.
Well bowled.
And we've still got Ricky to come on after the drinks break, and that'll be an interesting part of the game, I reckon.
Absolutely. So it is drinks. It's 1 for 84.
Okay, there'll be something happening in a moment in terms of the break, but one for 84. I'll run through a couple of scores that we've got from the other grounds. We'll get all the drink scores probably through in the next 10 minutes or so. So
we might stay on just so we can welcome our radio listeners, Neil.
Absolutely, which is about a minute to go. We'll have
wrapping up.
Have them, yes. So Old Peninsula were batting first, and a short time ago were 2 for 78 against Baden Powell. Baxter were 1 for 90 against Sorrento. Again, these are around about the 15 over mark in each case. Long Island 1 for 52 against Red Hill. That was early on. Here it's 1 for 84 at the 20 over mark, and they've really slowed it down a bit. Actually, since the wicket, I reckon, Rob.
Actually, pull it back, because if you have a look at the early stages, after 6 overs, they were going just short of 6 runs and over.
I think they were 34 for none after 6.
34 after 6.
Yeah.
But then from there on, they sort of slowly pegged them back a bit. And
50 off the last 14 overs. You're not going to complain about that from a bowling point of view. So
you look at from the time the bowling changes sort of operated. The first change was in the 9th over when young Declan came on.
Yep.
Between them, they've bowled 10 overs, and young Humphrey. So 11 overs, they've given up, has me maths, 40 runs.
Yeah, but slow down a bit.
And they've got rid of the wides.
Yes.
And the question that they'll have to ask themselves is the first 5 overs after Drinks Nilo, if they do go for 30, 35, it's going to undo all their good work.
Exactly right.
So they've actually, even though there's not a pole or a wicket sitting on the board, they've actually dragged the game back to where they...
And we're just welcoming our radio listeners as well. Welcome to Eric Bell Reserve for the MPCA. The Pines taking on Langwarrin. Langwarrin at Drinks 1 for 84. Neil, it's been a fantastic start.
It has been a good start. Langwarrin batted really well, and then Pines just pegged them back in the last few overs.
Just to give them a brief...
do that, Rob.
A brief come up. Matty Prosser and what's his name? Is it Luke Jefferson?
Yep.
They opened the batting, and they put on a comfortable partnership of 68 before Prosser got the 7th ball wonder.
Yeah, got the 7th ball curse.
The 7th ball curse. And he was LBW on the 7th ball after bowling a wide earlier in the over. And there might be a few gods around here that sort of might agree with me. That 7th ball of that over, you either get 4 or you get out.
Yeah, that's it. There's nothing in between for sure.
There's no defensive shot. You're just out or you scored. Yeah. But he was LBW to Liam Jackson for 23. Now that brought Chris Brattain into the crease, and at the moment we've got Jamison sitting on, here's my maths, so it's about 42, I think.
Batting well, I thought.
And Brattain sitting on 2 for 6, 7. Just going along nicely. He's just building himself into it. He's not pushing himself too hard.
Yeah.
But it's not a bad position to come in, 1 for 68 in the 14th over.
Yeah,
so
considering some of the scores we've seen, and we'll get to that in a second here, some teams would kill.
To be in that situation.
None for 68, let me tell you.
In the bowling department, well, Liam Jackson to me has been the pick of the bowler at the moment.
Well.
He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 16. He's part of the reason why they sort of dragged that score back. Young Declan, 5 overs for 23. He's varied his pace a little bit. He's thrown a couple up. He's had the ball being hit in the air, which is a good thing for
on luckier days, he could have 2 for 16, 2 for 14. And so, very encouraging signs.
You've got to realise, fielding restricted, you can't sort of fill what you want to fill. But no, he's done all right. It looks like we're going to get back underway again. It's going to be young Humphrey.
Just quickly, while they're getting a new ball, Mornington were batting against Tigers. They were 1 for 50 early on. Mount Eliza, after a good start, lost a few wickets to be 4 for 60 short time ago against Dramana. Carrum Downs and Delacombe Park, bit of a surprise. Carrum Downs was 6 for 30 just a short time ago as well. Seaford have progressed on to 1 for 90, and Aaron Bardwell was on 48 not out there. Bellum Park started off 1 for 43, and then as soon as Pradeep went out, they started to lose some wickets. So Sky brought themselves back into the game. Bonio had Toot 5 for 40 at the 20 over mark. And finally Rye were 4 for 52 against Mount Martha a short time ago. So back to the score here.
Yeah, very quick single taken, and the stumps were disturbed in a big way. Middle stump taken out of the ground as a cheeky single. Might have been a bit tighter if the ball was a bit lower, Neil, but they've been really good at that, Langwarrin, taking quick singles here and there.
Just a fraction untidy by the keeper. none of this, just whip the bail off. It's,
the good old days, just the bails. Although Jonty Rhodes would have had something to do with that back in the day.
Well, Jonty Rhodes was busy diving through the wicket.
Yeah, he was somehow knocking 4 stumps over a big Jonty.
Yeah, he used to take them all out.
Yeah, back in the day.
Brings Brattain on to strike to face young Humphrey.
He's looked nippy.
Down through the gully, they take a quick single.
The running's been extraordinary. We've heard it just from the Langwarrin guys behind us, but their running's been spectacular. Of course, we heard before in the Marsh Cup, New South Wales bowled out for 74, and we'll talk something up here, guys. Just in the WNCL, Laura Haynes has hit the fastest WNCL century ever. Ooh. 101 off 54 balls she's made, which is extraordinary for the Queensland Fire, as they ended up 4 for 270.
That's straight down the ground.
That's a decent score to end up on, 270.
Yeah,
4 for 270.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that would have gone straight to AJ's man at mid-on if they had brought them up.
Had the
Pines.
Yes.
First over after lunch. Got to wonder why they haven't done that.
All right. Looks like another wicket fall on Carrum down 7 for 50. We're in over number 26. Well, that might be the 8th wicket.
That's a beautiful shot from Brattain. That's a classic Brattain shot, that one. Just I think straight down the ground.
8th wicket. And Geordie Watter's just gone out. And Michael O'Driscoll, coach,
and
22 not out.
I think this
giving
is
up 4 runs.
Strecker got that wicket. 2nd wicket for Strecker. So going very well, Delicon Park. My boys.
Yeah.
Well, first half of the year I'm with them. I'll wait and see after Christmas.
Yeah.
I'll jump off maybe,
Anyone else notice Neil's back's gotten a bit straighter? He's walking a bit taller at the moment, which we like.
Well,
that was a beautiful shot.
His shoulders just don't feel heavy anymore.
Just rolled back beautifully, which we love, but a beautiful lofted drive. That last delivery.
Oh, and a plain a miss.
That's how you respond.
Hurried off the pitch a little bit too. But not that it was a fast delivery, but hurried off the pitch, and that probably deceived Chris Brattain there.
Good response from the young man too.
Yeah,
hurried it through. It's always good to trap a batsman on the crease. 1 for 92 off 21. They've looked good.
Actually, I must admit, while you blokes have been talking about cricket in the off-season, I haven't taken much notice, to be honest. And
good for you, Rob.
That's a good endorsement as we hit round 1, isn't it?
Yeah, just remind people, I know you play baseball, haven't you, but your football team too?
Well, yeah, we had an early exit out of the finals.
Yeah, but you're I thought you'd still be talking about previous years, no?
Mine didn't make finals, so I'm not in any position to talk about them. And let me tell you, given what's going on off the field, I'm going to keep my mouth quite shut.
Yeah, I'm diverting it too.
What's happening at the moment. But anyway.
Oh, it's through Rammer. Rammer's.
Oh, no.
$1 million he looks in the field, doesn't he?
Yeah, no, I just sort of picked up a few drips and drabs of who was moving around the place.
Yeah.
And I noticed
some interesting moves.
I noticed another shipload of Sri Lankans have come out to play cricket.
Well, about half of the ones they're expecting haven't had the visa sorted, and there's been an issue at either end, either our end or the Sri Lankan end, and that's been a bit of a problem.
There's the leading edge that they've been looking for about an hour.
And the rest of the ones are either at Miraduck or at Sky.
Yeah.
And what's that done, that leading edge? And we've talked about their running between the wickets. The man at cover's been off the circle for pretty much, I think the first half. And that first session went back to the circle and the ball fell short. So it's a credit to the Langwarrin batsmen for rushing through their runs and keeping the Pines on the back foot.
That's in the air.
Placed well though, in the gap in the end.
Should pick up a couple here.
They look comfortable, don't they?
They do. Looking good. So the question for them is whether they're going to be able to accelerate. Because sometimes, they get a pace, but if a team tries to accelerate the top up, sometimes the wheels can fall off. So that's going to be the question. And the next 7 or 8 overs are going to be key to that.
Even if he's not hitting the gaps, he's not looking rushed through it all. It's Jamison. keeping the left-handers in business. Of course, some fantastic left-handed opening batsmen around the world. Can you tell I'm supportive of the lefties, Neil?
Yeah, I've noticed that.
You've noticed that? Okay,
Yeah,
fantastic.
that's good.
I'm glad that's come across.
Well, it's nicely played, but
Yeah,
there's
well
that man
played.
along
Well
on
played.
coming in.
Oh, if AJ shakes his head any harder, it'll fall off. Oh, man, he can't believe they're still running with it, the Pines.
And if you're enjoying the follow camera, AJ's been doing the work. It's sensational. If you're not enjoying it, it's not AJ. It's somebody else.
It's not. It's AJ's twin JA, actually. Yeah, it's extraordinary. The work our man's putting in.
Oh, it brings Brittain on to strike to face Liam Jackson.
And who would have thought the man at long on has come up? Extraordinary.
As Jackson now comes in, bowls Brittain. Plays it straight down the ground to the man at mid-off, who decides to have a throw back at the stumps of the keeper. I don't know why. It's just a wasted effort.
Sharing is
practicing. I used to always think practicing was worth it. You know, you want to make sure your arm's ideal.
Yeah, you want it
when it really counts.
Yeah, as Ricky Ponting once wrote, I think in one of his captain's diaries back in the day, you need to be training when your opponents aren't, Neil. So
Yeah, that's a good point. Carrum Downs 8 for 54. So just confirming what we thought that wicket did for. Mick O'Driscoll still there. The last wicket for we've had Ryan Lynch, we've had Jake Bradshaw, and Geordie Waters. So Brown has come in to join O'Driscoll now.
So midweek, I forget which one of you fellas said it, but I'm going to go with you, Neilo, because you got the headset on. Said that Carrum Downs bowlers, their depth is so good they could almost hold a team to anything. I'm pretty sure you didn't have 54 in mind.
I didn't have 54 in mind. No, that's
that
true.
That goes in the air, but that'll get through. And the ground's held up just a touch. It's a little bit slow the further it goes out, but they'll pick up a couple. But they'll be hoping for a Mitch Stark, Josh Hazlewood against New Zealand type of situation there to get their total up, Neilo.
Yep. Look, and they've got enough overs. You know, sometimes you scrounge up and... Well, we saw a game last year, Rob, Mount Eliza tore through Baxter for 80.
And then lost.
That was heaps.
Then lost.
They got him out for 40. So, yeah, so that sort of thing can happen.
He's launched that one out at wide. He's long on.
It should go. No, he's been run down. Well done.
Run down, so they pick up 2.
Yeah,
Gee, that's not a bad arm there.
That's his
a
half
beautiful
century
throw.
as he
and a 50.
Acknowledges his teammates. He's
Yep.
batted really well.
He
Even
has.
in his...
Yep.
He hasn't had too many defensive shots, but it's been very controlled, his aggression.
Yep.
And I think he's hit 3 boundaries in that 50, but I'll tell you what, he could have had 3 or 4 more, but the ground holding up a touch and
Yep.
the running between the wickets has been fantastic. So what a way to kick off your campaign in round 1, Neilo.
Yeah.
1 for 99 and you're 50 not out, opening bat.
Sensational, and he certainly hasn't been a major part of the team in the past. So he's come up really well in this opportunity and he made the most of it.
Another enthusiastic shout from the Pines.
Yeah,
but
sitting on 51 not out.
Seaford 1 for 114 off 25 overs. So at the moment it's Aaron Bardwell's on 59 and Scotty Manders is in with him at 12. Ryan McQueen made 28.
another ball down to long on.
So in answer to your question before, Rob, Dill Plagini looks like he's batting 6 today.
6?
Yes. I mean, he used to be the bloke who'd come in and just throw it around a bit, you know. And
If he's batting 6, well, they're going to give him at least 10 overs with
well, they got, yeah, I mean, they might bring him in next, you never know.
Yeah. It normally is the destroyer up the top.
Oh.
No, I'll be doing plenty of that tonight.
Yeah.
Down at the Grand Hotel for the Frankston presentation night.
Oh, that one is, okay.
Oh, it's a nice shot by
Oh,
Brittain.
lovely
Just
shot,
lays
lovely
back on
shot.
it. We'll pick up 2. Just back with a point there. Just going along nicely, not over pushing it. He's just picking the shots to play.
Doesn't need to at the moment.
Oh,
Rob.
cruising, isn't he?
He's just working himself into it.
1 for 100. Really good platform.
Yeah. And I think, really, thinking about it from here, if Chris Brittain's there in that last 10 overs, he can control the game from there. He's just opened
like
his
that.
shoulders there. Rob, you've
Just like that.
thrown a challenge to him and he's accepted it.
Well, as a player of his calibre, guys, he will put that away
Every day of the week.
You think so?
absolutely every
Yep.
time he gets the opportunity.
4, 6, 8, 10, 11 off that over. And the
Still-
score's moved along to 1 for 106.
Still harping on it, Neil. The fact that the majority of Jamison's scoring shots have gone out to that mid-wicket
Correct.
area, so
Correct.
clearly not bowling the right line.
Yeah, I mean, if you know the majority of the scoring's in a particular spot, you should be able to adjust your line, your length, and your field to put pressure on that. Baxter, 6 for 120 after having a great start. Dan Warwick made 40 off 48. They've had England, they've had the new Sri Lankan player, Edjasunia, Matajay out, Bill Borthwick.
So we've got a run out here, Neil.
Oh, we have. Look at
Jamison
that. Wow.
was so lazy, he just turned around. He just wasn't even concentrating. The stumps have been thrown down, and he's been caught short.
Yeah.
And I missed it all because I was too busy putting a dot in my book.
Yes.
So, run out.
That's one of the ones where, you'll got to learn from that.
And interesting, Chris Brattain had a quiet word to him as he leaves the field, which is good to do with a young fella in the team who'd batted well. And I'm sure they'll have a bit of a chat about that after the game. A good learning point there for him. Now, before I saw Sammy Prosser padded up. I don't know whether that's him there
Yeah,
or not.
it is. Sammy Prosser coming out the back.
Okay, so getting back to that Baxter game, Harvey in. Actually Nick England's still in. He's on 16. So 6 for 120, 25 overs. Baxter against Sorrento. So they brought themselves back into it there. And wickets, Al Jansen, 4 for 20 off 7. He's in his last over now.
Yeah, it's going to be their problems at the moment for Sorrento, I think. That,
Yep.
It's only
Jake's still got 4 overs to bowl.
Jansen and Wood.
Yeah.
And
Well,
who else is...
Well, Zach got the early wicket, new player for them, Zach Wood. So that's a handy one. Wigg has bowled a bit for them. Rulak's bowled a bit, and
the thing is, Matt Rulak's only playing this game
Correct.
because he goes to Premier Cricket. And
correct.
then you look at the economy of Wigg, 4 overs for 30.
Yeah, loose.
Zach Wood, 5 overs, 1 for 30. So
Yep. Whereas Jansen almost is 8 over, 4 for 20. It's great day's work by him, and he'll be hanging out for the 80 overs when he can bowl a lot.
and that's what I think it's going to have to come down to is Jake
Yes.
Wood and Lee Jansen going to probably have to bowl 30 each.
Yep.
To be honest, each week. And with Libby not there, James Rulak off the ball, and Matt Rulak to Casey, their bowling looks a little thin at the
Yeah,
moment.
you're right.
So new batter, Sam Prosser faces up.
Leg side wide, I think, coming up. Yeah, leg side wide, and they've crossed as well for another run for a bye. Long Island, Red Hill. So Dunlop was run out by Dart for 32. He'll learn a bit from that. Matson was run out for naught. Kyle Parrott, your man, 43 not out off 77. And the South African Van Duka, 17 off 26. So that means 2 for 101 off 26 Long Island.
That's setting himself up nicely.
That is a very interesting game from that point. Best of the bowling for Red Hill. Chris Hughes, 3 overs, none for 6, so he's got a few up his sleeve. O'Connell, new player for them, none for 20 off 5. And young Clower has bowled his 8 overs, none for 31. Glenn Collette's just bowled a couple of overs. Dart's bowled 2 overs for 4. And Lewis, new player for them, none for 4 off 1.
That swung away through backward square, bowling 2 straight there. Jackson, Humphrey
Come back
does
to
the
3.
chasing.
No.
Speaking to Glenn Collette this morning, Neil, and
Yes.
he's very impressed with Lewis, young fella.
Yeah.
Come through the grades, he reckons he's one of those annoying players that's good at everything.
Yes.
Stingrays, basketball. Probably said he's probably a scratch golfer, but he doesn't know. But they'll welcome back Brent Martin, Lincoln Toy, Jamie McCall,
Yeah.
and Adam Slack
Yes.
in the next few weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, I think their best side will be pretty handy. And we'll see how they go today. It'll be an interesting one. Old Peninsula have gone on to 4 for 135 off 25. O'Malley made 51 off 32.
It's slow for Dylan.
Yeah. Oh, it's, the ground's pretty heavy there. Actually, it's not. It's good ground at Baden Powell at the moment. Who else got some runs? Jussie Grant is not out at the moment, 38 from 38. And he's been joined by Zach Bauer.
That's going to plug it.
Still got a couple of bats to go. So, yeah, 4 for 135, 15 overs to go there. Best of the bowling so far is Christou, and he got 2 for 25 off 8. And he continuing to do the job as he did last year for them. He was great last year, wasn't he?
He looks innocuous, but he just gets it done.
And against the good bats, and they really struggle to get him away. So it's great to see him continue.
So Brittain just looking to up his scoring rate here after drinks. That'll be the end of the over. Pines 2 for 112.
Liam Jackson had a bit of a ping, just sent him back to his crease.
You're only just tuning in. RPPFMsports.com.au is our new dedicated sports website now.
Indeed.
Your locker room will go on there.
Yeah, we'll put a few of our little chats that we have during the week. We'll get a little podcast popping out through there, and we get the live cricket and other live sport that we do. And if that's a bit tricky for you, then listening to the MPCA, you can still go through the Facebook page and get the link.
Yep.
MPCA Facebook page, as people are probably used to nowadays.
So Ricky Ramsdale's going to come into the attack now for Pines.
Key part of the game now. We've got 16 overs. If Ricky bowls half of them, he'll try to from here and see if they can hold it together. Mornington 3 for 123 from 29. Thank you to Michael Voss listening in and helping us with the updates.
All the best to Michael Voss as well.
Yes.
Hopefully he's travelling all right.
Yeah. He's good thing about him though, I don't think would he have missed many games of the footy, even though he's really struggling with his mobility.
Don't think he missed any.
Yeah, he's a
trooper.
He is a trooper like that. Bit like you, Rob, when you had both your knees operated on, they wheeled you out and you still called a game.
Yes.
So Ramsdale is bowling that back of a length, not allowing Prosser any pace on the ball.
Actually, I'm sort of hoping early next year I might get the other one done.
Oh, you are going to go for the second one?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
I exaggerated before. He did one last year. Oh, well placed, well angled.
So Sam Prosser will get a single there.
And if you think of all the Prossers, including Jake going back, how many of those little angle shots just behind point have they done over the years?
I'm not sure Jake has done too many of them, that's for sure.
He was starting to. He was starting to.
I think Jake's more of the aggressive
he likes
type
to get
out
out.
of the
He likes to get out and swat, but
brings Brittain on to strike. Field sort of spreads a little bit.
It's a great shot.
Got it through the gap too. That'll be a couple.
Bellum Park are 7 for 105 now. So, with Pradeep going out for 35, been a steady procession there by the Sky Boys.
Carrum Downs 9 for 69. O'Driscoll still in on 31.
Yeah, doing a good job there, Michael. There's always a couple of shocks every week. I don't know whether we would have picked Carrum Downs to crash with the bat like that to have been one of the ones that you'd actually predict, is it? No, you wouldn't have thought that.
They're probably the least likely.
Yeah, least likely, you'd think. So, well done to the Dallicum Park boys.
If they can scrounge 100, though, they're not out of the game.
Correct. So they've still got a couple of overs to go in that game. It's the 31st over, so 9 overs. Yeah, they get another 25, 30, very close to 100. You're in the game. All you need is a couple of early wickets.
Now it's Paddy Jackson coming back on.
How many overs Paddy got so far, Rob?
He's got 5, so he's got 3 up his sleeve.
3 up his sleeve. And none for 17 off the first 5. YCW are 3 for 87 off 30 against Tybe. And that's sort of about the score they were getting last year. 130 was topping them out, which you wouldn't think would be enough against Tybe. Tybe look a bit stronger with the bat than that.
Well, surprisingly, Brittain looks as though he hasn't been a lot of aggression, but he's now sitting on 25 and just moving along nicely.
Seaford 1 for 131. Aaron Bardwell still not out, 71.
Yeah, he's a beauty.
They've still got Jacob Bardwell to bat. Dill Pagini has not batted either.
Yep, he's probably got the pads on now, I would think.
Barclay, 8 overs for 31.
All right, Tin Man still going.
Yeah.
Still going strong. I'm sure he'll...
I don't know if strong's the right word for
Well,
Tin Man, but he's going.
Well, he'll go strong, and I'm sure he'll go stronger tonight.
Yeah, good point.
Here comes Jackson now, bowls. It's up on the pads. No interest from umpire Lanting.
A couple of years ago, neighbours of ours had a band, and they were playing it at the Grand, whatever that's called, upstairs there. I can't remember those sort of names, but they're playing up there. So we went to have a look, and sitting in the dark little corner, just sipping on a beer, watching the band, and it's Glenn Barclay.
Would have been a cold BB, that's for sure.
Yeah, and he smiled. How you going? Talked a bit of cricket.
So they're just dropping one out to backward square here.
Yep.
Jackson against Chris Brittain.
And Billy Humphries out there patrolling the boundary. Here comes Jackson, Paddy Jackson now. Bowls Brittain. Just edges into the gully. Oh, Sam Pross is taking off 100 miles an hour.
Oh.
Interesting to see what happens here with Jackson just changing the field. Will he probably bowl the first short ball? We haven't seen one as yet.
Hardly any.
It's not a bad option just to have a look.
Good crowd down here.
Excellent crowd. It's good to see.
One day cricket brings in the crowd.
Well, it does. Yeah.
Right.
Plus, get those other
it helps
the
that the
lower grades aren't on.
And it helps that Thursday and Fourths aren't playing.
A 2 for 116. Langmore and Chris Brittain at the crease. The players out. Matt Prosser for 23. LBW to Liam Jackson. And Jamison run out for 52.
Oh, it's a nice shot, that. That is a beautiful shot. Down to third man. Prosser will want to come back for 3. And Brittain responds. Takes a score along to 119 for the loss of 2 wickets. Very nice little late cut. Just let the ball run off the bat.
If you're going to bowl that length, Rob, I'm not sure you need mid-off on the fence.
Kyle Parrott's on 49 not out at the moment. Long Island 2 for 116.
Oh, here comes Jackson now, bowling to Prosser. Shout. But Brittain calls him through. There should be 2 here because they're all too busy peeling.
Being chased. They got a couple out of that.
Yeah, the umpire reckons it's off the bat.
Maybe. Hasn't called it yet. He's having a chat to the bowler. Yeah, it looks like a bit of a nick on it.
Bit of wood. Like to score along the 121.
So he certainly looked dangerous in his second spell here, Paddy
hang on.
Jackson.
He has.
You just signalled leg buys, did he?
Oh, did he? I don't know. I didn't
No.
pick that
Or
up.
was he just
No.
scratching his leg?
Scratching his leg, I think.
I'm not too sure what he's doing. Comes Jackson again. Bowls to Prosser, who defends this time back to the bowler. So it's 5 off. 6 overs for 22, and the score is 2 for 121.
Toot 7 for 69 at this stage.
The old round 1 curse has got a few clubs now.
Oh yeah, we take responsibility for that.
Carrum Downs 9 for 71.
Ooh. Will that tail wag? Still got a few overs there. And of course, the other thing with the grounds as they've been, you don't know how many people have actually had a hit outside or in the nets. And indoor batting is a lot different.
Oh, absolutely. And you put a field out there.
Yeah, it makes a difference.
Fielders in front of the bat.
Yeah, you can make a lot of runs in the nets when there's no fieldsman there in your own mind.
You know, plus Thursday wouldn't have helped either because it got dark pretty quick.
Actually, yes, I'll notice the difference this week with daylight saving, and it'll be from now on. It'll be darker later, and
Yeah, we all lose an hour tonight, don't we?
well, sort of. I mean, I don't mind it when when it's light in the morning and it's not even 6 o'clock. I don't think that's a good thing. Can't be a good thing.
I don't mind it. I'm up that early every morning, so.
Yeah, I'm a lot older than you, AJ.
So Ramsdale into Sam Prosser. Dabbed away, no run. Just putting the brakes on it here a bit, Ricky Ramsdale. Two for 121. That point fielder in close needs to be right on his heels, on his toes, sorry, because he can't be on his heels. They know that they're trying to just dab for one there every time.
Yeah, he's got to be moving in pretty quick.
Absolutely.
Comes around Sale again now, bowling for Tane. Outside the off stump, allowed to go through.
Tulgaruka 7 for 72. Bobby Parslow's still in on 28, not out.
Yeah, I reckon his batting's underestimated. Bobby, he's not bad. He hold a straight bat. And he's a bit of grit about him, so he makes you earn the wicket.
I think that he's certainly probably underperformed with the bat so far.
Yeah,
I think he's got a lot more talent than
than he's displayed. Yeah, that's a fair call.
Oh, and here comes Ramsdale again. It's just a bit of a change to the field.
Oh, that's too short, definitely.
Yep.
Let him work that one.
I don't think it'll make it to the boundary. No, it
Not
won't.
quite. Oh.
It'll be a comfortable. No, Pross is coming back for a third.
Yeah, good running. He's turned around and said something to, or unless he's just checking with Chris Brattain, saying yes, it was definitely there, and just clarifying their running. I think. Yeah.
I think Rammer and Sam Prosser might be having a couple of words there, Neil.
I couldn't imagine that.
I think Rammer's still having a good go. That's good. That's what we want. As long as it's all above board.
Yeah, no, I think you're right now. I can see it's continuing, but yeah.
It'll continue.
It will. Yep.
Well, Rammer is never short of a word.
He'll let go of it about Wednesday morning, I think.
One of the MPCA's great characters.
Oh, absolutely.
Playing against his former club.
And having not so long ago, having a week in Bali. I think Bali has recovered.
It's a great length from Paddy Jackson to Brattain. He's certainly just going full at the stumps, and probably why he's got that backward square out so he can be that little bit straighter.
Jackson at the top of his run up. Approaches, bowls, Brattain drives. No run.
Been very impressed with Paddy Jackson's second spell here, guys.
Yeah, he's keeping the ball up in the length.
Yeah, doing well.
Apart from the one ball that he allowed to be late cut, but he's been attacking outside the off stump.
Seaford have lost their second wicket, 2 for 140. Manders out LBW to Brad Davison.
Oh, now, if I was in charge, I'd be bringing Dill Pagini and just seeing what happens for a few overs. It almost doesn't matter if he goes out, you know, just
Well,
go.
that man has come in, Neil.
Are you? Good.
Yeah.
I thought he might
Was it about 10 overs to go?
be close to that.
Yep, 9 overs.
9 overs. There's 50
Yeah, that's
if
enough.
it works.
Well, that's enough for 70 if he
And
gets
if
going.
it doesn't, there's other blokes who can have a dip anyway. Rye, 6 for 81, playing Mount Martha. Probably not going to be enough, you'd think.
Well, he's through the gap. He's got to pick up 2 here.
Somerville, 3 for 174 off 28.
Whoa.
That's what it's on my cricket.
Okay. Good, because that had frozen a while ago and I was giving up.
Which doesn't surprise me when you've got Harrison Barnes, Nick Mann, Brenton Alpley, Lowry,
Yes.
Brad McDonald, Amini, which is the
Papua New Guinea
Papua New
guy.
Guinean.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
they got a fair lineup along with Cam Sharp in.
Yeah, I'll try and get some individual scores through from Pete Alp during the afternoon. Be interesting to know who made them.
Jason Nagel hasn't messaged in.
No, he's a bit above that now. He used to be right involved in all the. He's a bit above it.
Yeah.
A bit above it now, Jace. Yeah.
Two for 126 here.
Yeah, well, I got 127, so
Ooh. Ooh.
actually I got 129 to be honest.
Oh, let's go 2 for 129 then.
Yeah.
Rob's not often wrong. This is the 28th over, Rob.
Yep.
Murdoch, 7 for 127 off 32. Let's see what else I can find about that game. So that's Murdoch playing Heather Hill, 7 for 1. What did I say? 121, 32, something like that. Double check.
Actually, the score is 129.
7 for 127 off 32 was Murdoch against Heather Hill. Wouldn't think it was enough, but
Tell you what, 12 overs to go.
yes, and welcome
Well,
back,
thank
Daz.
you
Welcome
for
back,
that.
Daz. Yeah.
Thank you, Neilo. So a runner ball gets them 201, boys, which would be a more than competitive score, you'd
Very
think.
good score, very good. So it's sort of been online for about the 200 mark, and built into there, you think, yeah, a little bit of acceleration. Let's wait and see. But how long Chris Brattain? So he's just ticking along beautifully. Really,
Yeah, he's just cruising at the
Yeah,
moment.
you wouldn't have, if you picked him for a score, you wouldn't have said, oh no, he's 32, not out or something, and he just got a nick. Wow.
Wow. The fortunes can change.
Yeah,
They deserve
yeah,
that,
yeah.
the Pines. They'd gone into a little bit of lockdown mode the last few overs, and post-drinks, Neil, you'd probably say the spoils have been shared.
They have.
It's now 2 for 45 since we've come
Ramsdale,
back.
yeah, Ramsdale getting that wicket, so he's in his third over, got 1 for 9. And the other Jacksons have bowled pretty tidily. Liam, I think, has got 1 to go, and Paddy's got 1 to go. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go this end. We'd imagine that Ricky Ramsdale will stay set up from the school end from the rest of the day. It's going to be interesting to see how they work that end. A couple of guys have bowled well. They've still got overs up their sleeve.
Now, who's this coming?
Is that
Just
Trav or not?
Just while we figure that out, I'll tell you what, as a batsman, you'd be walking off absolutely filthy. It was a rank ball outside off stump.
Yes.
Could have cut it away. They didn't have a field set up for a cut shot.
They'd left a gap.
He just played under the ball, didn't
Yep.
he? And a nice edge. And
Yep.
we've talked about the wicket keeping a couple of times, Neil,
We
up
have.
to the pace, but to the spinner, that's a fantastic catch and just
Good effort.
reward. So
Yep.
2 for 45 off 8.2 overs, since we've come back from drinks. That is a decent run rate, but if the wickets keep falling, momentum's with the Pines. So this game at 3 for 129 is set up magnificently.
It is.
course. Hope you can join us throughout the afternoon. What a run chase this is going to be. A
gonna
new
be
look
beauty.
Pines. Of course, have lost their number one man with the Willow. Neil's been telling us all week.
Yeah, well, it'd be
Coming up a division is going to be all the tougher.
Yeah. Rye have moved on to 7 for 81 against Mount Martha.
Their tail is going to want to wag.
Well, they've got to just hang on and see what they can scrounge up. They've probably done best when they've bowled first and just got a couple of early wickets in games in the past couple of seasons. But any time that they've won with runs on the board, it's been a lot more than 7 for 81. So yeah, just keep an eye on that and how it all works out.
As the first ball played off the pads, as good left-handers do, down towards...
Yeah, the new batsman is the new player, Winnaski.
Backwards square.
Oh.
That'll take me a few goes to get the pronunciation right.
Wodarski, yes. Yeah,
That ball outside off stump, rightly left alone. But a nice clip off his pad. That's a good way to get off the start, Nilo. Just a leg stump, thigh high delivery that you can turn away for a couple.
yeah. So I don't know whether that's something to do with
Comes in, padded back to the bowler.
the left-right combination going on, or anyway, we'll keep an eye on that.
It's either been a fantastic coincidence or a definite tactic for sure. Comes in.
Oh,
big
bit of a
swing.
yell. Umpire's
Ooh.
not interested. The fact that it looked a little agricultural, that swing.
Mm.
So he's had one nice little tuck off the hip and then a real scratchy drive.
Yeah,
so
nice defensive shot and then just a big swing seemingly out of nowhere as we finish the 29th. 3 for 129's the score. So 11 overs to go, which means a runner ball gets them to 195. What are we calling par? What's the par score you think from here, Nilo? 180?
190.
180.
180 par. All right,
Something.
we'll split the difference and call it 185 for the boys, I think. We won't squabble too much.
Now, if they end up over 180, I reckon they'd be comfortable with it.
Yeah.
From this position, but maybe they'd be disappointed if they didn't get to 200. Not that setting targets.
I think if
Sometimes you come unstuck if you set a target, but
I think if the Pines come off chasing under 190, I think they're going to feel like they're
they've done okay.
majorly in the game, especially with a 68-run opening partnership.
Paddy Jackson now bowling to Sam Prosser. He just plays into the point region for no run. Yeah, well, Sam Prosser's not exactly one who really attacks the ball with a bit of ferocity.
Yeah, he's going to have to be the scoreboard ticker in this situation, I think.
And I couldn't tell you anything about Winarski.
New player, and
He's going to write his own story, which
exactly.
I like.
Yeah.
As Paddy Jackson comes in. That's probably his first short ball, and that's going to go for 4.
It's going to run away.
The question is it leg buys or is it off the bat? We'll find out shortly. It looks like off the bat.
Off the bat.
So maybe a half chance, although the wicket keeping's been pretty good today, so we'll say out of reach. The score will tick along to 3 for 135. Nice shot off the pads. Not a lot of luck for the bowlers bowling on a middle and leg side sort of line. Anyway, but this game perfectly poised as Paddy Jackson comes back in the bowl. That's better. Line length, well dug out.
Yeah, over the last couple of years, seeing Sam Prosser, he doesn't really sort of give the ball a nudge. He's sort of more of a dibber and dabber.
Yeah.
And as we said, Winarski's going to write his own story today. We'll find out a little bit about him.
Still got Trav Campbell to come, who can move it along a little bit. He's sitting there with the pads on now. A couple other guys, they've got a bit of batting to come.
Just ticked around the corner again. 1. That's all they're going to get.
I like that. Apart from one half chance run out style, they've been very direct with their calls and their running, Langwarren. So they've only had the one mix up that, look, it didn't turn out to be as dangerous as it could have been, but they've been pretty impressive with their communication as the batsmen meet, and probably just proving me wrong, the morning a bit clearer there, so I appreciate that. From Langwarren, 3 for 136 the score, and not too long left. 10 overs after this. And it's going to have to be an accelerated 10 if they want to get up to the 200 as Paddy Jackson comes in, round the wicket. He plays.
Nicely played at the cover region for no run.
Yeah. I like the faith as well, so he's going around the wicket to a 6-3 field. So he knows, Paddy knows that he's going to be punished if he bowls straight.
Well, Paddy's he's been around for a little bit now, even though he's still young. He's been one of the better bowlers in the competition.
He has for a while, yeah. We're starting to raise a question that you raised before we got on air, Rob. We're going 2.25 hours. If you bowl at the expected rate which is 16 overs per hour, you'd be up to over number 36 now, and I think we're on over number 30, aren't we?
Yeah, it's too slow.
So we're probably 5 or 6 overs behind where you should be for a 12:30 start.
How many extra deliveries have we had?
That's true. On the wides, that's part of it.
We're now nearly up to 2 overs.
Okay, so normally
That's
it's
part of it
32,
as
which
well.
would still be too slow. So
Would still be too slow, but
not excusing that. But yeah, I agree. I think it's the time between overs is a massive factor.
Yep.
Nilo, we know the Big Bash are bringing in a clock, so
I like that idea.
yeah, which is going to be, we know the Big Bash forever trying to evolve the game, revolutionise the game, but that's something that they'll be bringing in this year, of course, as well as their draft, which was interesting.
Yeah.
Ramsdale comes in, bowls to Prosser, who sweeps, but to no
run.
avail.
No run.
That could have landed 6 foot off the pitch. He still would have tried to sweep it. That was
I think he was ready for it.
Yeah,
I think he was ready for
he
it.
Definitely was.
It's a bit of a Prosser trait between him and Matty, like to sweep. Here comes Ramsdale again, bowls, and
stumped.
Gone.
Great bit of work by the keeper. He's kept well today.
Yeah,
you mentioned that early on, Daz. He's maintained that standard.
He was buying all the wicket-keeping stock. He's at stump. 2 of them are lying on the ground. There's only middle stump that looks like it survived there.
Yeah, a lot of high fives, and well done by the keeper.
So 1 for 84 was the score at Drinks. It's now 4 for 136 with 9.4 overs, I think, to go. So 58 balls left. Of course, that 58 will take us to 194 if they can maintain a run of ball. But if wickets keep going at this rate, Neil, that's going to be a struggle.
There's a bit Trav Campbell coming in, by the looks of it.
Yeah, Trav will wriggle it on a bit.
New batsman got to get their eye in, of course.
And we keep talking about the keeper, but we haven't mentioned his name. It's Jake P. Sterling Harley's little brother.
Young Jack.
Tell you what, young Jack with the gloves. He is getting a tick from me.
Yeah.
100%.
Looks very good.
He's been up to a quickie. The work off the spinners has been fantastic, and he's very enthusiastic with his stumping, but it doesn't matter if it's one, both bails, or all 3 stumps. Neil, if he's out, he's out.
There's
so
no rule that says you only got to knock one bail off.
Yes, exactly right. It's it's at least. It's the minimum, not the maximum, so I like it.
Correct.
Neatness doesn't count.
Yeah, that's it.
But young Jack, he's been up and down the first and seconds for the last 2 or 3 years. Sometimes the filling keeper.
Yeah, well,
he's got his chance now because
they've had Rick Anstis there a bit, and
they had Taylor Adams there for what's his name, Taylor Smith.
Taylor Smith, yeah. But from what I've seen, Jack's equal to them. But he might even be a nose above them, so maybe they've gone on other factors, batting and things like that. Well, he's made a few runs too in seconds.
Yeah, he's
P. Sterling.
He's not a bad little keeper, actually, to be honest.
It's been very good today.
Is there 2 very nice deliveries to get first up? Trav Campbell.
Matt Eliza 7 for 114 off 36.
Geez, that's a game that's tightly in the balance. If Matt Eliza's bowlers want to get a groove on.
Well, the Barons will be get their 16 overs in.
The key to that game is going to be the batting of Kieran Vocal from here. He's the sort of batsman who can steer them through. He just consistently makes 60s and 70s in the 40-over games the last year or two. And
nicely played
that'll be enough if he did it today.
Should get 2.
Should get 2.
And nicely played off the
Well done by young Jack there.
Yeah, he's
throwing himself all over the place.
You're not going to knock his enthusiasm for absolute certain, but
he's been good. What I did like too in the field, they've been
the
pretty
backing
good.
up there.
The backing up, there was two or three moving for the backups or deflections, and it was good work there by the Pines boys.
Been pretty switched on in the field. No dropped catches so far, or not that I can remember.
No, I don't think there's been any.
That one's a bit wider. Played very fine.
There'll be a couple again.
Got a bit of bat on that.
Probably
You'd have to be.
Got to aim for 3. Yeah, definitely off the bat. I would have thought. Probably stops a metre and a half short, and the batsman will come back for 3.
Got themselves for 3.
Well ran 2. Comfortable 3.
Buys.
Buys.
Okay. Gee, I thought there was a little bit of nick.
I'm on Team Jackie. I reckon he was unlucky.
He was a bit stiff. That's probably, I mean, that's almost Yorking length for the keeper. They're the hardest ones to grab.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably onto the bowler there to get the ball up a bit shorter, but 4 for 141 is the score. That should be after 31 overs. We should be having, I think, 9 more.
Oh, we should have 9 more, yeah.
Let's go for it. Why not?
I'm hoping the scoreboard attendants are looking after me well there.
Yeah, 31 from 40 leaves 9.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not doubting the math. I was doubting the old scoreboard man who thought I hadn't moved it in a while. So.
Oh, his fingers are probably a bit sore. So it'll be Campbell to face Billy Humphries, who just had a nice little long chase down to pick up the ball.
Yeah,
That'll test his fitness.
a change of ends as well.
I think it was he didn't. Well, start with Ricky's bowl, and once Ricky bowls, that's it. That's my end.
That's it. Yeah, that's got my name on it, fellas. So you can sort it out at the other end as he comes in, round the wicket.
Wide.
Ooh, okay.
Speaking of making the game go quicker, come on up. Sense of theatre would be nice. My word.
You've been, as you should be, pretty tight on the wides. They've been told to be tight on the wides in the one-dayer. It's one of the adjustments for this year.
All tongue-in-cheek, I can assure you.
What do the umpires get paid overtime nowadays?
We live in a world of hourly rates, I think. But as young Humphrey comes in.
Tell you what, if you made the trouble,
hello.
if it hits, no.
Oh, very close at the bowler's end, but they get through for 1, and they're going to...
Well called. Trav didn't want to get going, and probably would have been short if it hit the stumps, but there was a run there.
Yeah, they're going to live and die by that, which we don't mind.
They got to.
Yeah. And of course, if it's the non-striker being run out, your fresh batsman's not facing up. So,
what do you reckon? If you bowl a wide, at the end of the game, you've got to give $5 to the umpire.
We're going to have balls hitting the top of off that are going to get called wides if that's the case.
Tell you what I'll do, I'll still be umpiring.
As Humphrey comes in, my goodness, that one pitched up outside off stump.
Yeah, if they had those sort of rules in.
Yeah, you'd be there.
Yeah, we'd be down a commentator.
I'd be in a wheelchair, but I'd be out. Oh no, he'd keep the headset on and call it from there.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, he gives the Wi-Fi headset.
And instead of around the ground, we'll go to the ground. That'd be good.
Yeah, I wouldn't be calling one. I said, there's another $5.
Seaford, 5 for 156 off 35. Aaron Bardwell, 80 not out.
Ooh. That's a fantastic start to his season.
Certainly is.
Here comes Humphrey now, bowling the Wanaski, who just dabs it down through what would have been a gully.
So
He's coming back for 2.
5 out in that game, Rob, suggests to me that Dill didn't last too long.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. But that was, I mean, you just throw him in, and if it works, it works. You know, there's plenty of batting.
Well, he does have a defensive shot in his repertoire.
He must have somewhere, but we've never seen it.
Probably thinks defence is the thing separating the ground from the fans.
From the exactly. Yeah,
it separates between 4 and 6.
Right, Humphrey up again.
Bowls to Wanaski, who defends.
There's a defensive shot in the repertoire.
Yeah, it's good to see one every now and then.
Yeah. Still has a place in our short form.
Has a place in any form.
4 for 145. A score for Lang Warren, who had none for 68. We're looking like they were posting. Well, it was 200 plus extras, wasn't it?
We thought 200 plus, and now 200's.
Looks like a pipe dream.
It looks a little difficult, and
I still think 190s are.
Yeah, I think 180 to 190s. We said before, Rob, anywhere around that area. Par score, and you'd have to bat real well to get there.
Yeah,
As well.
He's sliced away.
I'll be departing at tea time.
Who's that?
I'll be departing
You?
at tea time, yes.
Wow. I hope you don't want someone to look after the book and look up, make it neat like we normally do.
And I won't be here next week, Neil, so you can make a mess of it for 3 pages.
Oh, God.
My word.
Pressure on.
Yeah.
Who do we know?
Hope you. Oh, you don't want my handwriting in
No,
that book, let me tell you.
Pressure's on.
I can. I've got some talent somewhere, Neil. Not sure where
But-
it is,
but
but it
it's
exists
not that.
somewhere. But it's not in my
Not the-
calligraphy. Let me tell you.
Yeah, indeed.
Here comes Humphrey now, bowls to Winowski, who dabs it down to third man. Just be a single.
Again, not that ball's not going in the air, so you got to wonder how long they persist with a deepish third man, giving away a single, but pretty tidy over that
It is.
from young Humphrey, who I think's been pretty good. I think he's bowled some uncertain areas. I'm not
He
sure
has.
if he's gotten the fields to fully back him up, but I think he's
Oh,
been
he's
pretty solid.
Bit wavered early. He's the main contributor to the wides.
His first over might have let me down, but the longer he's bowled, the better he's gone.
Yeah, his second spell's been much better.
Well, he's only bowled 1 over.
Well, it's it, though. It's been a good one. Look better.
Look, let's pass judgment after about 2 or 3.
All right.
We pass judgment as we go.
Yeah. We change from ball to ball if required.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm just too old to be passing judgment after 1 over.
We stick to our principles. It's the situation that changes.
Ramsdale now bowling to Winowski. Just dabs it to nowhere.
Just making sure he's getting some bat on ball there, but
Ramsdale at the moment's got 4 overs, 2 for 13.
and he hasn't really given a lot away. Just the one
Oh,
sort of loosener I can remember. The old Lance Kloosner, former South African. As he bowls a little bit of an inside edge.
Oh no, he's fallen over. He's rolled.
Oh, Rick.
He's done the roll.
He's up.
He's Rick rolled us.
7.6 on the
I
Richter.
was going to say, I reckon that might have measured.
Oh boy.
Here comes Ramsdale again, bowls. And that's been
Turn
hooked
on
out
that
through
one.
mid-wicket. Bit of a chase for young Declan Jackson. And he's not
gonna
going to get there.
Not going to get there.
That'll bring up the 150 for Lane Lauren. 7 overs to come after this.
Mornington 8 for 168.
That's a very even contest.
Not bad, is it?
Yeah, very even.
Who are they playing again?
Tigers.
Seaford Tigers.
Yeah. That was a game where we were really divided on.
Yes,
Yes.
it was one of only a couple of games. There was some contentious disagreement between Neil and our man AJ, who I'm sure will jump on for the last few overs.
Yeah, we'll get him on. Well, if Rob's heading off at the break, we'll certainly get him on.
Absolutely.
Here comes Ramsdale again. And that's hooked out through Whitish, long on. Just about took the bird out.
Rob Quiney style.
Oh, saved it. Well done.
Yep.
Great fielding. Yep.
Couple of runs. And Baxter all out for 161. Warwick 40. Jansen 4 for 20.
Good
And
start there.
after a great start from Baxter to be all out for one, or they'd be disappointed with that. I reckon
Yeah.
they've probably fallen 20 or
20 or so
sh-
short,
yeah,
yeah.
20 or so short. And Sorrento got enough good bats to make that
Just be the one.
today.
Yes, we get a single out to long on, 4 for 153. Yeah, that would be disappointed with that Baxter, I think. Neilo, you're right. And if they do, if it is a 2 or 3 wicket loss per se, we're probably spot on, aren't we? So
Yep.
what an ending to this innings it's going to be. 7 overs left, 4 for 153. They're still on track to get 190 with the run of ball, so over to you, Pines.
Yep,
This is where the batsmen that are in the field are just thinking some dot balls here would be incredibly handy.
Yeah.
Actually, I will be here till about 5 o'clock, actually.
You,
Yeah.
just for this innings. It's been slow. It has been slow, Rob, as you mentioned.
I'll tell you what, it might be hard for the players on the first day back. I'll tell you what, it's just as hard for some bloke with a pen in his hand trying to concentrate on a scoreboard. Seriously, the brain is just not quite.
Not quite in cricket mode.
No.
No.
Doing the Lord's work, Rob. We appreciate it.
No, I'm thinking about all the beers I'm going to drink tonight at the Grand Hotel at the presentation night.
Oh, true. That's coming up. Oh, sneaky fail. there. Billy Humphrey almost dragged it back towards the stumps.
Well, of course, you remember the most infamous drag back onto the stumps, don't you? Adam Zampa for the Stars versus the Renegades.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not sure whose bat it came off. I don't want to give a name that might be incorrect. I think it might have been Peter Neville from memory. Came off his bat onto Zampa's forehead and hit the stumps. And, of course, Zamps wouldn't have liked that. He enjoys what he sees in the mirror, the South Australian leggy.
Yes, he.
I've had situations like that before in my misfield where I've just touched the ball and it's deflected onto the stumps and the bloke's out.
Yeah, that's
I've called it intentional. No, I meant to flick that one then. No one ever believed me, but I've still stuck with that story.
That's some incredible dexterity you've got there, Neil. Very impressive.
That's right.
You might remember this one, Neil, because you're about the same vintage.
Yes.
Or just a fraction older.
a lot. Yeah, we're going.
Eric Freeman standing at short leg, and I think it was the West Indian pulled the ball off his head.
Yes.
And Keith Stackpie running around the boundary, caught it.
Yeah, correct.
The ball is ricocheted 65 metres off poor old Eric Freeman's head. And there's Freeman laying on the ground.
Yeah.
That's
chance.
This will be out.
Should be caught. Yep.
Great hands.
Well
Looks
taken.
so sure under that.
Yep.
And that's the end of Winowski.
Didn't look like dropping it. So the first chapter in his own story ending probably a bit more prematurely, but the Pines are up and about. 5 for 153. They were looking at probably chasing 200, 220 if Langwarrin could really get going, but right now 200 is probably looking like the maximum for Langwarrin at the moment, Neil. So credit to the home team.
Pines have dragged it back.
Down here at Eric Bell Reserve, of course.
Getting a score through from the Basketball World Cup. The Opals defeated...
China?
No, not China. That was they lost that one out. This is now the semi-final. They've played Canada.
Okay.
They won that one 95-65.
You beauty.
And Lauren Jackson in her last game got 30 points.
Oh.
They held.
Question is, why wasn't she on the court late to finish the... Oh, Nilo's just caught one to the chin.
Just the back of the head and just almost... I don't know where that goes.
Goodness. No, we might.
Oh, hang on. Might go there.
Yeah, that hole there, Neil.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's the one.
But it's popped. I don't know what's going on.
But yeah, wasn't there some contention in the late stages of the China game? My goodness.
Well, I reckon they blew the last last minute or so when they got the ball stolen off them.
Yeah, finishing
2 points.
Yeah, finishing.
Went for a layup themselves at the end of the game and missed it, and had their most experienced person sitting on the bench. So there was a discussion about that. Yes.
Good
Oh,
shot
hello.
to cover.
Oh.
That's.
Gee, I tell you what, if he from the ground there, if he picked it up and knocked the stumps, that would have been impressive, and the batsman would have been short too.
Yeah, Langwarrin bloke probably would have kept running past the goalpost, jumped the fence, and jumped in the car. I reckon he would have been that far out, my word. But
yeah, just to finish the story off.
Yes.
They're all raced out to stack pole, say, well caught. I forgot about poor old Eric Freeman, who's spread eagles on the pitch.
He's looking half dead.
With a great big googie egg on his forehead.
That's not what we're after at all.
Yeah.
It was back in those days, they didn't like the South Australians that much, did they?
Do we now? Yes, we do.
Oh! Here we go.
Whoever that new batsman is, he's gone.
Yeah, we're just about to make a put down the name, and bang, he's out. 2
stumps gone, the middle peg rocked back. That is an outstanding Yorker.
YCW, 9 for 1, 2, 3 off their 40, and Chaturanga from Tyab 4 for 16.
Have we got a score update from your favourite South African, Neil?
No.
The man whose name you can't pronounce without doing the accent?
Yeah.
Rob, are you aware of this? Did you catch during the week? I'm hoping you did, and plenty of people have caught up with
from
the
South Africa.
MPCA show.
Van Tucker from South Africa.
Yeah, your man. He can't say his name without doing the accent, right? It's outstanding.
And I haven't got the details other than the Somerville guys got about 180. That's about all I can get. I don't know what's happening there. They were going to be on the My Cricket, but as often happens with My Cricket, bit of a freeze, and the scores will probably pop through about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. But I'll go and update for you, Rob.
Sounds like a plan. Of course, earlier today, in a bit of the state cricket, New South Wales bowled all out for 76. And WA at last check were none for 24. As AJ rejoins us, mate. How are you?
Yep, not too bad. Not much.
Going to be a good finish to this one. None for 43. WA are chasing 77, so they'll get the job done.
You would think so. Got the late wickets here for Pines.
It's been a good comeback. None for 68 and then one for 84 at the midpoint. 5 for 70 since. It's been really good.
It's been on the back of Pat Jackson and Ricky Ramsdale, the experienced bowlers. Billy Humphrey just then.
Yeah, what a delivery that was. Wonderful sight for the bowler. 2 stumps gone and one of them...
Is it Mockett, is it?
Rocketed backwards.
You sure it's Mockett?
And Neil will be happy because Tuscarooka are all out for 98. I believe, if I'm reading that screen right, Sus is giving me the tick of approval. Sean Garner, 3 for... Does that say 3 for 6? 3 for 6? My goodness. So, I'm sure AJ will be getting the call during the week to fire the boys up, AJ, because
I wouldn't have thought so.
all out for double digits isn't what we're looking for in this caper.
A few sides that'll do that today, Daz.
Yeah,
Round 1.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it's Ramsdale now bowling to Campbell. Bowls down the leg side. It'll just be a single down there as young Declan Jackson comes in and throws the ball back to the bowler. The new batsman in is Porter, and the batsman who came and went first ball was Glastonbury.
Yeah, that's the of all the ways that you want to start your season.
Yeah, first nut.
First peg, and it's been the ball of the day. So sometimes it's just got your name on it. We asked the boys before, AJ, pass score for Langwarrin from here. It's probably going to be lower than we said before, given we've had 2 wickets since.
180.
Yeah, seems to be the general
Porter
consensus.
faced his first ball. He's on the back foot. A little bit cramped as he pushes into the covers for no run.
Still got Taylor Smith in the sheds, though, guys.
I'm surprised he's batting so low, actually.
They're not in a totally perilous position, Langwarrin, so probably break glass in case of emergency style operation they've got going.
Young fella here doesn't want to go back too far to Ricky Ramsdale.
You'll fraught him with danger.
Doesn't need to do anything silly, but plant that front foot.
Oh, like that.
Yeah.
He's got one. Is it off the pad? No, he's got an inside edge.
It's exactly the one I was saying.
Yeah.
Don't keep going back.
That misses that inside edge. That leg side bail would be off the stump and he would be walking off the ground. So AJ, our Nostradamus himself, feeling very happy with the way he's going at the moment. And why wouldn't you?
Someone liked it.
Yeah, someone liked it. I don't know who that was, but they can stand a bit closer if that's the way they're going to react to my material.
So he's opened the field up a fair bit. So
Yes.
it releases the pressure a little bit because all he has to do is push it.
And he's absolutely burnt him.
No, not according to
No,
the man.
of course not according to the square leg umpire.
And Trumby's just said a few
And
words.
and the crowd letting us know that might have been an incorrect decision.
I don't know if it was incorrect, but like, it looked a lot worse than it certainly was.
Imagine if it came down to a run. It's what you don't want, but 6 for 157. Here's the score line, and
Yeah, Ricky's got the hands on the hips. He's giving it to the teapot. The double teapot. He's not happy.
no, he's only just released now as he's trudging to his spot there at shortish cover.
It'll be Billy Humphries to resume hostilities again. On the
Can
track, Campbell.
we give some judgment now off 2 overs, Rob, or do we need to see a third?
Oh, no, he's come back quite nicely. He's now picked up, 2 for 6 off his 2 overs. So, yes, he's bowling a lot better.
Yep, beautiful, I like it.
Yeah, 1 over's a bit hard to judge.
We had faith in the young man as he comes in. Well bowled, well fielded, good cricket.
Shout out to Billy's mum as well, who's prepared me scoring, but she's prepared me a chicken roll.
Oh, how nice of her.
Oh, just
Did you
not enough to go round, or
No, I got a text message halfway up Peninsula Link saying from my mother-in-law that Leanne has made you a nice chicken roll and it's waiting for you at half time. I couldn't believe it.
all right, well, you know, after a bite each, there's not going to be much to spare, AJ, so that's a shame for you. But
well.
I'm looking forward to tucking in as Humphrey comes in. And as we've seen it, hang on, chance. Out if he hits. Nice backing up's going to stop a second. But they're going to live and die by those singles.
I think we were just all thinking about the chicken roll.
Yeah. Well, probably would have gone better received if there were rolls, but we'll deal with one each. We can share.
That's it. Just get the knife out and cut it into fives.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's not a great number for cutting the old odds, but anyway.
Right, it's now Humphrey bowling to Porter. What can he do here? Comes in over the wicket, bowls. And he sort of swings the bat and gets it away to mid-wicket for a single.
Wind's picking up, yeah. Oh, look at us on the same page, mate.
I know. We spend enough time with each other with the headsets on.
I'm really enjoying your enthusiasm about that too, AJ. You're really up saying that, weren't you?
Yeah.
How pumped are you that we're spending time together? I'm enjoying it too,
Absolutely.
frankly.
Mount Eliza all out 124.
No comment.
That's about
Not allowed to.
That's about their average score, actually. Well, actually, it's probably on last year. It's probably about 60 above their average score.
All right. Rob's getting in the skip bin this year, so I'm finally being evicted, which is good as Humphrey comes in and a swat to deepish cover for a single. So that'll be 6 for 159 for Langwarren. 4 overs after this. So that means, 6 for 160, which means a run of ball after this. We're looking at still about 184, 185 at this point.
Yeah.
Which the Pines would be pretty happy with, of course, after their start. 1 for 84 at the halfway point.
Still think you're taking 184.
Yeah, if you're Langwarren, for sure.
In the first game of the year.
The ground's not going to get any quicker. The boundaries don't get any smaller, as we know.
Depends if you go and kick the cones in.
As that's over the top. That's a fantastic shot. That's 4.
That's whacked.
Yeah, save your legs, son. You'll do a cramp that way. That's not what you want. But that's a fantastic swat over mid-wicket for 4 as we compliment how the Pines have been able to knuckle down and get some consecutive dot balls and some time without a boundary. We get a fantastic shot like that.
It's just that hit length there, Daz.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just swung across it and threw it.
Sure, he got all of it. So I get the feeling this one's going to be ankles from Humphreys. He comes in. Oh, he's in the zone again. This one not as hit. And it's going to be a run. Oh, no.
It's a fumble. Bad throw.
Oh, yeah, the throw wasn't there. And young Jack, we've talked him up all afternoon. It's probably the only error he's made all day. That should have been 7 down for Langwarren. He was in that hitting zone again. He just didn't get it at all. Yeah, and they took off hit and run style like it was beach cricket.
Yeah, look, in Jack's defence.
Yeah, the throw needed to be on the full.
He's on the move and
Yep.
it should have been thrown to him.
Yep.
Not to the stumps.
Underrated aspect of cricket, that. It's like if you go footy terms, AJ, you've got to kick to the space that their player's running into rather than the player themselves.
Absolutely.
You've got to throw it into where the keeper's gloves are going to be. But that ends the over. 6 for 164. 4 overs to go. So 188 is a run of ball, which is what Langwarren will be chasing, of course.
Yeah, well, Billy Humphrey's got 1 over to go. Ramsdale's got 2 overs to go. So they'll probably come back to probably Liam Jackson maybe to bowl the last over.
So Rick comes in and they'll get an easy
field.
single in the end. The late great Roy Simons isn't going to like that. He can have the notebook out, noting the players that are giving away runs or saving them.
What's happened to the wide Yorker, guys?
Yeah, it's a good question, AJ. They've been pretty tight with the wide, so maybe the bowlers are thinking that, it's got to be perfect or they're going to end up bowling some extras.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Chris Landing's saying, if they're on $5 a wide, boys, feel free to bowl it.
We'd probably be into the umpiring space, I think. I think we'd be signing ourselves up if it was $5 a wide.
Oh, jeez, I'm thinking about making a comeback.
Because unless they're hitting the stumps, the arms are going out. I've got the assumption.
We'll go over to be Zimmer framing umpire.
Round the wicket's interesting as it's hoiked over mid-wicket, but we'll get
one?
to the fielder on the bounce for a single.
He couldn't pay me enough to umpire.
That's
Not that it's a bad thing.
just not for you.
I just
That's
don't
okay.
enjoy it. No,
Yeah. That's all right.
I'd rather score.
Actually, I must admit, when I was umpiring, it was more the characters of the game that sort of made it interesting than the game itself.
Quick single.
Ramsdale just taking the pace off this nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Making the batsman
As a
bring all
bowler,
the power
though,
in.
would you prefer? I know you got to give the batter an extra ball if you do bowl a wide, but
Yeah.
I'd prefer as a captain to
Have a crack.
and try and execute
Yeah.
the wide Yorker.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well, as that's been hoiked, there is a man there backing back.
Oh,
Oh, no.
he's made a cheeseburger out of it.
Oh, boy.
He did not look
Dropped
settled
it square
at
leg.
all.
No, he
Not once.
he looked like Daz walking into Mandarin class in high school, mate. Like he wasn't sure what was going on. But he was happy to be there, let me tell you.
I think it was a big layer, wasn't it?
Yeah, it might have been. Out there. So they've been a little bit sloppy in the last few overs here, Pines, in the field.
And let me tell you, the big fella, he had the teapot out earlier. I get the feeling that's going to come out again at the end of the over.
With Damien Lawrence not playing, would you be opening with Rick and Chico?
Well, Chico, definite.
For Pines to get over the line, they need a good start.
Yeah, you get the feeling, round one, you get the feeling that the longer they leave it, the harder it's going to get, don't you? Build the base and go from there. Tao Lang Warren have built their innings, as we know, 6 for 170 at the end of the over. And
If they're both opening and they're taking advantage of the 10 over power play, like they could have a serious dent in the score.
Actually, I'd probably go with Chico and Leia. He doesn't mind giving the ball a nudge.
Billy Humphrey's going to finish off his quota of
overs.
overs here, bowling to Porter. That's a better.
oh, that's it. That's what AJ's wanting. Get it up there, make the batsman.
I'm still surprised that they haven't got one out at deep mid-wicket because Porter's aimed there every shot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I've been tempted to bring the guy around a square leg.
I'm not really sure that Rama probably needs to be at short cover.
Well, that's what he
This
doesn't
time?
move, he doesn't move any further. As the mid on now moves back, it sort of just opens up a.
Probably got to come. He's
And-
actually going to go a bit straighter, which is strange. You'd think squarer would be the option because he's got a good 30 metres of space.
Oh, he's got plenty of space.
And he's got acres.
You can buy
Just
real estate
Just
here.
about, yeah, absolutely.
Here comes Humphrey now, bowls to Porter. Just short of the fieldsman there, Sauce.
You can see with his wrist work when he's batting, it's not going to go straight.
Yeah.
Like every shot, he turns his wrist.
Long off right now is just could set up the picnic blanket at the moment. He's going to get
this
nowhere
one,
near it.
This is better. I don't
Yeah.
mind that now that they've brought Lanao over and putting another one out to mid wicket.
Yeah.
See, I'd be bringing Paddy in about 20 metres.
As we know, AJ's got the live feed out to all the captains and coaches of the MPNFL and the MPCA.
I don't mind Paddy Jackson being here at long on. I don't see a long off necessary at this current point.
I'm with you. Ooh. Big swing as the Warren
See,
contingent telling their man to watch the ball, which is just some of that helpful advice that we're all looking for from day to day, AJ.
See, basically at the moment, all young Porter's doing is just throwing the foot out and just swinging the bat. He's not sort of using any sort of science about it.
He's got plenty of gaps.
Yeah.
You know it's going to be full and straight. You've got Trav Campbell at the other end. He just get off strike.
Haven't seen a lot of short stuff. Would like to
Here
see
comes Humphrey.
one.
That's better. That's all you have to do.
Yeah. So 2 overs to come after this, and they've hit the 170 mark. Just seems perfectly poised, hopefully for a thrilling run chase.
I think it's going to come down to what Pines do with the first 3 or 4 bats and how they approach it. And
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
their batting does look a bit thin.
A little bit of cramp from the young fella. Just adding to Neil's frustrations about the time, which we love.
This is unbelievable.
Round the wicket. The little dab, and they'll get the single, which at this point, the Pines will take.
So back's the all-out 161. Sereno none for 2 at the moment. Old Peninsula 7 for 227. Juzzy Grant got 92.
Ooh, nice start to the year.
Welcome to the party. So was that Old Peninsula? Did you say?
Yep.
So Neil backed them in to be the best team and then didn't tip them in this game. So that's got a bit of karma about it.
Reece Elmy's had a hard day with the ball. 4 overs, 2 for 49.
Ooh,
that's finding the middle of the bat pretty nicely.
The 2 for helps a little.
But we did see a number of 200 scores chased down at Baden Powell last year. So
I haven't called it. I'm not calling it.
Long Island 5 for 185. They end up. Cole Parrott 56.
The Squawk?
Who?
Not the Squawk. Cole Parrott. It's not an official nickname. It's just something I'm running with.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I would have thought so.
Not bad.
Thanks, mate.
Somerville.
See, not bad from you is like my dad telling me he's proud of me. I'll take it any day.
Somerville 4 for 238. They finish up.
That's not a bad start to the year.
You taking that, Rob?
Yes, mate.
Yeah, I would have.
Yes, definitely.
I would have thought.
238 on the board.
See, so Karam Downs, I told you.
The batting goes to 13, does it?
9 for 117.
My word.
That puts him back in the game a bit, actually.
The tail has wagged exponentially.
O'Driscoll coaching this year, he's got 57 not out. Smith 18 off 30, so he's done his job there.
Is that any relation to Nathan of Freo? He was a talented cricketer growing up. Not sure. Or?
Don't think so.
No, okay.
Seaford 5 for 191. Bardwell finished 101 not out.
Well done, son.
That's a good start to the year.
Raising the bat. So I think there's 11 deliveries left in this, and we're at 6 for 172 for Langwarren. They'll want to finish strong. They're still looking at that 190. That's in the air.
It's going to plug in again.
It's going to lacks a fortune sometimes in this caper. They'll get the single. So now the Pines batsmen are just thinking to themselves how they're going to attack these first few overs, and I know the run rate's going to tick up on them at time, but they just can't afford to lose early wickets, AJ. I'm not sure they've got the batting depth. As there's a big swing.
It's well bowled from
high.
Ricky Ramsdale.
This should be caught. It is caught.
Caught by Sauce.
Smart bowling. Doesn't allow Trav Campbell to get under that.
Yeah, it was very flat. It was a bit quicker. I think that's his third. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes,
Rob?
you are correct.
That would be his third. He's bowled well. He didn't bowl in the entirety of the first 20 overs.
Never does. Well, hardly does. Bowls the tough overs.
And it's worked. So 7 now for 174. That being Langwarren with, I think, 9 or 10 deliveries to go. So this is going to be a big finish.
So
Langwarren's innings.
Taylor Smith
I
with the new batter.
I get the feeling that they'll use these 3 balls to just try to knock around some singles, and then there's just going to be 6 of the biggest swings you've ever seen. Just to polish it off. A couple of Kathmandu puffer vests making their way around. Starting to get a bit hot for that, but I'm not one to judge.
There's a bit happening just around the traps here. That's just starting to loosen up here at
Pines.
Pines.
These are my people. Awesome.
The Jackson brothers just tucking into a couple there, Neil. Dare say it'll start to just liven up in the back half.
We're nearly ready to go, of course. Even these moments might be taking a little bit long, AJ, just to get the game going. We want to get a good flow
Absolutely.
into the contest.
Majority of the games have finished their first innings.
Yeah.
Ramsdale into Porter.
Yeah, it's becoming hit and run cricket now, and that's not a good throw, but backing up will stop the 2. So 6 for 175. 1.5 overs remaining.
Yeah, I think it'll be a bit of backyard cricket going on here. The old tippity run.
Yeah, if the ball's off the pitch, I think they're going to take off. It's the scoreboard animation just letting us know of the wicket that took place moments ago. Greensdale in again, tip and run, and so you almost got to ask yourselves, do the guys on the circle just got to come in halfway? It's as simple as that. Attack as you're walking in, because you know what's going to happen.
I think on the leg side, definitely, and you try and angle it towards that leg stump because you've got a short fine, you've got a mid-wicket, you've got a deep square and mid-wicket as well. Try not to allow any singles on the offside.
Yeah, they've come in closer as the ball comes in, and that's in the air. It's going to fall short, but they'll just get a single. It's a 7 for 176.
Good set from Ricky Ramsdale.
Yeah, very good.
He'll finish with 3 wickets. What's his complete figures there, Rob?
3 for 34.
Yeah, 8 overs, that's very handy. So with an over to go, 7 for 175. The Pines will be, I think, realistically, anything under 8 in this over they'll take. And Langwarren will want to swing at everything. And then, of course, we'll probably take a break and then we'll be back with the Pines run chase, which we're looking forward to.
Yep.
Fingers crossed they get off to a good start.
Yeah, it'll be Liam Jackson to bowl the last over.
So predicted beautifully by Rob. He's off to a good start in round 1.
Well, to be honest, Daz, when he's got one left and...
credit, you got to give credit where it's due, AJ. It's round 1. Come on. Yeah. We've got to be optimistic this time of year as he comes in.
As he bowls. Down the leg side.
My man's just done some beautiful glove work again. Young Jack. Called a wide, I think.
Yeah, another wide.
Oh, yeah.
7 for 178. Final over here.
Been a lot of those going on.
Yeah. Rob's not a fan.
No, except the $5 a wide.
So it's bowled, chipped. They should be coming back for 2. No hesitation.
Going to be run out.
Could be close.
Oh,
No.
he's missed! And they're going to get another one.
And he's dropped his bat. Bring out the Benny Hill music. 7 for 180. 7 for 179, sorry. No, 180. They did run 2. I know what I'm doing.
That's 2 to Porter.
Somehow the most chaotic 2 you've seen all afternoon.
Especially with a deep mid-wicket, deep square, long on, long off. Should have been run out.
Yeah, absolutely. As he bowls.
Oh, it's through the fieldsman.
Big swing. Oh, no. The Pines have been so good. The ball's going to hold up, so it's not going to make it for 4.
So it's
They
3
should
to
get
Porter.
3. Yeah, they do. That'll be 7 for 183.
It's been a little cameo here once he's got himself adjusted to hitting some other areas on the field.
And we said they'll be wanting 8 or less, the Pines. They've already conceded 7. Scoreboard just not changed yet, but we assure you it's 7 for 183.
Or 182, maybe. Oh, no, 183.
Yeah, that'll be 184 now with a single. So good last over so far for Langwarren. It's not over yet. So that 190 is still looking really possible at the moment. No 6s today.
Brings young Porter back on the strike.
That swung in the air.
Should
It
be 2.
Yeah, and they've got fielders out there. That's another 2 to the scorebook. 7 for 186. Fantastic finish for Langwarren after losing a couple of wickets. So the job for the Pines batsmen getting more and more difficult with every delivery.
Should be 2 deliveries to go. Here comes Jackson now, bowling from the school end. Oh, from the shop end.
That's
swing
a bit
and a miss.
fuller. That's a better delivery. pitch up, try to make the batsman hit over the top.
Here we go, boys. The 7th delivery curse. Is it going to happen?
Yeah, so Rob's theory, it's either 4 or a wicket, nothing in between.
That's it.
If I'm Porter here, I'm giving myself some room and hitting over cover.
Has he got the shot in the repertoire would be the second question.
No.
Well, that helps. As Jackson comes in, just down the long on. They'll try to get 2. They just have to. They've just got to come back.
No, they don't.
They don't. Interesting. Okay. Just keeping the average as 0 for the not-out batsman.
They'll finish at 7 for 187.
Let's see what we've got. 3, 6. 10 off the over.
So about par. We said 180, Neil 190. But, well, you could argue both teams at different points of this innings would be both happy and unhappy with how they were going. The Pines first 20, they'd kept the run rate down. Boys, they looked all right, and the Pines got on top with a few wickets. But it's 7 for 187, so the Pines will need 188 at just under 5 and over. Couple of good sledges coming from over the fence, which we don't mind.
It's fair to say we're well accustomed to having some interesting comments coming from over the fence here at Pines.
Yeah, Eric Bell Reserve looking after us fantastically as we got Neilo on the headset. How did you see the ending of that innings, Neil?
Well, last over, I don't think.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks. But there's another big bank snapping at their heels. It's been around for over 160 years, has 1.9 million customers nationwide who bank in branch, online or with their mobile app, and is regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Who is this bank that has everyone's attention? Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
Established in 1988, Progress Signs has been servicing the local community for 30 years. Located on the Mornington Peninsula, they are the #1 destination for all your signage needs, specialising in a variety of signage from vehicles to shop fronts, occasional and corporate events, short-term, long-term and everything in between. If it's signs you need, be it large or small, Progress Signs is the place to call. Available 24/7 at progress-signs.com.au or call the team on 5975 9188. Thinking signs? Think Progress Signs, a station sponsor.
Battery World now open in Mornington.
We know batteries. We know our 75 D23Ls from our DIN 65 LHs. And we know which is best for you. We have the range and a spark no one else can match because we live and breathe batteries. Those beautiful boxes and cylinders that power our lives and our passions. That's why we're the batteryologists. We're Battery World.
Battery World Shop 1, 43 Mornington Tyre Road, Mornington.
Hello, I'm Roy Sanderson from RJ Sanderson and Associates. We have created a 10-step roadmap to recovery for businesses. To inquire or get a copy, go to our website rjsanderson.com.au.
A station sponsor.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks. But there's another big bank snapping at their heels. It's been around for over 160 years, has 1.9 million customers nationwide who bank in branch, online or with their mobile app, and is regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Who is this bank that has everyone's attention? Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
So Malakuta is surrounded by Crojinglong National Park, which is about 87,000 hectares, and it encompasses a range of vegetation communities and heaps of really unique flora and fauna species. Leading up to the fires, we had a lot of drought. Some moisture measurements were taken by DeWalt before the fires came through, and the moisture content was about the same as in the Mallee.
That year was really bad for bushfires. It was incredibly dry. We'd had drought for a few years, and of course, because of the dryness and the drought, we hadn't been able to do a lot of fuel management, so the bush was ready to explode. One of the things that impressed me straight after the fires was the way the community embraced the idea of setting up MADRA, which is the community-based organisation. And one of the things that made us feel that we could go with that idea was the fact that the Bendigo Bank came behind us immediately and offered its support, offered its financial advice. That was a huge relief to us. The money that would come from donations, and there have been a lot, would be in safe hands.
It's really important to support local communities in crisis because we're there for the local community. We're part of it, and it's part of our DNA. So we're there both after the immediate crisis and through the long term to help and support the community grow out. We've donated $4.3 million into the local community and the solar farm that is yet to be built.
Prior to the bushfires, Malakuta was powered by a single line over 240 kilometres long. We have had many issues with outages. Our power went out over 24 hours prior to the fire actually arriving. The solar farm is being built on East Gippsland Water's wastewater treatment plant to provide sustainable energy to this community. So the solar farm will directly contribute to the length of time that our microgrid will sustain itself. Without the contribution of the Malakuta Community Bank, so many organizations in this town would be unable to do what they are doing. And without their support, our lives here would not be what they are.
So nearly 2 years on after those catastrophic Black Summer bushfires, the bush is regenerating really nicely. You just go for a stroll anywhere around town or the national park and you're seeing amazing regrowth. The wildflowers are absolutely incredible now, and it's really awesome to see those species that we were a little bit worried about that may not recover after fire starting to recover.
We have people here who've retired, we have people here who are trying to set up businesses, we have people here who just want to go fishing. Malakuta is a really unusual place, it's a very beautiful place. That's one of the reasons why people are here. That hasn't changed. People want to be here, people love to be here.
I'm very optimistic about the future. We want to stay living in a healthy, thriving, safe community for the rest of all of our lives. And we are working to make that happen.
There's a couple of really positive things that have come out of the community as a result of the bushfires. One is a real resilience. There's a growing optimism about how we reshape from here, given what's happened to us. A tremendously positive community spirit has arisen, even though we've been through tragedy.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks. But there's another big bank snapping at their heels. It's been around for over 160 years, has 1.9 million customers nationwide who bank in branch, online or with their mobile app, and is regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Who is this bank that has everyone's attention? Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
Established in 1988, Progress Signs has been servicing the local community for 30 years. Located on the Mornington Peninsula, they are the #1 destination for all your signage needs, specialising in a variety of signage from vehicles to shop fronts, occasional and corporate events, short-term, long-term and everything in between. If it's signs you need, be it large or small, Progress Signs is the place to call. Available 24/7 at progress-signs.com.au or call the team on 5975 9188. Thinking signs? Think Progress Signs, a station sponsor.
Battery World now open in Mornington.
We know batteries. We know our 75 D23Ls from our DIN 65LHs. And we know which is best for you. We have the range and a spark no one else can match, because we live and breathe batteries. Those beautiful boxes and cylinders that power our lives and our passions. That's why we're the batteryologists. We're Battery World.
Battery World Shop 1, 43 Mornington Tire Road, Mornington.
Hello, I'm Roy Sanderson from RJ Sanderson and Associates. We have created a 10-step roadmap to recovery for businesses. To inquire or get a copy, go to our website rjsanderson.com.au.
A station sponsor.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks. But there's another big bank snapping at their heels. It's been around for over 160 years, has 1.9 million customers nationwide who bank in branch, online or with their mobile app, and is regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Who is this bank that has everyone's attention? Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
Welcome back to Bendigo Bank cricket broadcast from Pines, and we're just about to start the run chase, run through the scores that we do have. We've got nearly all the scores here. We've got Old Peninsula end up 4 for 227, Justin Grant 91 not out, sensational effort there. Dylan O'Malley got him off to a good start, as he often does. Baxter, after a great start of 1 for 90, ended up all out for 161 against Sorrento. Lee Jansen 4 for 24 did the damage. Long Island and Red Hill. Long Island ended up on 181, and Red Hill a short time ago just started the run chase, Rob. That's not a bad score though, 181, and here 187. So 220, 160, 180, 187 here. They all take a bit of work from the batting team who are chasing.
That's it. I think you might find some of the sides might struggle on the chase because their brains won't be attuned to actually playing cricket this early.
Yeah, absolutely.
Normally it's a washout.
You'll see on the screen the Delacombe Park and Carrum Downs game. Carrum Downs ended up dragging himself up to 9 for 117.
Which is a good effort after being
all sorts of trouble.
5 for 17, was it?
Something along those lines. And Delacombe Park have just lost 2 wickets. Geordie Waters just got a wicket then, and Ash Walker and Joel Malcolm are in. So that's their probably their 2 key bats. So this is a really important partnership in the scheme of that match. I want to go back to to Peninsula. Heather Hill, Murdoch, still waiting final score there. Somerville ended up 4 for 238. That's a ripping score against Flinders. You'd imagine that's too much.
Yeah.
Kane Hawkins is going to have to do a heck of a lot if they're going to get out of that one. But it looks a good start there to Somerville. Mornington ended up 8 for 168. Zach Garnett 39, top score. The top 6 all got a start, but no one really went on with it. So they'd be a bit disappointed with only the 168.
Actually, they were disappointing last year too, because their batsmen did get off to good starts.
And didn't continue.
And never continued.
Yeah, so it's a similar situation. Mount Eliza also off to a pretty handy start at the beginning. Ended up 1-2-4 all out against Dramana. I suspect it's not enough, but they've got a pretty tidy bowling lineup, Mount Eliza, so we'll keep an eye on that one as well.
It'll be interesting to see where they whether Dale Irving comes out later in the innings.
Well, yeah, he got himself injured in the last ball of his
fourth over. So,
it'd be interesting to see what the injury was and whether he can bat or not. I reckon Kieran Vogel's the key player there. They've picked up an Englishman who's in pretty good form who's come in as well, but we'll see how he goes. Sometimes they take a bit of time to adjust, the overseas players. In district cricket, Hastings all out for 93, so you'd expect that Main Ridge would pick those up. We'll keep an eye on that one as the afternoon progresses. Told you the Carrum Downs won 9 for 117. 2 for 13 in reply. Delican Park need a partnership at this point. Crib Point and Seaford. 5 for 191 was the amended score there. When they double checked on the book. Aaron Bardwell 101 not out, so the first ton for the century. For the season. Fantastic effort there.
Good effort.
Yeah, and Crib will be in reply there. We'll see how they progress with a new look team for Crib Point. Rosebud ended up 6 for 147 against Carrum. They're used to defending that sort of score, so that'll be another good one to keep an eye on. Sky Bellham Park, the Silver made an early 35, and then Sky made some inroads, but just topped up near the end. Bellham Park ended up putting 180 on the board. So
that's a good score.
That's a very good score. Very competitive score. YCW against Tyre 1-2-3. So that's the sort of score they were getting last year. Not quite enough. You'd think Tyre should have the batting for that. We'll again see that one as well.
You'd think so.
Bonio got 2'd out for 98. Wicket shared around. 3 for Garner, 3 for Williams, and 3 for Spencer. And just a short time ago in reply, they were none for 9. Bonio, so we'll know a little bit more about that one. That one might finish a bit earlier than some of the other ones. Mount Martha and Rye all out for 104. Mount Martha starting the run chase.
They should get that.
You'd think Mount Martha would get that. They're looking a lot stronger this year. Stallworthy's come in to work with Hulks and a few of the other handy bats. I noticed they didn't have Jake Smart selected in the side or Simon Street, but they still had 3 or 4 pretty handy bats, so you'd think they'd pick up a score of 104.
Well, one of the Bengals will get some runs there, so.
Well, I don't mind the young Venus kids. I reckon we're going to see a bit from those two boys this year. That noise was.
I apologise for that.
Bit of a surprise from Dasser. He thought he was being really quiet and didn't quite work out that way. Never mind, Daz.
I apologise for that.
Can't
everyone
be
out
helped.
there?
Now, just getting a look in at the batting. I think AJ's gone to double check who might be opening up.
Just having a chat to the umpire.
Yeah.
And asking if it's $5 a wide. What's the?
How much has he got? So
what's
far?
in the kitty? Yeah. Asking how we can get in on some of that action, which would be nice.
As we expected, Nick Christides got the pads on, and this will be pretty interesting because he's the sort of guy who can get you off to a bit of a flying start, and that would be very handy because chasing 187 without Damien Lawrence isn't something that they've done in the last 3 years. So,
am I crazy in thinking that the Pines necessarily, you don't win the game in the first 10 overs, but they could definitely lose it? Would that be fair to say, Neil?
Yep.
Oh, no. Well, Neil's...
That's a beautiful each-way bet.
Yeah.
Correct up. I'll say yes to that.
Yeah. Are you okay, Neil?
Yeah. Just
all right.
have to stop eating. It's just not good for you. Oh,
No,
no.
I'm not going to sip my beer.
No, that's all right. It's a nice thought, Rob, but I'll say no at this point.
I just thought I'd get the taste for later on this evening.
Yeah,
just cleansing your palate before you
got,
get stuck into it.
What, Frankson Baseball
Club
presentation, right? And where did Frankson end up in the DBA in the A grade? Oh, they did all right in a few other grades.
Yeah, they got knocked out in the preliminary final.
Okay.
The reserves got knocked out in the semis.
Yep.
The thirds lost the grand final, and the fourths won it.
Okay, so who ended up winning DBA A grade this year? Hope it wasn't Cheltenham again, was it? They always win.
Actually, Cheltenham were nowhere near it.
Oh, good.
Shout out to everyone at Cheltenham who's probably turned off.
Well, it just gets a bit dreary, that's all. They always win,
Actually, the honest truth is...
Dandenong?
Couldn't tell you.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll look that one up anyway.
It's either Dandenong or Dingley won it.
Yep, okay.
And I tried to look up the scores, and even the scores haven't even made the print yet. So.
Oh, dear.
But I think there was a care factor there somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to work out where it went.
Yeah, for the local baseball in the winter, it's been, I reckon, COVID's been pretty tough on it. You need to be there all the time and keep the kids interested, and all of a sudden, numbers fall away when you do get back.
Yeah, there was a bit of a downfall in the junior numbers, but the senior-wise, it wasn't too bad.
Okay, good.
Because they had a bit of a reorganisation there, and they brought up a few sides in your A grade to make it a 9-team competition.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
And look, it wasn't too bad, but the competition as a whole was quite good.
Right, looks like that Leonora and Chico.
The two I tipped.
Okay, so they're going for broke here.
Yeah, Rob's back padding has been extraordinary today, continuing again.
Yep.
Always good to get a few right out of the way.
Oh, you got to get them early.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get 'em in early.
Yeah.
But I don't mind that start. I mean, you could just as easily still be 2 for none or 2 for 10, but you're giving yourself a chance of a good start when there are field restrictions, which is
exactly
a bit of the thinking.
Can go either way, of course. Earlier today, New South Wales bowled out for 76. They were 4 for 13.
Well, we all know that
Ty Richardson
dominating. Nico sort of goes for broke.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it makes Hastings' score of 93 look all right, actually.
It does, yeah. Hastings right now are having a big pat on the back, but yeah. And what makes it worse is I was having a look during the interval. There was an absolute green top at WA, and New South Wales won the toss and batted. So.
Delican Park progressed to 2 for 17, chasing 117. So this is, as I mentioned, the key partnership is Ash Walker and Joel Malcolm. They're the key ones here.
That's going to be a humdinger on the way home as we're getting ready to start. Looks like 3 slips, 2 slips and a gully.
It'll be Jackson Mocker to take the first over.
The Pines are going to need a good start, of course. Daz is local, of course. My house less than a kilometre away, or about a kilometre away.
That's not bad, is it?
No, round 1 really looked after me there.
Yeah.
3.
I'm
getting a message here from...
So Nilo will be back with us in a minute, but...
Which game were you looking at?
I don't mind this game either. It's only
third wicket has fallen for Delican Park. Sorry.
Oh, hello. Yeah. Oh, hasn't AJ just perked up?
He's springing his step now.
Our man's going to start strutting like a peacock in a minute as we've just missed the first ball because AJ was celebrating but just prodded to cover for no run.
A bit of a rarity from Leia there. He's just actually played a defensive shot.
Yeah, it's for all the rights that we've had today, we kind of got that one wrong.
Oh,
yeah.
Maybe just a cider.
Yeah, that's it.
Jackson Mockett, the ex-Pines player from last year, ex-Frankston Peninsula as well, started off, if you go back far enough, as a young kid at Sky. Very good player at Sky at the age of 14.
He bowls full down
the leg side
wide. So
yeah, there's $5.
Yeah, another $5 for Chris Landing.
The 7th ball curse is going to exist at the end of the first over, so extraordinary. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on the time because it has been a point of pain for our man Rob in the front row.
Well,
yeah, well, I can tell you
I'm with him on this.
3 hours
Yeah,
to
for
bowl
40
40
overs.
overs. That's 13 overs an hour.
That's not good
That's
enough.
garbage.
It should be 16, and that's I'm
with you. As a drive beats short cover to mid-off, but they'll get through for their first single. So the Pines are on the board. 3 balls in. None for 1. None for 2, sorry. Yeah, because of the wide.
About 25, 30 years ago, they had a solution in place for slow over rates. One, you get your name in a book. But secondly, after the warning, it's the captain who has a holiday.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember, I think it was Ricky Ponting got suspended for a game.
Correct.
Yes,
in the early 2000s.
They use something similar down here, and it always...
Fourth ball of the innings,
Ooh,
come in.
whoa,
That is
ripper.
perfect.
That's straight through, Nick.
That's a ripper.
That is, kids at home, that is absolutely spot on. Fourth delivery, well, third legal delivery, I think, because we've had the wide, but the fourth ball he sent down, and that is an absolute perler.
Several years ago, played a T20 game, MPCA against Frankston Peninsula, and because of Chico's capacity to open a game, he opened up. First ball, and I'm going to ask you a question in a moment. Okay. First ball, he got halfway through with a shot. He was going to hook it, hit him right in the scon.
Ooh.
Bowler, Scott Boland.
Oh, there you go.
First time I'd noticed, hey, this bloke's not bad.
Yeah, no,
and he was a bit unlucky not to have got a go earlier, I felt, but
of course
he had an extra yard on him.
And the statue at the MCG should be let's be honest, it should be up already. If you're going to do that kind of damage to the Poms, you deserve to be immortalised as the bowler comes in. That's a swat.
It's a nice shot for nothing.
Yeah, that's a
classic Chico shot.
And of course, the next time he gets an outside edge or something, it'll squirt in the gap and they'll probably pick up 2. It's a cruel game sometimes, cricket, but none for 2 is the start. The Pines obviously needing 188 for victory, so 186 to go.
No, he's a character to play against, Nick. This will be interesting now to see. There we go.
There he goes.
That's it. That's the sort of shot you get.
That's the Nico we know.
The eyes in.
On the up, yep. I remember bowling against him once, but I bowled slow stuff. And I was brought in.
On purpose, Neil? Or
that's all, that's all I had.
Yep.
And landed one. And you can see out at the where the light tower is over there. We're at the Delicum Park ground.
Yep.
But he's planted. If that was the light tower, he would have hit the light tower. It actually went into the bloke's backyard, and he's just hit it. And about a split second after he's hit it, he says, "There she goes." He was right. So fortunately, I got him out in the next over, and the keeper quietly said to him, "There you go, Nick."
There you go. As we end the over with a beauty. Just feeling for it outside off stump. So good start for the Pines. None for 6 after 1.
So it's the sort of thing he does, Nick. Loves just having a crack like that.
Couple of defensive shots, couple of outside.
Yep. And you know he's going to have a crack at one point.
Yeah, we had a wide.
Yep.
And a beautiful lofted drive over cover for 4.
That's 6 off the over.
None for 7, sorry. We
7 off the over, of course.
Yeah, might have missed that. So 181 off 39.
That's only 6.
Yeah, well, they got 7.
Well, it's only a wide.
A wide, a 4. Yeah,
true.
I thought so.
I'm with 6. I'm with you on 6. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I started with 6 and then looked at the scoreboard, but
I can't concentrate for 7 balls.
You did well. I thought 7. That's true.
Yeah, interesting. Okay.
Now, who have we got here bowling here?
Dylan Campbell.
Dylan Campbell. Right, Trav's brother.
From the immortal words of the man that's never wrong, AJ King, who is still celebrating his Geelong prediction from July, which is a Melbourne supporter, was probably seen as blasphemy at the time, but we digress.
These things happen.
Yeah, it does happen.
Great curse from the great man. So the scoreboard saying none for 7, but we're pretty confident it's none for 6.
Tigers are 2 for 35 off 10 overs, chasing that 160 score from Mornington. Murdoch. That's the other score I didn't get before. Murdoch made 9 for 154. Heather Hill off 3 overs of 1 for 30.
3 overs, 1 for 30.
Yeah, they're not mucking around.
No, that's swing at everything. That's
Is what's his name? Scotty O'Donnell playing?
Don't think he was selected when I saw.
Oh, Steve O'Donnell.
That's the one.
Yeah.
He was in the side. Oh, well, he could well be.
Well done.
There you go.
Oh, that's not the start we wanted.
Okay.
For the Pines. Jeez, he's taken off.
Bit of enthusiasm from Dylan Campbell there.
Couldn't catch him. Fantastic delivery. That'll be 1 for 6 for the Pines. Not the start they would have wanted. 182 more required for victory. Langwarrin, of course, 9 wickets. We'll just keep them under the total, but they'll be hunting those 9 wickets, of course. Disastrous start.
Looks like a Jackson
Pines.
coming in.
A Declan Jackson.
Indeed.
The spinner. We want to turn a few into the gaps.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, what a start. Took us 68 runs for Langwarrin to lose a wicket, and the Pines have done it within 8 balls. Well, 9 if you, of course, include the wide, which, well, we don't really want to, but we kind of have to. So Langwarrin, the perfect start.
Dramana and none for 12 or 5, chasing Mount Eliza's 1-2-4.
Conservative start there, Neil. Just feeling their way into the contest.
Yeah, I sort of don't mind that from the Dramana point of
if
view. The last thing you want to do is give Mount Eliza an early wicket and get him up and about, you know.
Spot on. Even if you're, none for 30 after 10, you just
Yep.
plot away, keep going.
Yeah, but it would be nice to do it to Heather Way 1 for 30 from 3, but that's
there are 2 ways to play this game.
There are 2, exactly right. Dylan, that was a good start, wasn't it? And, as we said, Declan Jackson coming in now to join Nick Christidis.
And let me tell you, the celebration was worth it as he comes in
Was
and bowls.
good. Ooh.
And just left alone outside the off stump. He's got some zip to him.
He has.
As Campbell.
Skids it through.
Does.
He does. It's going to be difficult to get the lofted shot, so you're going to be looking at piercing the gaps.
Chico will have a crack if he can,
Yeah,
but
I think he will.
for most batsmen, I'm with you on that.
A good test of your hand-eye coordination here and your wrist work, especially outside that off stump or around that off stump line. Good left-hander should be okay off their legs or pretty straight. So he'll come in again. The man with all the enthusiasm. That's a bit shorter. Has he got something on that?
No,
I think it might have been thigh pad.
It zipped through though, didn't it?
It did.
Hurried off the pitch.
Yeah, your footwork better be precise.
Okay, tie up a none for 32, chasing YCW's 1-2-3.
Game over.
Couldn't ask for a better start. Oh no. Oh, early crows. That's dangerous. If I've learned anything from the footy season, and I've learned a lot, you don't call them early. I'm not doing it again. I had to sleep in a skip bin at Mount Eliza a few times for doing that. Not doing it again. As he comes in, that's a bit shorter, worked off. Well, about chest height, and they should get a couple. Declan's off the mark. He looked good. Throughout his bowling innings, he looked nice with that shot as well. Setting up to be on the back foot instantly, which helped that shorter delivery. So if the ball is pitched up, sort of half volley length, he might get himself into a little bit of trouble, but we digress. Scoreboard reading 1 for 9, 179 to go for the Pines.
Don't know where that extra run came from.
Yeah, we're not sure either, Rob, but if you're a Pines fan, you'll take it.
Take the run.
As the ball comes in, that's a bit fuller and a nice defensive stroke.
Crib point.
That'll end the over 1 for 9 off 2.
None for 37 off 8. They're chasing, just confirm that score again, 1-9-1 that Seaford set. They've opened up with Cairns and T. Wilton. So it'll be interesting to see how the lineup looks. A couple of different players in there today, but they'd be very pleased about the start. None for 37. Gives himself a real chance, but it's a big score, 191, and well done to Aaron Bardwell, first century for the season.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked, I think we read something like 9 ducks throughout the scores, or I can remember.
Yes.
So yeah, a horror start for some, a magnificent start for him as we start the third over. And another push outside the off stump.
Yeah, that's a leave from Chico.
Yeah.
It always gives the bowler a sniff, but he actually leaves it.
Yeah, I know.
Pulls the bat inside the line of it, and it looks a bit odd from here. But no, that's a leave.
I think he in control. But it's going to be interesting.
Well, he never looks out of control, does he, Nico? He just...
Well, he did against Scotty Boland. But,
yeah, yeah, he's not the first. Comes in, that's a bit fuller. That definitely wasn't a leave.
No,
and it's not a wide.
There.
It's not a wide either.
Yeah.
So
that was worked supposed to be square.
No donation to the umpires fund with that one.
No,
just
indeed.
a dot ball for Lang Warren.
Well, it's probably figured he's already made enough out of Pines.
Yeah, the Pines doing some wonderful charity work.
To Chris Landing's new patio coming up.
Absolutely. So we get the next balls bowled. That's full with a drive. It's not going to beat the man at cover.
But they get the ricochet one.
It's been a real tidy start.
Bonio 1 for 16, chasing Toots 98. And just trying to see who the wicket was.
Don't want to lose another one or two there.
Young Zav Miller is out, so Garner's come in to join Josh Pete.
Because the one thing you don't want to do when you're chasing a low total
lose early wickets.
Is getting it. Yeah, exactly. It'll build nerves.
Stewie
And that's when you can really topple over.
this year?
Nah, probably not.
Probably not?
Yeah. No jobbling, no jelly.
So
no jobbling, no jelly.
Yeah.
1 for 10 to Glenn Jackson. Who
What are those two doing?
Well, there's a bit of, I mean, they might. Jobbling's becoming a builder, so he was starting a new company sort of thing. So he sometimes people like to think they'll work 7 days a week. I think Jobbo will be back.
Silly boy.
And Gel will probably play later in the year.
7 days a week. You can't work 7 days a week.
I have trouble with one, but...
There we go, as he bowls again. This one a little bit shorter, forcing on the back foot, but no run.
Yeah. He'll be pretty patient too, Declan's not going to worry him.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I think he'll be the... might be the scoreboard tick-up. You definitely need one of them, no matter what you're chasing, just to... You know, not everyone in your side can be the slogger. You do need Mr. Consistent. He can stay there for the entirety of the run chase and help things tick along as he faces up again. That's a full toss. Played to mid-off, no run.
Sorrento, none for 47, chasing Baxter's 161. Jed Fox, 25, not out.
Good start for AJ's Locals, as we are 3 overs done, 1 for 10.
And Corey Harris is the other not out batsman too. That's off 12 overs, none for 47, pacing themselves nicely there. And you'd think 161 for Baxter, not quite enough, especially when they were 1 for 90 and looking all right while Dan Warwick was in.
Yeah, only about 4 and over required, and they're hitting that, like you said, 47 off 12.
Yeah.
3.75 and over there, so they're going nicely. Lang Warren have started nicely here too. 1 for 10 as they get the, the tearaway celebrator, Dylan Campbell.
The sprinter.
Yeah, he's...
As he comes in out of Christudis.
What a rivalry this might be throughout the afternoon. That's full.
Well placed.
Yeah, very well placed through. We'll say backward a point. It was probably closer to gully. I don't think it's going to get 4, but they'll come back for 3.
Comfortable 3.
Yeah, very comfortable 3.
Now
smart cricket.
Looking at that shot, I mean, he just leaned on that then, didn't he?
Yeah,
there was
just
no
all wrist work.
Big hard swing, just timing, wrist work.
There's the gap. On a quicker ground, that probably gets there. We've noticed the last sort of 10 metres, the ball's held up a touch. We haven't seen too many balls sort of hit the fence with any kind of authority, so beautiful placement. 1 for 13.
So he's having a bit of a chat now to his partner. Bit of a look. Delicum Park have now lost 4. Flynn Walker out. Here comes the 4th.
AJ's looking like a kid in a candy store right now.
AJ's strutting now. It's 4 for 25 in the 9th over. Smith's got that particular wicket. That's as we said. You don't want to. If you're chasing a low score, the worst thing you do is lose a few early wickets. Brings the bowling side back into it. You know, gives them half a sniff.
And I'll tell you what else it does. It brings a real peacock swagger to our man AJ.
Oh,
over here.
doesn't it?
Well, looks like Dylan Campbell's broken down.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, that's a big story. Just what 1-3 from Chico, and he's hurt.
Yeah.
I didn't see him slip or anything, but I wasn't actually watching that part. But
Trav
it does look like that. Trav's going to finish the over by look at it. in the past, Langwarrin have relied on tight bowling, couple of early wickets, then they bring their spinners in, and Matty Prosser reaps the rewards. He had the whiz with him last year. He's not playing this year, but not playing here anyway. So just the loss of Dylan Campbell could just throw the plans off balance a bit.
And left arm over the wicket, that just left alone by Declan Jackson.
Oh, good reliable bowler. Spent a lot of last season injured and not able to bowl.
He had a foot injury last year.
Yeah, but he came back by the end of the year, and well, let's see how he looks today.
In he comes as he bowls, and Jackson gets in behind it for a defensive shot. It's for a guy who's not sending the ball down slowly. By no means is he express pace, but a very short run up, very powerful run up, and gets plenty of momentum through his delivery stride and sends it down with gusto.
Yeah, that's the thing I noticed then was the delivery stride. So it sort of looks as though the injury is healed.
His foot seems okay as he crosses the umpire, and in he comes. He bowls to Jackson, who's on the back foot, and just plays it to point for no run. So they're just clamping down on the Pines at the moment. Langwarrin, they're going to need to consolidate this pair if they're going to chase down the 188 that was set by Langwarrin.
Dramana now none for 34 off 13 against Mount Eliza, chasing 1-2-4.
Slowly but surely as Campbell comes in again. He bowls this is shorter and Jackson's in behind it. Of course, if Delican Park keep losing pegs, our man AJ might be just getting ready to go. Baden Power 1 for 52 off 10, chasing 228 that was set by Old Peninsula.
So at the moment, for Baden Powell, who's it? Dale Elmy in? With? Okay, Longy.
And the fourth over's been completed here at Eric Bell Reserve. 1 for 13, that's the Pines. They're chasing 188, so 175 required off the last 36. Not quite 5 and over, but close enough.
And with Baden Powell, a couple of guys missing. Bo Anthony's missing today, and Benny Frith's not playing today as well. But they've still got Reece Elmy. They've still got Trav Kellerman. They've still got Chernikov. They've got the new look Shed, Waldron. So they've still got a bit of batting. But it's a nice start there to be 50 already off 10.
And just be on that when the over has started. So I'll come back to what I was going to say in a minute. As it's bowled and ball trickling past the stumps for no run. But if you are a fan of sport on the peninsula, RPPFMsports.com.au, the place to go for all your peninsula sport. You've got your live streams, you've got all your shows. We're going to be getting not just peninsula sport, but we've got international cricket. We've got an Australian cricket show. We're going to be getting AFL back on as the bowler comes in. That's a huge swing in the air,
but there's a man
out to the fielder. That'll be a single. Good field placement for the lofted drive that cost Langwarrin 4 runs just a couple of overs ago. But we will be getting AFL shows and, of course, reaching out to all the peninsula sporting clubs. Whatever sport, whatever club you represent, we want you on and presenting what makes your club so great. You can go to info or media at rppfmsports.com.au and inquire about getting yourself onto the webpage. We'd love to have you as the next ball is bowled and Declan Jackson gets behind it for no run. And if you want to join the RPPFM Sports Network, for all you business owners out there, we want to get you and your brand and your business out there to the people on the peninsula. From packages starting at just $19.99 a month, we can get all your branding, all your logos out onto our webpage. We are getting around the local community with their peninsula sport. So get around the RPPFM Sports Network as Jackson drives for no run out to cover. So get involved, rppfmsports.com.au, for all you sports fans and business owners out there. We would love to hear from you. Neil, you got a score for us?
Sky 2 for 65 from 11.
Geez, that's a good start.
That's a very, very good start. Remembering they're chasing, well, it ended up about 180 that the Bellum Park guys got. So that's a good start. 183, in fact.
And just while Neil was telling us that, Jackson drove to mid-off for no run. So he's looking comfortable out there, Jackson, but he's hitting all the fielders at this point in time.
I think you find he's more a two-day player, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Coming out here early, he's going to be the guy that they'll want there at the end, I think, with some sloggers around him.
Malkin comes in, and he plays and misses.
He can afford to take his time while Chico's there.
Yeah,
you don't have to have both blokes blazing. You know?
Yeah, exactly right. End of the 5th over. 1 for 14, chasing 188. Led, of course, by Jamison, who got his 50 to the rapturous applause, wasn't it? By the Lang Warren boys. And, geez, didn't he look good opening the batting? And
he did.
In the second over, he was clearing his front leg and he was swinging at everything. He ever lofted drives off his hip. He was targeting anywhere and everywhere and got them the momentum required.
In fact, of the batting today, he's probably been the pick so far.
Yeah, absolutely. He's looked the most comfortable and it hasn't really been close.
Heather Hill, 2 for 43 off 10. O'Donnell, your mate Rob, 26, one of the two that's out. Chasing 154 set by the Ducks.
Got to be Trav Campbell to resume from the shop end.
It is with, of course, Dylan breaking down earlier, so we hope he's okay. And he comes over the wicket to the right-hander.
Oh,
that's wrapped in. That's close.
Fairly adjacent.
The umpire
Chico's having a look.
Didn't really want a bar of it, but
Trav's smiled at him, and Chico's just opened up the palm of his hand and said, "Given, not out."
Yeah. A little bit of banter, which we don't mind. I think Trav might have said to the umpire, "What more do I have to do? Do I have to raise the finger myself?" But
probably Chris turned around and said, "Just hit the stumps."
Yeah, that would probably be a good
hit the
decision.
Stumps is a lot
as
easier.
He comes back in, right.
Oh, here we go.
Out
here.
That's a slog, and that's not going to hold up on the slow pitch. That's 4.
And again, that
great shot, a little bit across the line, but
yeah,
he didn't push the ball across
no
the right
back lift, just timing and placement.
Absolutely, not a lot of back. Well, we were talking about Gordon Greenwich before. Desmond Haynes, not much of a back lift.
Correct.
In the latter part of his career, so channeling the 1970s and 80s West Indies here at Eric Bell Reserve, but the second boundary for the Pines as they come back in, and that's lofted again.
Here we go.
Is this the first 6 of the day? No, not quite.
About 5 metres short. Good 4.
And that's put momentum right back with the Pines. That should take him to 1 for 22. This being the 6th over. So the contrasting styles, the aggression and the control of this Pines pair is going to be key as they move towards their target of 188. Neil, of course, will be keeping us up to date with all the scores around the MPCA. As the next ball is bowled, that's a bit shorter and a little dinky shot attempting through the slips or over the slips or gully, not successful through to the keeper.
A little bit too delicate for Nico.
Yeah, he does look like a man that would probably try and put that over backward square.
Well, a man of his age doesn't like running too much, so.
No, I can't say that I blame him, to be honest, as the next ball is about to be bowled, crossing the umpire. Bowls now, it's shorter, that's turned away.
Oh, gee whiz.
There's no one out there. I thought there was a fielder. There isn't. That's another 4. That's the 3rd of the over. It's fair to say, Neil, the eye has been in. I think he's seeing them like beach balls at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. And it's interesting, after that appeal and he's eyeballed him, Chico's decided he's going to show you a bit of batting and show you why.
He is. What can he do here? He's gone lofted again. It's cleared the fielder.
It's going to fall clear.
The ball just stopping in the grass there, but he'll get 2. So that's 14 off the over. That's a momentum grubbing over there from the Pines. They'll move to 1 for 28 at the conclusion of 6.
And this is how Nick Christie is in the top 10 run scorers of all time for the MPCA.
Wow.
Him and Gareth White are 2 that are still playing at this stage that are in that top 10 category.
160 off 34 required, so still maintaining under the 5 runs and over. So you don't need to panic.
No, absolutely not.
If it's under 5, you absolutely don't need to. And if these 2 are going to last quite a while. Declan Jackson, he knows right now he doesn't need to swing it much.
Yeah,
He'll just want to look for his ones and his twos and rotate the strike, which is a good contrasting style. We've seen even the successful Australian teams in the past. Michael Bevan, Michael Hussey.
Yep.
Those types of players as Jackson leaves outside the off stump. Not a lot of carry to the keeper. I wonder if there might be standing a touch far back. There hasn't been any balls that have been sort of chest, throat height. Couple of balls that have landed short. We had a grubber at about the fifth over mark that just...
That was surprising.
Yeah, just rolled, but we haven't had anything close to that since. But not a huge amount of carry to the keeper as we get the next delivery to Jackson, who defends to mid-off for no run.
Yeah, that last over from Christides just confirmed that Declan Jackson's patience is paying off, and that, it's all fitting together at this point.
Because the ideal plan for Langwarrin would be make Jackson become the aggressor later on in the innings, as he's bowled attempted Yorker, more of a low full toss, played to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, he's just got to potter around at this stage, Declan. He's let Nick do what Nick does.
Yeah, exactly right. Would like to see maybe some pushes into the gaps, but by all means, as long as they're both not out, you always say in a run chase that it's the batsman's game until the bowlers win it. So as the bowler crosses the stride, there's Jackson there. He wanted to take off, a little bit of a misfield, ended up halfway down the pitch, but nothing happening. Another dot ball.
Sorrento are none for 65 off 16, chasing 161 for Baxter. The batsmen in are Jed Falk and Corey Harris.
Mathematically, to me, that is perfect.
They are cruising.
They need 4 runs and over, and they're going at 4 runs and over.
Yeah, they're pacing themselves very good at that.
Absolutely. As Jackson drives into the gap.
Yeah, beautiful put up.
Yeah, that's his shot of the innings so far. They should be getting 2.
Shot.
They'll get 2 quite comfortably, and that's all he needs to do. Nothing extravagant. Runs are a bonus. That'll take the Pines to 1 for 30. Of course, AJ's just gone missing again. He's just trying to make his way around to every local, I think, by the time the day is done. I'm sure we'll see him on the way back if a couple of his tips start getting up as Jackson faces up once more and leaves that alone.
Long Island made 185 off their overs. Well, the run shared around. Kyle Parrott, very good 50. In reply, Red Hill are 2 for 37 off 11. And not our batsmen. Oh, Dew just went out. So not our batsmen are Robertson and Dart. And as we always say with Red Hill, while Simon Dart's in, they're in the game.
So it'll be an interesting run chase that.
Is this Waniski coming on?
I think it might be. The man writing his own story, as we've quoted throughout the day. So 7 overs in, 1 for 30.
Dramana chasing Mount Eliza, score of 1-2-4. They're 1 for 41 off 15. Civarella just went out for 15. Kieran Vogel 38 not out. Mackenzie's come in to join them. So as I thought, Kieran Vogel is the key to the game. He consistently last year made 60s and 70s in the 40 over games. If he does something like that today,
pretty handy.
Probably enough, yeah.
Absolutely. So Waniski's first ball, a little bit of an inside edge. Jackson's got to hurry back, but a poor throw, some interesting gymnastics, and after all that, it's just a dot ball, Neil.
Yeah, it is, and the fieldsman running into the stumps got his hand out to slow it down, which was good, but managed to kick the middle stump out of the ground with his right foot. So it probably wasn't planned that bit, but
very athletic.
It looked fantastic.
Absolutely, it was. So still 1 for 30. It goes into the scorebook as a dot ball, but it was anything but boring.
A lot of action for nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. Are we going to see some more aggression? 14 off the last over from this end.
They're slipping a bloke down to Cow Corner here. They probably figured, well, I've managed to get through
one delivery
without getting whacked by Chico.
Yeah, got away, handed in my get out of jail free card there with the first delivery, but the old Steve Warfield, it looks like a mid-off, mid-on, quite straight. Cow Corner, quite traditional.
Here we go,
and we'll go over slips instead.
the educated flick from Chico.
Off the middle of the bat, that would have landed here.
And after you see...
And a no ball,
Oh,
too.
and a no ball, handy one. Which probably explains that, I mean, it really was a bit of a swat. Probably explains that he's picked up the call and got a couple out of it. 3, in fact.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good running by Declan.
Plus the no ball.
And the no ball.
So that should take him to 1 for 34. If my elementary maths is serving me correctly. Of course, so Jackson on strike here, and they've got a man out of deep. Well,
don't know why.
Cover, a bit of squarish cover. I'm not really sure why. I mean, he's only scoring shot. Oh, he's coming in now. Yep. Okay. Good game awareness there by the Langwarren.
Yeah, they just woke up as a left-hander.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got another score. Rye made 104. He felt that might be a bit short of the mark. Mount Martha 3 for 32 in reply. So they've kept themselves in the game, Rye.
They have. Well bowled. There is a man very close.
Yeah, Trav Campbell's put himself under the nose almost.
Yep, he has. So if Jackson at all pushes at a defensive shot, that's going to end up right in his breadbasket. No one on the boundary for Jackson, which makes sense considering he's defended and he's pushed and prodded. So
he's had 2 twos so far.
Yeah, no qualms against that at all. As
the false start.
Yeah. That'd cost you 5 yards in a couple of sports, but all it does here is continue Rob's point of pain with the time.
Delican Parker 4 for 36 now. Joel Malcolm still in on 17, in over number 17.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it as Jackson faces up. And I feel like defending to Trav Campbell's going to be a pretty consistent theme.
Johnson a spinner on now for Carrum Downs.
So there we go. Carrum Downs and Delican Park is turning out to be a thriller.
Yep.
He doesn't give much away either, Johnson.
No, some of those low-scoring games are the best.
Yes, absolutely. Well, any game where it's
tight
down to the wire is one we'll take, hopefully, in a high-scoring run chase. We're going to get the same here at Eric Bell Reserve as Jackson faces up. He gives himself some room and swats, but he's not going to be able to get that one through. That's a pretty poor throw, but the backup is there for Langwarren. But just opened the shoulders up a touch. Jackson might be letting Trav Campbell know that he's got more than a defensive shot in his arsenal. And you get through the circle here at Eric Bell Reserve. You're getting 2, no problem. The ground holding up a touch, but...
Yeah, you'll find probably in a couple of weeks' time with a bit of sun on it, they'll be 4.
Yeah, absolutely.
As Wineski comes in now and bowls. And it's defended again by Jackson.
It's looking like one of the certainties in life. We're about to join death and taxes at the moment. Jackson defends, but it's to no criticism. By no means, the Pines are doing this run chase very nicely at the moment. Heading towards the end of the 8th over, and they're 1 for 35. So they're going to take this all day, every day, as AJ's made his way back over. Must have heard there was another wicket for Carrum Downs, and he's just swatted himself over.
Still 4 down, AJ, it's all right.
As Jackson defends once more.
Now, the 3 batsmen who are out for Mount Martha, Holcomb, Bendel and Stallworthy, and Walter, they're now 4 for 32.
Oh boy.
They're right in this one.
Absolutely. As Jackson faces up once more, and that's chipped.
Oh, into the gap, placed.
We're going to call it good placement, are we, Neil?
Yes. We'll call it good placement.
I like it. They'll come back for 2. That'll be 1 for 37 at the conclusion of 8 overs, I think. Yeah, it looks like they're going to change over, so 1 for 35 off 8. And we'll welcome AJ back in. He'll be hoping for some more wickets in the Carrum Downs game, but he's going to jump on with you boys.
Thanks, Des.
Just to adjust the headset there, just make him a little bit tighter.
You need a tighter one, yeah, because...
Guz is happy with his work.
Oh, he's doing a great job. Doing a great job.
Just had a good chat with Ricky Ramsdale. He said that there's 5 Indigenous players playing for Pines today.
Oh, that's the
Not all Jacksons?
Well, there's 3 of them playing today, so there'll be a couple more, and then potentially when Connor's back, there'll be 6.
Yeah, wow.
So it's a great thing for the Pines Cricket Club.
It is. Good to see.
It's just a bit of bad luck when the Imparja Cup comes along.
Ooh, Crib Point now none for 80, chasing Seaford's 191.
None for 80?
Yeah. Just trying to get the number of overs on that. 14. They're right in that game. You're right in that game.
1 for 37 here. Christides on strike. He'll like the extra pace on the ball. What else is happening around the traps, Neil?
Well, Rye have dragged themselves into the game with only 104 on the board, getting having Mount Martha 4 for 32 with the top, 4 very good batsmen all out. So they're in that one.
It's the round 1 curse.
Well, it could be, isn't it? Yeah, a bit of that. Bonio have lost a couple of wickets. 3 for 34. Pete Miller and Garner out, so Mitch Smith and Anderson are in there. So Jarvis Anderson will be key batsman from now on for Bonio, in my view.
I think so, yes.
Speaking of Rammer, he thought the bowl was a bit too straight early.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Oh, there's your head.
Wow. Funny old bounce, but he stopped it.
And they didn't adjust to young Jamison.
Yes.
I thought, which was our sort of sentiment watching from over the fence.
He has also looked the best batsman in the game so far. Chico might overtake him, someone else might, but so far he's looked pretty good, I thought. Jamison, well, finding his 50 odd. Oh, that one's Chico again. Is it going to carry? No, it's not. Bit wide. Oh! Turned square almost on that one. Oh, that hurt. Ooh. Thought he might have hurt his shoulder on that throw then.
Side,
but
I reckon.
it's a side, is
That's
it?
Dylan Campbell.
Oh, that's probably what caused him to go off, isn't it?
I'm not sure it's the smartest move putting someone with a side strain out down at deep third man, I would have thought.
It's a bit of a shuffle going on the way he runs. So, I reckon he's spot on with side strain.
I did one of those, and it was the most painful injury that I've ever done. Like, that's
as bad as childbirth, just putting it on a scale.
I said injury, Neil. Injury.
All right.
I'm not entering that debate.
No, you can't win it. You cannot win it.
You're on your own there, Neil.
Absolutely.
I was just questioning. Just a question. Questions are all right.
Far outweighed the pain of dislocated knees.
Yeah.
Of, chip bone and everything. It was far worse because you just couldn't, even when you were breathing, it'd hurt.
Yeah.
And the worst one was when you needed to sneeze or cough.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's a new sensation of pain.
Yeah.
Oh, it was horrendous. So
and all your mates come along, they want to crack jokes. And
Well, I actually did that the semi-final.
Yeah.
Then played the next week against
Baxter. Baxter one. Baxter game,
yeah. Certainly hurt throughout the week trying to get the right strapping.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Mockett now coming in, bowling to Jackson. Just ticks him
got a single out.
Christo takes off.
Well run. Good speed from Chico there. Delicon Park 4 for 37 in over 19, so 21 overs to get 80. Starting to swing towards a balance now, isn't it? That got to get 4 and over.
Yeah, well, they've still got some pretty good bowling options. Karam Downs left. Johnson will come on.
Yep. Well, Johnson's bowled 1 or 2 overs, got a wicket, and Smith's on it. Just finished that over. He's got a wicket as well for them.
They've got Lynch to bowl.
Yeah, well, Lynch, I'm not sure the deal was in the side today, but
not today.
Yeah.
No, it's still in the season for
True. Yeah.
big dealing. Oh, it's going to be Wanaski. Coming and bowl to Jackson. Drives him down the ground, but straight to Prosser.
Just needs to start hitting a few gaps here, Jackson.
Sky 4 for 83 off 15, chasing 180, set by Bellum. Amazing how a score like 180, as soon as you get a couple of wickets, it looks further away.
Yeah, and you start to bowl a bit tighter.
Yeah.
Especially from one end at the moment. Just needs to develop into rotating that strike. We saw early on with Lang Warren, they were able to do that through Matty Prosser.
Yep. Dramana 1 for 64 at the drinks break, off 20, chasing 1, 2, 4 from Mount Eliza. So Kieran Vocal and Mackenzie in at the moment. I'm still going with Kieran Vocal being the key player in that game at this point.
Yeah, you'd think so there, Neil. Baden
Let's
Power.
put it this way, if Mount Eliza can't get him out, they've lost.
Baden Power 2 for 93. Dale Elmy has just gone out for 55.
Okay. So he doesn't get the bat with Reese. I imagine Reese is next in.
Dylan O'Malley getting the wicket there.
Oh, Dill.
Sorenso none for 85. Folk 45 not out.
Yeah, they're cruising. They just paced themselves really nicely in that run chase, only chasing the 161 set by Baxter.
Flinders none for 72.
Whoa.
Kieran Hawkins.
Oh, dare say so.
It'd be about 63 of them not out, wouldn't it?
You would think.
And it's probably, 10 overs?
Yeah, I think about 13 overs.
13 overs, gee whiz. Yeah, 160, I think Mornington ended up setting. 168 perhaps. Yeah, 168, so...
That could be out.
No,
or it
it's
could
over.
be over.
Yeah, it's out of the ground.
6 biddies.
That changed about 4 times there, Rob.
did.
It looked like it was going to be out, then it went over, then it was going to be out, and then it just kept drifting with the breeze.
The thing about Chico is he doesn't mind hitting it at the fieldsman because he'll back himself to go over a fair bit of the time. So that's a classic Chico prestige shot, I reckon.
Absolutely.
And the number of bowlers who just get annoyed at the fact that he's picking out the fieldsman and put him on the right line, but he's gone over the top. So at what point I wonder whether they bring Matty Prosser in, who's been a key to their bowling the last couple of seasons.
I think you'll find he'll probably enter himself any time after this over now that the 10 overs. But he does seem to hold himself back a little bit. But that was probably more on the back of Robbie Lancaster bowling early. It'll be interesting to see how he does use himself.
And what... Yeah, in fact, who do they bring in? Who's going to replace the role that Lancaster has had? That's going to be interesting to have a look at that.
I think it's a massive loss. Like, you think about it, how important both Matt Prosser and Robbie Lancaster was when they bowled in tandem. And one would bowl early, one would bowl at the back, or they'd bowl together.
And so coming into 80 over games this year.
They both would have bowled.
Fabulous.
Stack of overs. I'd dare say that Matt wouldn't be too far away from entering the bowling crease.
Mockett again, bowls outside the off stump, let alone.
I think it's going to be a pretty good challenge for Matt. Well, not a challenge, right? We'll go with that because he's now going to be the #1 spinner.
Yes.
With Robbie moving up to Bomb Beach, and I think it's a great thing. His leadership's been fantastic. He's taken on an opening role, and he's been fantastic. Now, like he's, I guess, with Mockett there as well. But I still
should be 2 there.
I still think Matt Prosser's probably like the leader of the bowling pack now.
Yeah.
So he'll need to bring himself on, or he'll need to be ready to bowl the really important overs. As the #1 spinner. I'm not saying he probably wasn't the number one in the side, but Robbie would bowl probably a bit earlier with his left arm.
Yeah, correct.
But now with the leg spin, Matt has to bring himself on.
Slower ball there.
Especially against
through the field.
Guys like Chico and that when they're set.
Yep. Who do we see over there with the pads on next?
Source will come in.
Oh, yes.
And then RPP Sterling, and then Billy Humphrey.
Yep. 2 good bats.
So we just mentioned that young Declan Jackson. He's doing a good job just holding it together. They're still going at over 4 and over.
Yeah.
Chico's obviously the main.
Well, he's on 32,
scorer.
but
It's just now his role now is to start to spread the field, so then he can easily pick up the singles.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to do anything stupid, but he just needs to start to rotate the strike and not let Chico get bogged down at the other end.
Tie over 1 for 58 at the 20 over mark, chasing YC's 1, 2, 3. So pacing themselves nicely, really.
It's a good shot from Jackson through the covers.
Yep.
He'll get 2. Sometimes guys can get, I guess, when they're bogged down, they think that they're going to have to overhit the ball. You remember last year when Edra Singer was just trying to overhit the ball?
It, yeah.
Well, what Jackson needs to do is just not think about overhitting it. He just doesn't have to do anything stupid. He just have to, he has to open some gaps up himself by just rotating the strike.
Yep.
And then he'll start to spread the field, and it becomes a lot easier.
Yeah, good point.
Matty Prosser looks like he's coming into the attack now, which is a good move. I think it's a great move.
I think it is too, yeah.
We know that Chico's going to probably try and take the attack to him, but this is where Prosser can have a real damaging spell and break this game right open, because as it sits now, it's in the balance.
It is very much in the balance.
He's certainly got plenty of gaps to work with in the air here, Christides.
Well, that's where he spends most of his time, isn't
Absolutely. Plenty of room down the ground.
They're not protecting down this way, are they? Down straight over the bowler. They've got the one man out at deep mid wicket.
So he's got a deep
cover.
Yeah, deep cover, deep mid wicket.
And now he's just pushing the fielder back here to deep long on.
Probably not a bad move there, but still plenty of gaps.
And the long on isn't Dylan Gamble, which is probably a good move. If you're hurting a bit, Dylan. Been slow all day. Both sides.
It's been horrendous.
Yeah.
Oh, now he warms up. Oh, good heavens above. Come on, get on with the game. This is pathetic.
Very annoying.
He starts well. Matty Prosser. So it's going to be interesting just to see how Declan Jackson plays him. So with the ball spinning in. Not a lot of pace on the ball. If he can use his feet, get to the pitch of the ball and rotate the strike, that's going to be an important role for him. He's not able to pierce the gap there through Trav Campbell.
Heather Hill now 4 for 56 off 15 overs, chasing Muridock's 154. That becomes game on at this point.
Absolutely. Yes. Rob, that's the one there where he probably could have taken 2 steps out of his crease and try to get to it on the full and whip it through mid-wicket.
Yeah, you find a lot of kids nowadays aren't confident enough to use their feet.
I think what it is, it's the fact that you can use your feet positively by not wanting to hit over the top.
Yeah.
You've got to be positive and hit along the ground as well if you get to it on the full. You're taking away all the spin.
Oh, that's right. But I think you find nowadays a lot of the young kids don't sort of back themselves to...
I think it's something that we can clearly see in Australian cricket, that we're not brought up to play spin correctly.
Yep.
And especially training standards and methods probably haven't evolved along with other sports that you see, like your basketball training, your footy training, that's evolved how they do it, whereas cricket's your stock standard centre wicket or in the nets, and it's, you get your 8 minutes a hit each week, but there's plenty of other things that clubs probably don't do that they should be doing, and I think it's hard because some people start to feel like they're not involved in the training, but you've got to get away from these standard bits of just rocking up and knowing that you're going to go in the nets, and because you don't get the time to go and work on your craft like you do at footy. Like, it's so much easier to ring up a group of mates and go and have a kick for 5 minutes.
That's right.
For a group of 5 and go and have a kick for half an hour, 50 minutes. But to get a couple of mates down to the nets, we just need to maybe evolve some things going forward.
I sort of found, when I first started playing down at Moorabbin on the turf, we had turf training wickets.
Yep.
So you could learn that craft about using your feet and things like that, and then they got rid of the turf practice wickets, and all of a sudden you got the synthetic wickets because they didn't have to worry about rolling it out and things like that. And
Dalkin Park 5 for 43 off 21. Their target's 118.
And so you sort of lose that that ability to actually to practice on what you actually play on.
Yep. Just don't think there's enough people being proactive in their training.
I think you find that the kids that do use their feet just have a natural instinct.
Yeah.
Where it's a little bit hard to try and teach somebody that doesn't have that natural sort of feel for it. Who's this bowler?
Chris Brattain into the attack.
It's Chris Brattain, is it?
But if you go and see like junior training, it's just stock standard every week, isn't it? Like, it's
Britt hasn't bowled much in the last couple of years, but I reckon he will this year, especially now you got an injury to Dylan Campbell. You get some chocolates. Rob, what's going on there?
Oh, people just love me.
No, it's got to be another reason.
Just to make everyone happy that we won't be leaving until 8 o'clock.
Well, yeah, I suppose that's right.
Yeah. Pity though, I'm leaving at 5. I don't give a stuff what the result is.
That's right. Daz is in the background there. He'll be ready when you go, Rob.
He's recharged.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to do the book. That's going to be an issue, but we'll work it out.
Good single there. And that's what he needs to do, Jackson. As we mentioned earlier, it's good to see a crowd back at the local cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly. But as we said before, it's Tandy having the Thursday and Force not playing.
Yeah, very much.
Do you think moving forward the first 11 should be a standalone round one?
It probably wouldn't hurt, to be honest.
I think you're going to have issues with the number of grounds that are playable at the start of the season on a regular basis.
I don't have a problem with that when you just play your first 11 first round.
It'd be good for the clubs, get people around.
Comes Brattain, bowls to Christidis. To an inside edge onto the pad.
One for 53 here, Pines. Chico Christidis is in and set. He tries to go.
Oh, there's a run there.
Down the ground, but
right run by
a bite.
Yep.
Perhaps moving forward, especially around practice matches, and we've seen it that clubs have struggled this year due to weather. That I know it's hard trying to fit all the cricket into the season, but do clubs maybe need to play a warm-up sort of bit like the community series in the AFL? Do they get to play aside from the MPCA? It's a scheduled game, perhaps before the start of round one. Are we starting too close to the AFL Grand Final weekend?
I reckon we've got a lot of people made use of that holiday, the Friday holiday. I reckon we've got to get the council on board to have the grounds as ready as they can. I reckon they're a bit slow. I know it's been wet, but you don't uncover the pitch until 2 days before the match. That's not good enough, in my view.
I spoke to my father-in-law about this because he's an auditor at the Shire.
Yep.
And the fact is, they couldn't get trucks onto the ground.
For some of them, that's true. But
to relay the turf that they put down on top of they had to roll it up and get it to the side of the ground and wait for trucks to be there. So it was logistically, it was pretty hard for them. I think in the end,
I'll accept that part of it.
They couldn't get on and mow the ground. So
yeah, it is hard, and I think
with the Division 1 Grand Final only a week before the AFL Grand Final, are we cutting it too fine? Like, I know it's very hard to fit all these games into the season, and we've got a 21-week season, but are we putting it too close to that start?
Well, it's always been, for as long as I remember, the first Saturday in October.
Well, there's an Act of Parliament which says that, and apart from AFL, divides footy and cricket into particular segments of the year. So someone would have to do a bit of rethinking, and that would need to be discussed. But you're right, there is that logistical issue with grounds. But I'm still not a massive fan of. I reckon they could have done a little bit better than they did, put it that way.
Nice shot by Chris Toody's back to the square leg from 4
runs.
I'm not saying that the league in terms of scheduling right now is wrong. I'm just saying,
it's got to go
as a thought, are we looking at it now and speaking to clubs in terms of getting on for practice and the way that it's been this year with a wet winter, and we've had wet winters the last few years. So do we need to be proactive?
It's a good question. But again, I reckon there'd be plenty of guys who'd just be happy to get out here and say, yeah, we're a bit underdone, but we're getting the game in. So I think there's that element as well, and it's equal to everyone.
I think it's always going to be difficult and hard because you start your pre-season around about August. So you got 6, 7, 8 weeks.
Some have been going for weeks and weeks indoor, but
indoors,
that's fine. That's fine.
It's always hard to get outdoors because one, you got daylight. Two, we don't have lights under the nets.
Yeah.
And
and the grounds are being used for other sports, which is fair enough. You can never have a ground which is exclusively for a sport only.
So you got to look at all the pros and cons, and the fact that we're out here playing cricket today, that's a start.
That's a plus.
Absolutely.
A bit of keeping there.
If it was pushed back 1 week, just as not a devil's advocate, but the other side is that then daylight savings has started.
Yes, true.
Yeah. But it's not going to change the fact
it's going to put the pressure somewhere. It's either at the length of the break at the Christmas break, or pushing a final right back into the year with no wriggle room if it's wet. So you've got those other factors as well.
But also work on the other factor too, that 3 hours for 40 overs. Sorry, that's just crap cricket.
Not good enough, yeah.
Rob, we haven't even started 80 over cricket yet.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to be here until 10 to 7, scoring a game.
Absolutely.
It'll drive me straight into retirement. I've got better things to do on a Saturday than watch a bunch of hicks running around, wasting my time bowling 13 overs an hour.
Not going quickly, yeah. Barnio are 3 for 45, so Smith and Anderson are working along steadily at the moment, chasing that score of 98 set by Toot. Bit of stability is what they needed there. They want to keep regularly losing wickets.
We've got 7 minutes for our radio listeners today, Neil.
Yeah. And Dramana 1 for 80.
Deep cover, and he is out.
He's out. Big wicket. Very important wicket. Dramana 1 for 80 off 25, so they need 40 from 15 and pretty sure that said 1 for 80. Yep. So they're pacing themselves nicely. Sky 5 for 96, and yep. For radio listeners, in a couple of minutes, they'll go to a bit of Radio Boss music from RPP, followed by Julie Clark with her great music show, and that's 5:58 Delicum Park.
And with that, boys, I'm going to say goodbye.
Rob, and you're going to leave the book there and just
you can have it all next week.
Throw the cat amongst the pigeons. That gives us 7 days to find someone who knows how to score, and no chance.
Well, AJ did say that he would prefer scoring to umpiring, so we might get him onto it, I think, Nilo. And what a big wicket that is.
A huge wicket. Dangerous man. New batsman in. I didn't see that, Rob. I don't know whether you picked him up then, but
Source
is good, because he had been padding up. So Harley Peace Sterling, probably seen as their premier bat.
There you go. I'll leave you the pens. I'll leave you the bag.
Fantastic, Rob. We'll see you in a couple of... And those chocolates, you're going to leave those? Or you're going to take them with you?
Leave those.
Okay.
Yeah, Daz looks like he needs a couple.
I don't really know how to take that, Rob, but thank you.
You look like sugar levels may have dropped.
Yeah. We're going with that?
Yeah, I'll let you boys keep commentating until about 8:30.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Thank you. First ball outside the off stump.
There's a wide. Look, I'll mark that one down for you, okay?
That's $5 too.
Now, we're all tangled up here. I might have to swing around. And
$5 too for the coaching fund. So apologise, listeners, if this isn't coming through expertly, as we've just had a little entanglement there. But I think Neil's back with us.
That's it. I'm done, people.
I am. Good on you, Rob.
Footloose and fancy free. You too, Rob. Thank you very much.
I'm going to gamely sit down and vaguely keep score. So that was run to HP. Oh no, to Declan. And of course the thanks, mate.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that.
And of course, my iPad decided to go to sleep, and I can't get some of the scores I was tracking.
I'm sure we'll get more and more updates.
We'll find something. We'll find a way.
Absolutely, as the afternoon continues. 2 for 61, of course, in the 15th over. So the run rate is okay for now. They're going to have to accelerate later, of course, but they'll be wanting, this is Pines I'm talking about, they'll be wanting the wicket tally, of course, to stay as low as possible. AJ's got the layers on at the moment. He's ducked away and rugged up, as we see the bowler. That's a nice defensive shot by the man affectionately known as Sauce, Neil.
Indeed, yep. Done it because it's HP, you know. That's the connection there.
I'm on board with it.
Yeah, I thought you'd be up to that one, but
sharp as attack still, sharp as attack.
Yeah.
In my,
only took me about 5 years to get that, but you've done very well.
I appreciate that, Neil. Love the work. So the eye, there's still plenty of time to get the eye in, and of course then accelerate as we see the ball delivered, and another nice defensive shot out to cover for no run. So
61.
The attitude of Declan Jackson here is going to be very interesting for mine. The way that he goes about the next few overs. I don't think his tempo...
He's got no need to panic at this point, but at some stage he's going to need to step up the tempo.
Agreed. The longer he's there, the more aggressive he's going to have to be, but more on that later as we get a dab down to
angle through by Sauce.
Yeah, Sauce is underway. Nice throw into the keeper as well, as we welcome a very rugged up and ready to dominate the second part of the run chase. AJ, as he's just taking a sip of his refreshments.
Absolutely.
Update on Dramana chasing 124 from Mount Eliza. So 21st over, Mackenzie just out bowled by Rashi Apatha, and it doesn't say his score, but Vocal 55 not out. Kieran Vocal, the man in that game.
Fair enough. See, Declan Jackson faces up at Jeez, it looked like it nipped off the wicket there, but once again, the ball falling short of the wicket keeper, so I'd be getting up a little bit further. Of course, we haven't seen too many balls go the other way and bounce over their head. We've only had a couple of byes, and let's be honest, my man Jack was very, very unlucky up to the stumps with the Yorker length off the quickie, but that'll end the over. 62 for the loss of 2. That's the Pines. 126 to win. We've got 34 overs to go. So the run rate is still looking absolutely fine.
I was going to say goodbye to our radio listeners, but they've unfortunately left us a little bit early. So
oh, okay.
Well, that's a shame.
Never mind.
But we'll be getting the links up around the socials for them to rejoin us, of course.
Yeah, and in future weeks it'll go a bit later. Just
think no, don't say later, Neil.
Eh?
We don't want it to go too late.
No, we don't. The radio listeners,
but
will be
beyond 5
later.
o'clock. Beyond 5 for the radio part.
We want the radio listeners around a bit later. We don't want to be here later, AJ. We're with you.
Normally, Julie's quite happy to run her music show at 6 o'clock.
It's not too bad for you, Daz. You can walk a couple of streets. I've still got to drive.
Yes, you do.
35 minutes home.
But of course, throughout the last bit of the footballing season, I was going from Pines to Rosebud and Pines to Rye, and so it all comes full circle as that ball outside the off stump was left alone.
Well, I can get almost everywhere in 25 minutes, so I must be just in the right spot, in the sweet spot.
Nilo showing off as the as the afternoon. Oh, that's close. That was a bit straighter, but outside the line. The umpire having none of it. Only the one LBW today from memory, boys.
Which is good.
Yeah, we like
as it should be. When they're out.
Any doubt?
Very out.
Any doubt, not out, as we say.
Yeah.
Umpire Chris Lanting's been good today, boys.
Yeah, he's been fantastic, and let me tell you, his charity fund's gone through the roof with some of the wines being delivered, as that one is just patted a little bit off the inside edge to where a traditional short leg would be. But
he asked me to say that too. So
yeah, I'll bet. I'll bet he did. Fantastic. Nobody.
Are you scoring, Neil, or we've just?
I'm roughly. Well, it's still on 62 and changed. I'm not worried about dots and things.
It might have been a little bit of an edge, or it's come off the keeper's arm, but they'll get a single. We'll wait for the call. It's going to be byes, so it's just come off the wicket keeper's arm.
Got it a bye
for a single. Nilo's panicking.
Got it.
Neil's pen's not even working. He's crossing off
no.
things there. He shouldn't be.
There you go.
Someone go get Rob back.
We
shouldn't have let him leave, but 2 for 63 is the score throughout the 16th over.
Sorrento 1 for 1, 2, 3. Falk on 65, not out. Harris 38, he's the out. Only chasing 161, should get there quite comfortably. Red Hill 2 for 84 and Darts 32, not out.
What was that one again, sorry?
2 for 84, Red Hill.
Yep.
Dart 32, not out. Robinson 29, not out.
How many overs?
They're chasing 185. Just double check on the overs there. It's
here we Jackson go. Forward defending for no run.
That's off 22. So they've got 18 overs to get 80 odd. As long as Dart's there, he'll steer him home.
I'll have to accelerate for sure.
They got batting there though, Chris Dewey.
Yeah. They got a bit. Slacky not in today, but he will. They'll have a couple of guys coming back.
Glenn Collette rates himself with a stick.
Yeah, he always has. Hasn't made any difference. I
could have just said rates himself and then just stopped.
Leave it at that. Yes.
Don't worry, he's not the only bloke around the traps that would be thinking like that. Let me tell you.
They've got a bit of time for O'Connell. Reston's a handy bat. They've got a few. They've got a few there to come.
As they do, it's down the leg side, I think. Big shout and nothing given from the umpire. So all that commotion and it's a dot ball. Which we don't mind at all, of course. The shadow's getting larger and larger here at Eric Bell Reserve.
Especially it's 5 o'clock.
You wouldn't want to be fielding here at third man with a ball in the air, let me tell you. As that's a bit slower, tossed up, and they're going to get nothing from that either. Fielded at mid-wicket nicely.
I don't think we'll see it, but Neil, I'll pose this to you.
Yeah, go on.
If you were a big rammer, would you be putting the pads on now just to try and break the back of it?
You mean Rick, of course. Do you?
Absolutely.
Ricky Ramsdale?
Yep.
Yeah, well, I think you need a dasher in next. And he's as likely to whack the ball as anyone else in the list, I would have thought.
The old French cart, they've thrown it to the well, not really the wrong end, but that was just really well run.
Because if they continue to sort of just go along the way they're going, it's going to be out of reach, and then that's when, as a new batsman, the trouble begins because you go into bat and you're already under pressure.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
So at least even if it doesn't come off, you've had a go at it.
Yep.
I bet you they're wishing there were two of them, as that's a big swat outside the off stump for no run. Yeah, they wish they could have two of them, don't you, Neil? One that could come in next and then one that could come in later.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be pretty handy.
It would be.
Yeah, I don't think there's a correct answer, and if in doubt, put him in next and see what happens.
Put Chico in a second time.
I reckon they could just put a fake mustache on him or something and just register him under a different name.
Yeah. There's no point
Not that we condone that behaviour, but...
There's no point getting the drinks at, 2 or 3 for 70.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've still got to get, 100.
You've got to push hard,
110.
Yeah.
Which is gettable, but if someone came in and broke the back and got a real quick 40, well, then the guys coming in the middle
takes
to
the
lower
pressure off them.
Don't have to come in and start playing silly.
Yeah, you can have a scoreboard ticker again with the slogger in a spot on AJ. As the ball's bowling, that's a bit slower, tossed up, played them in on for no run. They've been pretty good in the field at times. Langwarrin. Actually, both teams have. The Pines did have some sloppy moments early and late, but throughout the middle overs, they were very good.
I get the fact that, the feeling would be from Rick that if he goes in and it doesn't come off, then...
Maybe they're done.
Yeah, but I'd much prefer to see him come in and attempt to get them right back in a winning position, because we know...
if it doesn't work, there's still a few overs.
We know that with the batting, the guys will have opportunities to score throughout the innings with gaps. So, but for someone to come in and hit 3 to 4 sixes at will, and that puts the bowling pressure back under pressure because they know we have to take this wicket.
So, of course, a leggy back on. Jackson down the ground. That's a nice hit straight to the fielder, but they'll get a single. Kind of like Langwarrin in their middle overs, taking advantage of the fact that fielders are on the circle. But you're talking about AJ before. I think when you're thinking about how you're going to win a game of cricket, you also got to think about the worst ways to lose. And I think if he's still there, not out at the end, and they're still 10 to 15 runs short, the innings is a waste in terms of the result. Personally, it might be a nice little 30 that he gets, and his year personally is off to a good start. But if they lose and he's not out but settled, it's not going to be a good result. So as a sweep in the air, there's going to be a fielder that's going to come around. They're going to get 2. They'll look at 3, but the ball's just held up nicely, so a comfortable 2. Nice shot there by Saw. So, yeah, I think he's in next.
Oh, have a look at what the Australian sides and Victorian sides or the Big Bash sides do with Glenn Maxwell. They know his finishing ability, but they bring him in at 3 and 4 because they know in a chase that a 40 off 10 or 15 balls is so much
breaks the back of
more important.
Nice shot played here. The ball is racing. That might hold up just no. Oh, that might be...
Got to be a 4.
I think it's 4. I think he might have been over the line when he touched the ball.
I reckon it could be. Going to give it a...
I think it's 4. I don't think the umpire can pay it if he hasn't seen it.
True.
This is a big moment, but...
While they're discussing that, I've got a score. Flinders were 2 for 109 off 20. Hawkins is still in, chasing Somerville's 238. So they've kept themselves in the game thanks to Kane Hawkins.
There's a touch of controversy too. The Pines boys are not happy.
More than just a touch.
Yeah, whether the fielder 100% has just lied to the umpire, we don't know.
Well, he wasn't looking where he was.
But yeah, exactly right. From our angle, he definitely was over the line when he touched it, but we digress.
Wasn't him.
The next ball, Jackson drives nicely to mid-off for no run.
And something that we probably haven't factored in, guys, that they're fielding with 10.
Yeah.
That's a fair comment.
So there's going to be plenty of gaps out there.
Yeah, Dylan Campbell, of course, hampered at the moment. Well, he's going to be hampered all for the rest of the afternoon, of course. So 117 to win, and there's going to be 32 overs after this. So they're on track nicely.
There's nothing wrong with the run rate at this
not
point.
at all.
And they've just got to make sure they don't lose it, as we were talking about before, from that point.
It's Jackson prod, so we're only a couple of overs. I think we're 13 balls away from drinks, and The Pines boys are definitely getting louder and louder in their disapproval of some things that have happened in this over. In he comes, Jackson, just pushing at that one, doesn't want a bar of it in terms of scoring. I tell you what, if he's there at the end and they get across the line, Big Declan, what a day it's been. He was pretty positive with the ball. We liked what we saw with him with the ball. AJ probably didn't get the rewards he deserved, but he's getting them with the bat at the moment. So 2 overs to go before drinks. 2 for 72 is the score. So they're humming along at 4 and over and looking relatively comfortable. Neil?
Yeah, absolutely. From here, assuming they've got a second gear, some of these guys, that's the other question. But we know Sauce is a good bat. They're well placed, I reckon, Pines. Bonio 3 for 70 now. Jarvis Anderson's on 28 not out. We thought he was a key player. 98 set by Toot. Just trying to work out how many overs left there. That's 28 overs. So 12 overs. Bonio should be in a position to win that one, you'd think.
So we're 12 overs behind, essentially, Neil.
Hey?
We're 12 overs behind.
Yeah. You certainly are. Half an hour is equals...
We don't want to harp onto it.
Half an hour equals what should be 8 overs, and letting it be any quicker.
It's nearly 5:15. We haven't even got to drinks.
No, I know. Yeah.
So what we're hearing is we've picked the good game to come through. That's where... I tell you what, if we were getting hourly, we would be absolutely flying at the moment.
No,
the Sauce faces up. And
it'll be dark at 6:30.
Come on, Daz. Now
dark
listen.
at 6:30.
Yes, AJ.
Will your answer be the same when I tell you that my lovely wife has just messaged in and asked if she could take Harrison to the drive-in, and would she mind? Would I mind if they went?
Okay.
And your answer is?
Would I mind that if I just maybe had the house to myself, or are you going to go and see your brother potentially?
That's a great shot through the gap.
At the local.
In a minute, and that should be 4
runs.
Years. That's definitely 4, no
runs.
doubt about that. And AJ, to finish your story. Yeah, all right, I'm with you. I know where you're at.
As a parent, you don't get your leave passes too often, Daz.
Yep.
And this could be ruined.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, so having a leave pass
what I'm hearing
and
is
being here after what should be stumps isn't a good thing. That's the summary, AJ, and I'm with you on that.
I've got to go to Newport tomorrow,
and there's
for a birthday, so maybe just leave the car here and pick it up on the way.
And I tell you what, there's not many grounds further from your joint too than we are right now, AJ. So you're just reaping the rewards.
Have you been to Carrum yet?
As Sauce cuts again.
Oh, there's a great shot. Great shot.
That'll be
Sauce hitting the ball well, isn't he? This is good.
Same
takes
ball,
it up,
same shot, same result.
Takes up to 80.
Now, when I coached Tookarook, we played Carrum in the last game and then played him in the semi-final at Carrum as well. So
2 in a row.
2 weekends in a row, but 3
From
days.
From Toot to Carrum.
Yeah, it was great.
Fantastic.
You loved every moment of it. I can hear it in your voice, mate.
Oh, especially when we lost.
Yeah, both times.
And now...
I think so, yeah.
Petrol's doubled since then too, AJ.
I know. No,
But you do, if you worked it the right way, you pass 2 of the cheaper petrol stations in the peninsula, so, all is not lost.
2 for 80 here. They were 2 good cut shots there by Sauce, Harley Pitt Sterling. So if he gets himself set, and as we said, if Rama can get himself in, or maybe Paddy Jackson goes and throws the willow now.
You're talking about finishing the game early.
Oh, hopefully.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I'll be having a word with the great man Rick Ramsdale
about over rates.
That my leave pass has potentially been ruined.
Destroyed, yes.
Do you know what movie they're going to go watch? I don't know the latest.
Daz. Now, can I give you something else?
You don't
ask too much.
Yeah, that's right.
You just say yes.
You get the answer you want, that's all you need. Heather Hill, 4 for 108 off 26.
I just had a message from the lovely wife, but she's obviously not listening, which is good.
What has she said? Anything good news or?
No, just that it's much appreciated.
Oh, well, that's fantastic.
Which bit?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Heather Hill 4 for 108 off 26, chasing Miraducks 154. So they've just about broken the back of that now. Put their nose in front. Mount Martha 5 for 62.
What's going in the one up behind you, Sus? I see a couple of wickets potentially may have fallen.
6 for 82, Delacombe.
Chasing about 120.
117. 117 was the target.
Oh,
that's going to be a tie. That's going to be a tie, AJ.
It's going to be a tie.
It's the only thing we need today.
We've had everything else, of course. I'm liking the fact, that's a bit flat up from my man, the leggy, but I'm liking the fact he's tossing the ball up.
To be honest, we haven't really had a streaker or anything yet from Pines or
Robbie Jackson's still here. It's a chance.
Someone coming from over the shops, on the run maybe.
Oh,
we're not
wearing a mask.
Yeah. Well, as we just see there.
Ooh, a big peel, and he's gone.
Out. Yeah.
It's gone. That's into Declan.
That has come from genuinely nowhere.
Yeah, good bit of fielding. Very quick pick up, sharp throw straight to the bails, and Declan.
Oh, he's giving him the stare too.
Yeah, he was out. I have no doubt about that. He was about 10 centimetres short.
That's a sick feeling. It's got to be a sick feeling for Declan. What a day he's had. Probably been a day of potential, but not the rewards that he deserves for sure, and he is filthy coming off. And I can't say I blame the young man. But that'll make it 3 for 80, 108 more to go, and I think we got drinks now, I think, boys.
There's a bit of spite in this, boys, I reckon.
Yeah.
There's definitely a bit of spite.
There's a bit of feeling. There is a bit of feeling.
Billy Humphrey, the new man that will be at the crease after drinks. We're going to head to a break and we'll be back after the drinks break.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks. But there's another big bank snapping at their heels. It's been around for over 160 years, has 1.9 million customers nationwide who bank in branch, online or with their mobile app, and is regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Who is this bank that has everyone's attention? Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
Established in 1988, Progress Signs has been servicing the local community for 30 years. Located on the Mornington Peninsula, they are the #1 destination for all your signage needs, specialising in a variety of signage from vehicles to shop fronts, occasional and corporate events, short-term, long-term and everything in between. If it's signs you need, be it large or small, Progress Signs is the place to call. Available 24/7 at progress-signs.com.au or call the team on 5975 9188. Thinking signs? Think Progress Signs, a station sponsor.
Battery World now open in Mornington.
We know batteries. We know our 75 D23Ls from our DIN 65 LHs. And we know which is best for you. We have the range and a spark no one else can match, because we live and breathe batteries, those beautiful boxes and cylinders that power our lives and our passions. That's why we're the batteryologists. We're Battery World.
Battery World Shop 1, 43 Mornington Tyre Road, Mornington.
Hello, I'm Roy Sanderson from RJ Sanderson and Associates. We have created a 10-step roadmap to recovery for businesses. To inquire or get a copy, go to our website rjsanderson.com.au.
A station sponsor.
Welcome back to the Bendigo Bank cricket broadcast today at Pines. Well balanced after the after that run out and the drinks break, 3 for 80. We're in the middle of the 20th over. Matty Pross is still bowling. New batsman in is, we've got Billy Humphrey, who's coming to join Harley P. Sterling. And joining commentary at the moment is, we won't expect you to comment though, but President of the Pines, Brad Saunders. How are you going, Brad?
Good, thanks, mate. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Now, you said that you're not always happy watching. You're what's the word? A nervous cricket watcher.
Oh, it's just
sometimes
just taken a lot to get used to actually watching rather than
playing
over the years, but you get there.
It's pretty interesting situation. Obviously, you wouldn't mind an extra 20 runs or so. I thought guys bowled pretty well.
Yeah,
in patches.
I think a bit early. We were a bit all over the place, but we really got tightened up in the middle of stages. And I think just naturally we're a bit rusty in the field. Just a few things were, lack of fielding in terms of outdoors with all the rain that we've had. So, it's going to get better, but we're not, we're competitive.
3 for 82 after 20 overs, so 106, of course. Neil, we saw Lang Warren were 1 for 84 at their drinks break, so the game's pretty evenly.
It is pretty even.
Evenly poised at the moment.
See, Chico's still enjoying himself, Brad. Good to see, isn't it?
Yeah, he loves it. I think, getting back, because we're such a young list and getting out to sort of help Rama and, actually pull Rama into line a few times. I think they work off each other really well. So it's been a great, he's been a great asset for us to be able to, bring someone in and the boys just be able to look up to him and see how much, they know his greatness in what he's done with the bat over the years. And, you still look now and he's still hitting sixes over at our ground. It's a fair effort.
Bit of an odd couple type situation. I like it.
Yeah, very much so.
It seems like the game's in the balance here.
I reckon.
Neil, a couple of wickets and that might break the Pines back with Brad sitting here. I hope I haven't just mozzed it, but
I think that the thing is they've just got to work through these overs. I think if you start, we're just got to put pressure on them to be able to work out, work through to the end and get us into the last 10. And then you never know what goes on. So
looks like Sammy Prosser rolling his arm over now.
Bit of zip on the left arm orthodox there. A couple of leagues in a row.
Yeah, a shorter version of Ricky Ramsdale, left arm round.
I think it's
without the colour, the colourfulness.
I think there's similar build as well. I think.
Yeah. Yes.
3 leaves in a row it's working for. I'll tell you what it reminds me of.
Wide.
Oh, wide call. There's another $5 for the Umpires Charity Fund, which we like.
That's what we're going for. I don't know how true any of that is, but
reminds me. We'll just see this delivery in a second. Rolls over. Nice defensive shot played out to Galley. It reminds me a bit of, not the action itself, but the way the ball's zipping through. Bit Xavier Doherty style, Neil.
Yeah. Good call. You guys have lost Dimmer this year, Brad.
Yeah.
Hard one to replace. 600 runs the last 2 years.
Yeah, it is. It's been unfortunate, but he's been great for us over the years, and it actually, in a way, it puts it back on the other guys. There's been a lot of reliance on Dimmer over the last 4 or 5 years now that we know he's going to make those runs, and I think sometimes if he did fail, it put the pressure on. And I think that's what happened in the last year's final, the year before's final.
Yeah,
and then they stood up. I think that's another thing that Chico brings to the group, that they've had someone else. So we know that he's never going to replace a Dimmer, but you've got blokes that have to stand up and do the right thing. And you look at young Decky out there today. He's going to be a talent.
He's really improved in the last year, 2 years, really. Yeah, shown a lot of improvement, bat and ball.
I think we've always known that he's going to be the best Jackson batting.
You haven't told Stella.
No, that was my next statement about he's the only one that looks, other than he holds the bat the wrong way, he looks so much like his dad. It's not funny,
Yeah.
But he's got that same temperament. He can move the ball around. But he's just got that, starting to get that strength now with the placement he's got with the ball.
And I'll tell you what, he looks calm with bat and ball. Yeah. Like he's got a plan every time.
Yeah, he's.
It's his time to go.
He wasn't rushed when he batted.
Yeah, exactly right. He wasn't really rushed when he bowled either. He probably deserved a couple of those sky balls. Just landed perfectly from a Lane Warren point of view.
You can imagine growing up with 4 older Jacksons, and they're not lacking in talent.
No, definitely
Their
not.
backyard cricket would have been.
Would have been Christmas Day would have been outrageous.
Well, they've actually used to bowl in a little. It's in their little carport, and you had Pat and Liam and. All steaming in it, both were, the little ones. they copped it.
It would have been a good preparation for senior cricket for sure.
They didn't hold back either. So
they wouldn't.
So they don't care. He hasn't cared over the years. So I think that's one thing that Decky stepped up and taken that challenge on since he came out of when he was playing father-son with Stella, and then he went into the seconds, and you can see he's going to be there. But you've got Sources, Harley Pieces, he's been a gun for us forever. So there's enough talent there.
So Dramana have beaten Mount Eliza. Kieran Vocal did the damage, 80 not out.
He said he was going to be the key.
He is the key. He will make a lot of runs this year, and if they do end up making it, it'll be on the back of his batting, in my view. He's a real quality player.
How'd their big recruit go?
He didn't get a hit.
Keeping him in the shed.
Kieran hogged it.
Interesting. Yeah. 3 for 84. We're into the 22nd over with Trev Campbell coming in, left arm over the wicket to the right-hander, and that's pushed to mid-off, for an easy single.
Unless you're referring to new president, Homer McCann. He didn't play either. Actually, Dale bowled a couple of overs, but he injured himself in the 4th over and couldn't complete his 4th over, and didn't get a bat. So after all the fanfare, and we tipped it, didn't we? Dale Irving, big shift over
I thought
there.
You meant we tipped him to get injured. Also,
No, we didn't
quite do that.
We didn't tip that bit. No.
As that ball on the back foot's pushed to point, no run.
But yeah, it's interesting. So the first time Mount Eliza and Dramana have ever played each other in the first.
It's incredible. That we had Mornington played tie-up, I remember, in the MPNFL, first time since 1915.
Wow.
So yeah, just a couple of incredible fixturing quirks across 2022 as Campbell comes in again, and that's defended just back to the bowler.
Well, that's been the change in the last, even 5 years of, you look at how the provincial squad looks.
Yes.
Now look, we've been up and down, but a lot of the ones who've come through Peninsula have stayed up.
Well, Baden Power went through in a couple of years to go work their way up from district to provincial, and Long Island have got up there. You guys are now up there. Well, Red Hill, I suppose, worked their way up.
Yeah. So the last, I reckon, 4 of the last 6 premierships are still up.
Yeah.
Flinders probably the one that came up and went down. They probably made finals first year they came up or thereabouts. And
very close to it they were.
Yeah, so it's a strong comp, that Peninsula.
It is.
It's a really strong.
Yeah, you got to play well to get out of it.
Took us a while.
Only one off that over, 3 for 85 off 22. Brad, I like to ask all the presidents and people in charge of these local clubs the same question, but why this club? Why the Pines? Where did the love come from?
I had
what's made you stick around? Not that there's a reason not to, but
I don't think I had a choice. Mum and Dad went to that school over there, and they lived about 500 metres down the road. So Dad's been president here. Mum's secretary. Mum's still secretary. Danielle's my sister's treasurer. Dad's been president of cricket and football. Dad's a life member, playing and also non-playing. So I think I grew up under.
That's genetic.
Yeah, absolutely it is. That is the definition of no choices. That one's just defended.
Well, I grew up under the tables of the Pines squad. So yeah, we really, it was just a natural progression. Never lived in Pines, but always spent our lifetime growing up here. So
beautiful.
Yeah, so look, this is we really pride ourselves on being a family club, and it's you look around and how young they are and how many families we've got here. It's something that we've really we really make sure that we don't just come along and get recruits for one or two. It's the family we want to get involved in. So
beautiful. That one's tossed up a little bit. They're going to rush
you've
through
got to
for
run,
a single.
Well run.
Yeah, very well run.
A couple other scores, as I mentioned, Remand have had a win over Mount Eliza. Sky are 6 for 139 off 28, so chasing 183 set by Bellum Park. 44 off 12. 6 down's the key to it. They don't want to lose more wickets, but they've got a bit of depth in that batting. Tyabb are 3 for 93 off 30, chasing YC's 123. So they seem to be pacing themselves nicely. Bonio just lost Jarvis Anderson, 4 for 83, so they've got 7.5 overs to get 15. Should do that.
Yeah, should do that easily.
Mitch Smith's in there, and they've got a couple of blokes who don't mind having a swat if they need to later. Mount Martha 5 for 62, so Rise 104 has kept them
looking
competitive.
okay.
It's
Yeah,
looking
right
okay.
now it's looking okay.
Looking okay at this stage.
So as we sit here right now after 23 overs, 3 for 86 the score, so it's now 102 off 102, so pretty easy.
Easy equation.
Yeah, pretty easy equation. Just
get your maths right there, you'll be fine.
Run a ball, get you home. 188 to win.
But I reckon this is the point where they've got to accelerate. We were debating whether or not in this sort of situation you'd throw Ricky in, just play a Ricky swatting innings, or what are your thoughts on that?
Well,
or is he a bit beyond that now, the old bloke?
I think it'll depend on, he might.
Yeah.
It depends on who's going and how it'll go.
Yeah. He does have the pads on, I'll give him that.
Yeah, he does, but Paddy's also one that can, if him and Sauce are out there, they can hit gaps and run is probably the two fastest going around. So
could turn your ones into twos, which would keep the scoreboard ticking over nicely. As we see Campbell, that's a nice drive and a bit of a misfield. They could come back for two. They're going to quite comfortably in the end. A couple of slips from the fieldsman, so he'll be wanting a better go of it next time the ball's in his direction. But 100 now off 101.
We've had a win to Sereno. Yeah. They've got Baxter's score of 161. Did it one down, and Jed Fogg 77 not out. So very comfortable win. Paced themselves all the way. Long Island 185 on the board. Red Hill 3 for 123. Darts 50 not out, and as always holds the key to that game. Baden Power 3 for 163. Chasing Peninsula's 227. So I'll just try to track down how many overs are left.
There is.
Have you got something on it? 9 to go.
8 point.
Okay.
To get 60 odd, that's going to be
60 off 8.
An outrageously good chase, I think.
Yeah, it'll be a good effort. They've still got Trav Kellerman and Reece Elmy there, and a couple other blokes will like to throw the bat, but they'd be two important ones, I would think, or either of those.
Yeah, absolutely. So 3 for 88 means we've got 100 to win for the Pines. And Eric Bell reserve.
Yep.
In comes Campbell. He's bowled full all over and does it again. No run to mid-off.
Tigers were 5 for 124 of 31, chasing Mornington's 168. So 40 to get off 9, 45 off 9.
5 and over, that's going to be a good chase to keep an eye on. That's full again.
It is. Tigers have been very good in that situation in the past of actually getting up. You sort of think, oh, I'm not quite going to get there, but they have got up. So it'd be interesting to see how that goes.
A few times.
They have, yeah.
They come hard in the last few overs.
Yeah, and in the past, Mornington haven't quite known how to finish, so it'd be interesting to see how it goes, a youthful team. And they probably feel disappointed. They had 6 blokes got good starts, but their top score was only 39 from Zach Garnett.
And we're going to end the over with a single. So 3 for 89.
Glad there's a scoreboard, and I hope Rob's not looking at this book. I've got no idea what's going on. I'm sort of randomly scribbling numbers down.
So 99 off 96 is the equation for the Pines.
Heather Hill, they had 14 overs to get just under 50. They were 4 down. You'd you'd imagine they'd get those against Miraduc. And Flinders were having a fair crack at Somerville's enormous score of 4 for 238. They were 2 for 110 off 20, and they still had Kane Hawkins in. And he's the sort of bloke who can actually do that. So we'll try and get an update on that
Speaking of
run
updates,
chase from Flinders.
Speaking of updates, Nilo,
Oh,
so Delicon Park 7 for 99. So they're needing 19 off just under 5 overs.
Whoa.
With 3 wickets in hand. So what a watch that will be. As
Yeah.
we see a sweep in the air, 1 bounce to the fielder.
Perry and Stricker batting, so Joel Malcolm out now. He'd been holding it together up to that point.
He had. So we've seen a few sweep shots today, Neil.
Yes.
A couple to the detriment of the batsman, but to keep an eye on. Nice defensive shot there for that delivery, but so your first v second might be, it is a real tug of war at the moment between Carrum Downs and Delicon Park.
It is, yeah.
That's tossed up. Can't pierce it past mid-off.
When you think of, potentially two of the better sides having a hit out, you don't expect scores of 117 against 115. You expect a little better.
You did say it in the Bendigo Bank MPCA show too. You said that round 1 mightn't have been the best spot if it's two of the best teams, but both rusty. Anything can happen, and geez, boy, hasn't that come true?
It has happened.
As we see,
a chop and an ooh and an R and nothing.
So close to the edge, so close to the stump, and it goes down in the scorebook as a dot. 3 for 90, the score, 98 required off about 92 balls.
Now, Billy can bat quite aggressively at times. I don't know whether he's had many hits, Darren.
Yeah.
Bradley, I mean. I don't know why I said Darren then. Brad.
Yeah, look, he has. He got gradually better last year, and he was probably batting his best he did in the grand final. So it's one of those things. He's taken on the coaching role after the coach departed and went to obviously Langwarrin.
Yeah.
And
sometimes your own game can suffer when you're looking after everybody else.
Yeah, he's really stepped up. He's really
good.
He has taken on things and done things that we've been asking for a coach to do for, with that aggression, with that with that pride to be able to do things. It's great to actually see. But with his batting, it probably has dropped away a little bit because he's trying to coordinate a few little things.
Yep.
Just the time in the nets, but it doesn't mean he's not going to, he's got that time to be able to do it. And I think he's going to be one of those, if he works into an innings, you're going to see the best of him.
Yeah.
It's,
so the 80 over game probably suits him better. Yeah.
It probably will, and, it probably was the same with the ball, We've probably got, to be honest, our one-day game isn't great.
Yeah.
Like, we won last year, and we in the grand final the year before, but we know that our one-day game isn't
the strength of your
game.
game.
Our strength.
Oh, wow, what a start to the over. We had a cross the line swish almost for a couple, and then we've had an edge that'll get 3.
Yeah.
So 5 off the first 2 balls. A great start for the Pines.
And it's a long way down that end too.
It's a lonely jog down there.
Couple of updates. Main Ridge passed, just double checking, Hastings score of 93, passed them 3 down. Ryan Harrison took 3 for and got a 50, so well done to the new skipper there at Main Ridge. Good day. Skye 8 for 147, 8 overs to go, but the 8 down's the problem, and they've got about just under 40 to get, so
might be a bit too tough.
That'd be a good win if they got it from there.
Yeah, don't want to call it, but it might be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, no, we'd be calling it. Heather Hill.
You're braver than I, Neil.
5 for 131 off 31, so 9 overs to get the remaining 24. I reckon Heather Hill get those. Dramana have already had a win, as we mentioned. Main Ridge a win, Sorrento a win.
How did Balnarring go?
Haven't got anything from Balnarring and Piersdale, so I thought that could be interesting. And
They've stitched us up there as Campbell comes in and bowls once again full. That's speaking of things that might join death and taxes as the unavoidables in life, Neilo. I think every ball he's bowled. If we had his bowling map at the moment, it would be a good length or better. Hasn't tried anything short at all. We haven't seen a lot of short pitch bowling today in its entirety as he comes in again. That's a slower ball, much fuller, flicked onto the leg side. They'll look for two. And they're coming back. They'll get there easily. Ball holding up in the turf, giving the Pines the extra run there as they approach triple figures in their chase of 188. Of course, hopefully you are able to join us all season long with the Bendigo Bank MPCA match of the day as Campbell bowls, and you'll never guess it, full again. To cover for no run, throwing himself all over the place, but that'll end the 26th over. So we've got 14 overs to come, 90 to get, 90 off 84. That is the equation. Still well and truly in the Pines' hands.
Yeah, I'd
want to turn the lights on the way those shadows are coming over.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of an issue. But I think it's been very slow all day. The over rates were pretty ordinary, 13 an hour is just not really good enough in our view. We've discussed that a few times on air.
It's I've come from a playing where I used to play with Bobby Bradley, and he used to get we used to be able to get 20 in an over in an hour.
Yep. Oh, the number of times with Bradley and Waterhouse when they played together, as an example, must have been a YC in those days, but they'd wrap up their overs by 10 to 5 on a 2-0. Now, you don't see that anymore.
Well, we came off here one day with me and Bobby bowling, and we had 56 at tea.
And that's the way it should be. Anyway, that's just my thoughts.
Beautiful. First ball that over was a dance down the wicket and a slap almost to mid-wicket, but that worked into the onside just forward of square leg for a single. So that'll take us to 3 for 99.
Baden Powell 3 for 186, almost the end of the 34th over, so they're going to have to get 40 off 6.
Yeah, better run a ball.
Which is possible. And Reece Elmy's in, Travis Kellerman in, so they're doing the job.
Outside edge, they should get 3. That'll bring up the ton for the Pines, but geez, they run the second a little bit slowly, but they'll end up with 2. Probably could have got 1 on the arm, but here we are. 3 for 101 for the Pines. Which, if they do pull this off, Neilo, we'll have to credit them with the way that they've paced themselves.
It'll be a great win if they get
these
up.
Middle overs, of course. Not just saying that because the big boss is in the house, but
I mean, from the other point of view, even if they do fall short, they've played all right. They've been pretty competitive, you know, and the first time up for a while in provincial against a good side. We all expect Langwarrin to probably be in the 4, so. As much as you want to win these things, you know, if you're looking all right, that's the main thing.
Yep.
I've had my attention drawn to Delicum Park, 7 for 110, so 10 runs to get there. Is that 3 overs to go? 2 overs to go.
They're going to need something ridiculous.
Well,
Carrum Downs to get the win there.
Yeah, it's been pretty tight. So Perry and Strecker are still in. Perry's on 26. Actually, might be 3 overs, so that makes it a little easier for those 10 runs.
Could be a match-winning knock. Eyes out. That's LBW.
Yep.
And
sometimes across the line,
the state of disbelief in the body language is quite telling.
Disappointed there, Source, but he is still your best bat. I think he'll have a pretty handy year with the bat, especially in the 80-over game as well, I reckon, Brad.
Yeah, well,
and well held that together then, with the headphones on.
Yeah, there was
left arm round the wicket.
Yeah, to a right-hander there.
Well, he's not moving it much then, is he?
No.
Well, you've got to straighten it back up now. Don't you?
That's true.
If you got somehow, if he's not moving it very much, you've got to turn it back. It's an interesting concept.
That must have bounced on off stump and going on to hit leg. Anything else, and he's probably a bit unlucky. So 4 for 103. Is the score. The run rate is still very much doable. The wicket tally is all that's stopping the Pines at the moment. Here at Eric Bell Reserve, the shadows get larger and larger as the light over the next 45 minutes to an hour is probably going to diminish.
A win to Bonio in the end, 4 for 99, chasing that score of toots of 98.
Well, if it wasn't for Sorrento, AJ might be having a horror day at the moment, but they've got over the line for him.
In one of the games, one of his teams.
The local boy, not sure if he's allowed to have as many teams as he's got, AJ, but...
And he picks and chooses too, doesn't he?
Sure.
You know, next week it's a different team.
Oh, it's extraordinary. Don't get me started, Nilo. Let me tell you, throughout the footy season, it was extraordinary. No wonder a man can't be ever wrong.
Yeah. That does make it easier.
It does, yeah, absolutely. It's like the bloke who tells someone he's tipped this team and the other...
4 runs just hit the Delicum Park, so I think they need 3 to get. We're going to need over in a bit.
Yeah, they're going to need
Should
like
make
the
that.
Moeen Ali against South Africa. Just got a hat-trick to wrap that game up. They're going to need something like that as Campbell bowls.
All we need really to break the game up now is a man cat. Wouldn't that
yeah. Elise Perry, I mean, as cricket fans, you got to love her, especially as Aussie cricket fans, but when she said that it was not a good thing to do in cricket unless it's to an English cricketer, I mean...
I sort of agree,
is that not the best answer to a sporting question you've heard in a while?
That's sort of
I was clearly say, if you wanted to really spice it up, you could man-cat Rummer and see how it goes.
Yeah, that'd be nice, yeah.
Imagine someone man-catting Ravi Ashwin. That would go down well.
Scores a level now. Delicum Park need one more run. Still got an over and a bit to go, so should get there.
Yeah, beautiful shot out to deepish cover 2 for a single.
Crib Point, 4 for 148. Chasing 191, set by Seaford. So 43 to get, 6 overs.
Oh, that's game on.
That's a very interesting one.
7 and over, very much doable.
Batting at the moment are Blake and Davidson, 2 of the most experienced players in that lineup. Got a 55 to Cairns and a 41 to Wilton. So that's a good effort for Crib to be pretty close, chasing the 190. It's good performance.
Absolutely, and in this game we've got 84 off 79. So
and a win to Delicum Park, and that one's all over.
So there goes AJ Carrum Downs' undefeated theory.
I think I mentioned Delicum Park.
I think you did as your second best team. Absolutely, Nilo. AJ's not often wrong, so I'm going to enjoy this for a while as the Pines sneak through for a single. Outside edge to backward point. So 4 for 105, 83. Oh, no, we've still got a ball left in this over, I think. So 83 off 79 deliveries required. That's a bit full. That's a great shot, but they're going to get through for a single. Nice coverage by the fielders on the offside.
Tyab a win, which we sort of saw that one coming. YC 123, not really enough. So Tyab got their 5 down.
Yeah, the bowlers for Tyab doing their best, but not quite. The
YC.
Bowlers for YC.
Yeah, made them work, which they've done for a while, but 123 is not quite enough, and they haven't improved that part of their game just yet. I think Sky are going to fall short, being 8 down, 8 for 148. Chasing Bellum Park's 183.
So a single to end the over with some nice wrist work out to a traditional point. They'll run through for the single, so 4, I think it's for 107. I think old scoreboard technicians might be stitching me up, but it'll be either 81 or 82 off 78. Well and truly up to the Pines, whether they want to kick their season off with a win, whether they can get over the line. Langwarren's bowlers have been okay in patches, but with a inconspicuous run out and an LB shout from a left arm spinner around the wicket, to the chagrin of the main man of the Pines. Big Brad here still in a state of disbelief and shock. But
is that a fifth?
But
so
supported the umpire's decision. So
absolutely,
good sportsmanship there from the Prez.
Absolutely. As we
Prosser
see the
on
ball
again.
Turned for a single.
Bit annoyed with himself. Just drifted down the leg side, the bowler, but batsman still ticking along.
And the game not in a lull in a sense.
You know who might win this? The Sun.
Yes, the Sun definitely could. The shadows over Eric Bell getting larger and larger.
Yep.
Almost like that's how the Sun works. But that's moved nicely into the offside. The ground holding up just a touch, so they should get 3. 1 on the arm. Fielder slips over. retrieving the ball. They will get 3
stretch,
in the
don't
end.
slack out. And he did run hard.
3 in the end. So 4 for 111. 77.
Can you remember the old days when a shadow over the pitch would stop play?
Couldn't actually put our, couldn't stay in too close. No.
Well,
That's right.
If we're at any county ground in England,
well, there are
right now,
trees creeping over here. I mean, it's just ridiculous. We actually stopped a grand final here in the 1980s over that for a while until the batsmen, sensibly, Mornington batsmen they were, said, "Oh look, just let them bowl. I can see it. Don't worry, keep going." And they won that day anyway. But that was against Balnarring.
Sorry, spooned up.
Little lofty, but
They'll get
didn't
a
carry.
single.
Yeah.
Probably some karmic justice after a couple of the Langwarrin boys played some beautiful pitching wedge sort of shots that lobbed in the gap. So
I thought a lot of those were well placed,
yes,
but you're
I
right.
agree, yeah.
In the air, and the bowler always likes it if the batsman's hit it in the air.
Big swing
and a miss. Swing and a miss.
76 required off 74, I think.
And after all that, we didn't mention the new batsman's name.
An hour and 10 minutes. Paddy Jackson's gone out the back.
Paddy, yeah.
So we've got an hour and 10 to get through the 13 overs.
Given the over rate, we're probably going to be pretty tight.
It's going to be close.
We've been 13 an hour, yeah.
We'll have to rush through.
Tell you what, it'd be very dark at 7:15 if we're... Bloody hell.
Well, I think they've given us till 7.
Yeah, you're allowed to play till 7, but it will be dark, I can assure you, at 7.
We've lost the key for the lights too, funnily enough.
Have you?
And geographically, I know you say that I'm the closest Nilo house.
Well, you're closer than I am.
Given that I'm only 900 metres up the road, but if I've got to walk home in
the
Pines
dark,
in the dark,
they'd know you now, wouldn't they, mate?
No,
we'll give you a Pines top, you'll be fine.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
We don't touch our own.
So we'll,
just sing about the song about the pythons and all that sort of stuff. You'd be fine.
Beautiful. Tell you what, the weather's held up for us magnificently.
It has.
Round 1 of the MPCA. They looked after us pretty nicely during the footy finals as well. The rain held away for as long as possible, but this has just been beautiful. As Trav Campbell again, you'll never believe it, bowl short, punch down the ground. They're going to get a single to mid-off. So the scoreboard ticking over nicely.
Crib Point need 38 from 30. So they're right in that game.
Absolutely they are. And our man AJ's just counting down.
He's ready.
I think.
He's done well to wear the shorts. Oh, you've got the shorts on too, Mr. Saunders, but that's pretty impressive on a day like this.
It could be 42 degrees. I ain't wearing shorts.
No,
I'm not a shorts man, let me tell you.
That's the legs. You got to get them
and
out.
Suss, I remember Suss dressed in those shorts one day. We were at Flinders and it was about 11, I reckon.
Just the president of the peninsula deciding how cold it is.
Oh.
As we see Campbell coming in again, I'm going to predict full and spot on, lofted drive.
There's a guy out there. Will he make it across? He will. He will pick it up.
Ball
couple of runs.
Yeah, couple.
Takes it to
which
one.
is all the Pines need at the moment.
1-1-5.
They don't need to be trying to park them in the where the cars are at the moment. Ticking along nicely. So we're going to have 10 overs after this. Currently needing 73 through the Pines.
Ooh, well done.
Yeah, nice stub, but they'll come through for a single. Both teams have been really aware of the field placings, Nilo, and been able to manipulate. We know the one run out, which was a miscommunication, not necessarily a bad run. I think it's been very good today.
Yep. So, a couple of runs there on that educated edge, we'll call it.
Yeah, that's it. It's the accidentally on purpose, and I think it might be 4.
Just about gone for 4.
Yeah, it has. That's a huge result.
Langy are going to get to the stage now where they're going to be looking for a wicket, because somehow I've ignored this book here. I've given up on the scorebook. But that's why we need Rob in our team. He's spot on, and he does a ripping job. But you can just sort of sense it that somehow you get near the end and they can throw the bat. they're going to have to get wickets.
Yeah, they're kind of, for mine, I think they're waiting for the Pines batsmen to make mistakes.
Make a mistake.
And they've got to create their own luck here, I think.
You've got to look, well, how are we going to break the partnership?
Yeah, exactly.
Do that, it can swing the game.
Yeah, 68 to go, 10 overs after this. Defended. Geez, they're playing hit and run. Hits and, oh, it's close. I don't think it's out. No, it's definitely not out, but I think that'll end the over. I think we got 10 more to come. 67 required. AJ strutting around like a peacock at the moment, our man.
Yeah, I know.
So
yeah,
10.
Darty, 65. No, I think AJ's trying to get out of this. He's leaving Brad in here and says he's not going to take the headset off him.
I tell you what, there's only one bloke getting paid here.
Yeah, I don't know who it is. I've done it for 20 years, haven't got a cent yet.
It's good to see that you're over it, Neil.
Yeah, I'll try. Yeah, not
it's good to see you're not hanging on to it.
No, that's right. Let it go. Let it go.
Yeah, fantastic. I like it. As the oh, geez, the one thing you don't want to do to a left arm, we'll call it orthodox bowler, just poking outside off stump. Can let it go.
I think Paddy's suggesting there's something on the pitch that made it move.
Okay. We'll go with it. Always trust the batsman. They wouldn't be deceptive, I don't think.
Never.
Gets down on one knee, hits the gap nicely. They're going to get 3. Oh. The ball's going to hold up in the surface, as we know. So another slight stumble, which the few of the fielders there have done. So
got you up. So it was interesting that AJ in the background there was talking about Darty. Let's just dwell for a moment. 3.5 overs to go. They're 4 for 177. They need 9 runs. And Dart's on 66 not out off 75 balls, just chugging along well within himself. Lewis, the new guy we talked about, has come in. He's hit 20 off 7 just to break the back of it with him. So, yeah, 3 sixes. Yeah, 3 sixes there. No mucking around there. So
Jimmy Faulkner style, the finisher.
Yeah, absolutely. So, our call on Red Hill maybe sneaking into the 4. They've had a great win against Long Island, who are a pretty handy side.
Geez, I've seen some early crows before. Round 1 might be a new record, I think.
Yeah.
As we go lofted style. There's a fielder out there who's not going to catch it, but he is going to pick it up before it hits the boundary. They'll come back for a couple. 4 for 124, 64 to get. This is going to be a humdinger of a finish. It might be bathed in night time, but it's going to be a fantastic finish.
Bathed in night time.
There could be a chance.
Do you like that line? It's a fantastic line, isn't it? Bathed in night time.
There could be a chance they lose the ball in the dark in the corners.
Yeah, that's right. No, you could run 11. Mount Martha win, 8 down. So that's a real battle because Rye, only 104 on the board. 8 for 105, Mount Martha scramble over the line. It also shows that, Rye aren't that far off because Mount Martha were in the finals last year and we think that they'll be up and about this year.
Yeah, we don't like to say honourable loss, but an encouraging performance.
Encouraging performance, I like that, I like that.
So 62 off 54 is the equation for the Pines. And the only, real pieces of news, Delicon Park, a massive upset over Carrum Downs.
Yeah.
And of course, the other big piece of news is over by over. AJ's getting closer to his car.
Yeah, that's right.
He's had
a shocking day. Carrum Downs have gone down. Toot Brook have gone down. Yeah. Thank heaven Sorrento had a win.
If Sorrento had a lost, I would be convinced he would have been on the Peninsula Link by now.
We wouldn't see him.
Yeah, that's
wouldn't see him till Wednesday.
I think he's going to borrow my jumper soon. He's looking a bit cold, our man.
Baden Powell's starting to get hard of them now. 7 down, 192. We've got 3 overs to go.
Ooh, 36 off 3 overs. That's going to be difficult.
It's going to be very hard. The batsman, Craig Entwistle's in. He's not a bad bat. Just lost Gardner, so we're not quite sure who. Walden got run out. So probably Zach Clan comes in next to join Entwistle, but that's pretty tough going to try to get 20. No, you're right. I think 35. 35 from 3.
So full toss played out to deep cover for a single. I'll tell you what, we talked about AJ's maybe not had the best day teams-wise. You had Old Peninsula as the best team in the comp. But he tipped Baden Power.
Well, and he thought, did they...
That's aging like milk at the moment, Neil. It's not going well for you at all, unfortunately.
On that one, no, you're right.
As Campbell bowls full again, you'll never believe it. As AJ would say when he sees a stoppage in the footy, you wouldn't dream about it.
I was sort of anticipating that Benny Frith might have played for him, that extra bowl, but that's a really good score that Old Peninsula have posted against them. And Justin Grant, he's a cracker. Yeah. He's a ripper, 91 not out. Superb.
Isn't he a bit of a shorter length, back of a length from Campbell? Haven't seen a lot of that. And they'll come through for a single, so the scoreboard ticking over.
It is ticking over.
They don't need to go yet. Let's be honest. They don't need to throw the bat.
Yeah, 130. So
58 to get. 8 overs after this. If they can get a boundary here, what a luxury that would be. No, just played into the offside. Not going to get a run there.
It's good to see Paddy batting up the order, I reckon, Brad, because often he's sat around about 8 or 9 and sometimes even 10 and looked nice and made his 20s.
I think he
got a bit of a chance now.
I think he started to believe a little bit more. He's one of those people that just hits gaps and runs like that, and just managed to get. He can just accumulate. Over time, he sits on 20s and 30s. You don't realise. That's all we really need. Even in this situation,
that's what you need.
You don't need someone to come out and make 20 in 4 overs. No. You want to be there to support. Billy's having a go.
Yeah.
Billy can hit some balls. So.
And especially when you're now saying Declan looks pretty good, that's going to bring the best out of Paddy's batting.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, you don't need your younger brother.
Well, I did say that to Connor earlier, that you must be upset the younger brother is going to be better all year, so.
Yeah, I've got an older brother and I remind him constantly that that's the one thing you don't want to do.
They've all got their talents,
So the equation now becomes pretty simple. 57 off 48. Still more than doable. The Pines are in control of this run chase. Although, that ball, if we read the body language of the keeper, not too far away from that off stump at all.
You can't believe Tahi's almost
out. Almost out. Everyone's almost out as he advances on. He's out. Oh, he got the underside of his bat. It's just rolled back to the wicketkeeper. And once again, Neil, it's not just the bail off kind of operation we've got running here.
All stumps out.
The stumps have been splayed about. So that's the 5th wicket for the Pines.
Yeah, a bit of an enthusiasm in the appeal in the way they knock the stumps down, isn't there?
Yeah, round 1 might mean a lot to these boys. Who would have thought? But 5 for 131 is the score. 57 to get.
So the way things are looking at the moment, Old Peninsula look like getting a win against Baden Power, and a couple of overs to go. They're in a difficult situation. Sorrento, a win over Baxter. Comfortable win, 1 down. 1 for 164, chasing 161. Red Hill look like Darty's going to steer them to a win, chasing 160. Look like they're going to get there with an over or 2 up their sleeve. This one's still going. We'll know a little bit more as the overs unfold. In the subbies, Heather Hill looked like they might just get up against the Ducks. They had a couple of overs up their sleeve. Somerville posted a really high score, and everything depended on how long Hawkins remained in there. We'll get an update of that one soon. And Tigers and Mornington, bit of a toss-up, but Tigers have won from that sort of position quite a few times. Dramana had a win over Mount Eliza. The Main Ridge, comfortable win over Hastings, chasing 93, did it 3 down, and Ryan Harrison had a big game. Carrum Downs needed 38 from 30. Sorry, I've gone the wrong way around. Crib Point needed 38 from 30. And just trying to get an update on the Rosebud School, not getting that yet. Delicum Park had a tight win, couple overs, just on and over to spare. In the sub-districts, Sky's in a little bit of trouble. They're probably just going to fall short. Tyab defeated YCW, Bunyo defeated Tookarook, and Mount Martha defeated Rye. Yeah, Bellin Park won by 13 runs against Sky there in the end. So that's a good win to Bellin Park. Really, the first time in their new colours and they pick up a win. So well done to the Bellin Park boys.
And what good colours they look too. We were having a look before, and
yeah, it's comes up well.
Yeah, it's not traditional cricket colours, but what do we know, Nilo?
That's true.
All right, boys, I might let you go. I'll
Yeah.
put AJ back on.
No worries, we'll get the big
Thanks,
fella back
mate.
in.
Put the pressure on him. He reckons he's wound you up a little on those extra few minutes you got there, Bradley, with us.
Absolutely.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
I've done my quota today. I reckon I've been on for a total of 30 minutes. Been good.
Yeah, a quota of 30 minutes.
That's right. Wait till next week when you're going to do the scorebook as well.
Where's Rob?
No, he's got something on next week. What do you say?
Presentation, or is that tonight?
Presentation tonight. He'll have something else. on,
Busy
you know.
next week.
Yeah.
You are, or
Yeah.
you are? Okay. Interesting,
I
but
tried to talk your mate Johnny Bessick into doing a bit of scoring for that, and he wasn't going to do that, he said.
Yeah, right. Lucky, where are we next week? Seaford, Carrum Downs. So
that'll be an interesting one, and
let's just
there's
hope.
no guarantee Seaford have won today. There was 38 from 30 balls just before.
Let's just hope that they're up to date with the my cricket scoring. That's all I'm
I'd
gonna
like
say.
to see that.
We're putting some pressure on them if they're not.
been very good to us at RPP Seaford.
Yeah, hopefully we have the corporate room with the.
Oh, that's nice in there, isn't it? Whoop.
Oh,
You're out by a fair bit.
that is
Down the pitch, missed it. Billy Humphrey.
Yep, that is a typical leg spinner's wicket.
It is.
The eyes went before the bat was through the shot.
Yeah.
And then he was dead to rights.
And it is getting dark out there.
Young Billy, yep.
That's going to be an interesting question for Chris Lanting.
I thought it was a
In a
one-day
few
game.
minutes.
It's going to turn into a two-day game. We might have to come back tomorrow and finish this.
Yeah, no, that'll be called
The way the line
an unfortunate draw.
The way the line is going, but 6 for 131 is the score. Lang Warren now in the box seat. It seems 57 off 47.
Crib Point need 8 from the last over
Ooh.
against Seaford. Wow.
Doesn't that set up a tantalising contest next week for the Bendigo Bank match of the day?
Can we just mention that we've still got 8 overs to go here?
Yes.
Yeah, well, you've just mentioned it,
And
mate.
it
I did bring
just
up
past 6 o'clock.
I did bring up the 57 off 48, so all the math whizzes out there are on the same page. But yes, it has been a marathon and not a sprint, this one-day encounter. We have seen the sun at all angles, but it's not out yet. We'll get a single. First ball of the new innings, 6 for 132 the score.
All right, now 7 runs with 4 balls to go. This is
who's in?
Crib Point chasing Seaford. Oh, that's a bit hard. I'm getting something through from Josh Trevor, who's
It's
probably
going-
sitting in the slips.
No, he's in Cairns.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's able to watch.
It's going to be difficult for him to be there, I reckon.
I'm getting nothing. 6 off 3 now.
6
Single
off
off,
3.
yeah, single off
Jeez,
there.
a boundary.
A boundary.
Oh,
makes that
we're
game
on the.
interesting.
You and I have been on the same page a lot this afternoon, Nilo. I don't know whether it makes me happy or anxious.
Well, it doesn't make it accurate.
'Cause, yeah, that's true. But let me tell you, when AJ and I are on the same page, there is a dreading feeling
Oh dear.
that hits the studio. Let me tell you. They'll get a couple there.
Blakey and Brad Davidson.
Oh, still there, the same 2 boys. So they've had a pretty good partnership, those 2. So yeah, you probably got the right guys there. Davo's the sort of bloke who can just jag a boundary when
5
required.
off 2.
5 off 2.
Five
That's
off
hard
two.
to get. So they're doing it in singles so far.
It's definitely not out. Not when his leg's about
Yeah.
2 foot outside leg stump, but we love the enthusiasm.
And he had a good hard look down the pitch too, so settle down, boys. Don't feel for that one.
And as you do when you know you're not out as a batsman, you just point your leg at the umpire and go, does this look like it's in line, mate? Down the wicket,
that's
tip
better.
and run.
Bat the ball, that's the important
Yeah.
part of the equation.
Lang Warren aren't really caring about singles at the moment. They're just trying to stop the ball hitting the fence. 54 to win, 53 to win, sorry, that's the equation. 6 overs to go after this. 7 overs to go after this, I should say.
Heather Hill win, 5 down. That's a good effort against the Ducks. They lost a couple of wickets and steadied, and 5 for 1, 5. Had 2 overs up their sleeve there. So Heather Hill, good win. But Heather Hill the Ducks weren't that far off.
They need a 6 off the last ball to win Crib Point.
Oh, what drama.
Won't happen.
What drama. Won't happen, says Neil.
Yeah.
I reckon, I'll tell you what would break out.
If they got it.
You know, if...
This is clinical Brad Davison.
Yes.
He's kicked sealers for Crib Point in football.
Yeah.
This is got his name written all over it.
This is his moment. I remember we had a junior grand final back in the days. We see a big swing. They'll get a single. The Pines, they'll come back looking for 2. The ball's held up. And they'll get 2 quite comfortably, but there was a junior grand final when I was playing cricket, the game before us, when we rocked up in under-17s, that needed 6 off the last ball, and it was a 1-bounce 4. Fell about 5 metres short. Yeah. There's a core memory I didn't realise I had until that moment,
Well done.
yeah. Nice to bring up.
Vossi stops sending scores. I wonder if that means Crib are doing all right.
As we see a late dab for another couple. So the Pines have gotten 4 off the last 2 balls. It's going to have to be that kind of chase. Late 6 for 139. So 49 to win.
Top ball, game over. Seaford win.
Seaford win by 5 runs. Fantastic result, and that sets up a fantastic contest next week.
Does.
Versus Carrum Downs at Seaford. You can join us, the live stream from 12:30.
And a bit more flag raising, I believe. They'll unfurl their flag to Seaford boys from last year.
They will. Another lofted drive. They're going to be a pace off the wicket-keeper's end, but it's such a long throw from down there. No real danger at all. So it'll take us to 6 for 141. AJ's leaf pass getting shorter and shorter by the moment, and let me tell you, he's filthy.
Oh,
he has filthied up our man.
Rosebud had 147 for 6. Carrum got there 4 down. Liam Hill at 67. Jake Diatri 53 not out. Good partnership from those 2 boys.
Liam Hill and AJ identifying in the midweek show as a man to watch.
Yep.
That's a huge swing. I think he might have got an inside edge on that one. Otherwise, he might have been...
Whoa, here's one.
Absolutely plumb. Hit us, Nilo.
Flinders. They're chasing 238 set by Somerville, and as the score jumps off the page, so I'll get back to it. 2 for 232 off 38. Oh. Sammy Gove 100. So they need 6 runs.
This is going to be a 4 here from Ricky Ramsdale.
Yeah, absolutely.
Swung away.
He's the man. The match is in his hands. What a shot.
So, yeah, Sammy Gove 100 not out. 6 runs off 11 balls required. What a run chase that one is.
That is extraordinary cricket. And not that I'm trying to say this to the group, but we're about 4 overs behind them. So
only 4. Gee, we're caught up. That goes. Wow.
Yeah, we have. As Ricky goes over the top. They'll want this to get to the boundary. They're willing it, the Pines players. It's got there. And this game is starting to turn. 6 for 149. 39 to win. And there's only a handful or so overs left. AJ, game on.
Well, as long as Ricky's at the crease, and
they've got a chance.
They've certainly got a chance because we know what he's capable of. And I tell you what, he's going to have to do it in the dark. It's not light out here, but
no.
Anyway.
Remember the 2007 World Cup final in the dark? Australia.
The Chiefs dressed like we're in the West Indies.
Yeah, he's dressed like he was at that World Cup final. That was, as Neil so lovingly described my line before, bathed in nighttime.
Yeah, I did
You're
like
a big
that.
fan of that, Neil.
Oh, it's a beautiful one. I hope we don't get opportunities to use it too much.
No, it's definitely going to be a break glass in case of emergency type of operation, that one, I think.
Because at least next week we stop at 7 and it'll be light at 7, thank heavens.
Yeah, we're glad to... I'll tell you what, if we were in England right now, the players would be sprinting off for the light. Doesn't take much to... it's a country that claims to love their cricket, and they probably play the least amount of it. It's extraordinary.
Yep.
Big swing. There is a fielder out there, so they'll pick up a single.
We've been talking about Langwarrin.
They did invent the score as being a result, which is cricket. That's England, you know.
That helps.
We've been talking about Langwarrin being in the box seat for a long time.
Yes.
This is only literally 1 over away from
Yes.
being broken open.
Yep.
Yes.
I agree. And it can't be the last over either. They're going to need to try and break it.
I don't think Rick will wait for that.
Yeah.
No.
I don't think he will either. I think he might be just eyeing off everything
Just have a crack
at this point.
Yep, go hard.
I'll tell you what, it might be a big ground. I don't think it's going to stop the big man if he gets a hold of one.
Like
That's
that.
bang.
And that is 6.
That is. Guard your windows. That's gone. 6 for 156. 32 to win. The game rests on one man's bat.
He's a showman.
I'll tell you what, if he hits it far enough, I might have to ring my better half and tell her to shut the windows. Or we're going to get a ball in the lounge room. Should be a nice little keepsake, but probably not what we're after in the rental agreement. 32 to win. He's got the big slog, so he might need to do it again. It's hit into the onside. They will get 2. Fields. I'll tell you what, the noise is up.
To just lift up.
The momentum is just doing a bit of a 180 at the moment.
And look at the scoreboard, how bright it is. That gives you an indication.
We're wishing the ground was.
Giving you an indication.
Another
of the
6
light.
here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jackson Mockett warming up. Wouldn't this just play down the ground?
Oh, that would be very interesting. Yeah.
A revenge game.
The former Pines boy having to come up and do the job against his old team. Wow.
30 to win.
Oh no. Oh, a bit unlucky there. But so what? You know, if you didn't quite pick up what happened,
self-sacrifice in that run out though.
Well,
the big fella wasn't crossing sides there.
But
don't blame him.
No, the other fella did the right thing by charging down, being ready to run hard. Unfortunately, blocked the ball and became an easy run out in the end. Who we got coming in now? One of the new younger guys in the side.
This could be my man.
Who's your man?
Jack, the wicketkeeper.
No, that was Jack that just
went.
That was
Jack just went. Yeah.
Sorry, Jack.
Yeah.
I've just jinxed you, son. 7 for 158. 30 to win.
What a frustrating way to go out, but that's
good,
cricket, as they say. That's cricket.
Had a good day behind the stumps too.
Did.
And comes off. It might be a cameo in a round 1 victory. If Rick, the big man, wields that stick and lands a couple of these on the road.
Tigers did defeat Mornington. They got up, as I suspected they might.
Might put a little bit of a dampener on the mayor of Mornington, but after the announcement,
Vossi was very quiet. Once he's quiet, you know that
things might be going the great man's way.
The other team's coming hard.
Exactly.
This might be young Jamin Jewis, I think.
Okay.
That's short. That's
should be caught.
Is
caught.
That's probably it.
That becomes two wickets and 2 balls. Crucial. Oh, Flinders win. 2 for 239. Now, I did mention at some point Sammy Gove as being a great young player from Flinders. I didn't think he was going to come up with 105 not out in a match-winning run chase.
Okay, Nilo, you're
But
not
what a
understanding.
ripper.
What you're saying is you did call it. It was never in doubt, and the great man's pulled through for you.
Yeah, well done, Sammy.
Yeah, that's the way you got to look at it. But the back has been broken to the Pines, it looks like. 8 for 158.
Maybe just 18.
Jeez, that's a great
young
effort.
guy, because he
probably just.
He was looking after their he was captain of their T20 side last year, which is not bad for a young guy, and he made a couple of really nice 30s and 40s, and in some underage games had some big results.
Oh, absolutely.
So to get a game like that against Somerville, one of the fancy teams, chasing 238, get them over the line. That is a fantastic effort by Sam Gove.
What a talent. Well, AJ did say that it would take an over to break this game open. Unfortunately for the home side, it's because 2 wickets have fallen in the last 2 balls of the over. And at 8 for 158, with only a few overs left, this game looks just about done.
Looks just about the only game going too.
And looks just about dark.
Of course it is.
And AJ I don't think we're going to get a whole lot of analysis out of, because he is eyeing off being at home. Right now, they'll get 2. The Pines boys rushing back. That'll be 28 now for victory.
30, 28. All right. 4 overs. Well, just under now. They've started the over, but
28 off 23.
not hard in normal circumstances. Not so. The lights are coming on. They haven't really taken effect yet. It's incredible, isn't it?
They'll get a single here pretty easily.
I think I start throwing the ball splatter. Bit of a collection.
A bit of a collision between batsman and bowler, but all good now. So that makes it 27 off 22.
And one bloke's got pads, a helmet, and a weapon.
Until contact is made, it's called a bat.
A bat, sorry.
Just remember where you are, Neil.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I'm relying on one of the locals who's in our team.
The Pines. Let's just say the cricket ground isn't the only place where they have cricket bats.
All right, so at 8 down, these two guys just going to play tippity run for the rest of the game, and any ball they can get under, they'll have a dip at.
26 off 21, it looks like. So they are going to need boundaries. Running isn't just going to get it done. Well, that's a...
Not out. Very interesting appeal, but not out.
I think that was more of a can we end this game umpire kind of appeal. Our man Suss is going to get pneumonia at any point. He's got no sleeves on arm or leg.
That's a great shot.
Delivery and a fantastic shot. That's been put away for 4, and having the crowd gone...
Well, they're loving that.
They've gone nuts. So that's what they needed. They need boundaries.
Yeah, and when you're pushing those 1s and 2s, and you say, gee, it's hard work from here, but you get the boundary, it just inches it towards you.
All it takes is 4 or 5 singles and then a boundary, and you're up at the 9 to 10s and over.
Yeah, exactly right. One bad ball, got to put it away, and they've done so. Silence over the ground. That's just a swat that's been dropped. And I think they get a single out of it. Incredible. What chaos for just a run.
Oh, it's all happening.
21 required off 18.
Baden Powell lost their last 5 for 3 runs. It ended up all out for 194. So it ended up, what looked interesting, became a comfortable win.
Yeah, wow.
Comfortable win to the old boys. And sometimes it just gets too hard. And
that is a back broken by any standard.
Yeah, wickets shared around, although... In 3 overs, Wade Pelzer has come on and taken 4 for 9 at the end, wrapped it up. Well done to Shady. I tell you what, we've seen some impressive individual performances. Sammy Goves was superb. Darty, absolutely fantastic effort there. It's great to see that in the first round, I reckon. Really sets it up. But Simon Darty again, 71, steers them home and gets the not out as well. And the other good one was Justin Grant.
Absolutely.
Great 91, not out. So superb performance.
DI's young boy debuted for Baxter today.
Yes, he did. And he probably played a little bit more cricket than DI did because he got injured. So that was a shame.
There's a nice little drive-by by Neil for DI in his first game. So 21 off 18 has become 20 off 17, and there's still a pulse here at Eric Bell Reserve.
This is it.
There's more than a pulse around the crowd at the moment.
There's bright lights.
Keep getting wickets. You've got to keep getting wickets.
Yeah, only 2 poles to get for Lang Warren, but I agree with you. If they're not looking to take wickets and conserve this game,
it can get pinched from you.
Exactly right. They only need one bad ball, like we saw in the previous over, as the bowler crosses the umpire's mark. Sweep shot.
Flat enough, not going to get caught. Just the one. Thinking of 2, not going to take it.
He actually hit it too well to get 2. Which is not really something you associate, but with such a low ground, he absolutely middled it to the field. So we're down to 19. Oh, hello.
That's going to curl away.
So if they had to run, why didn't they run when it was in the air?
There you go.
But another single, and we're now at 18 off 15. Oh, 17 now.
They got 2.
They got 2. My apologies. I was paying attention to the flight of the ball. They're not going to go there. 17 off 13 or 14 balls. Another boundary, and this crowd's going to go nuts. Lofted. This should be taken. There's taken.
Hang on to it. Hang on to it.
He did hang on to it.
9 down.
Didn't look sure of it, but we are close to the conclusion of this game. 9 down for the Pines.
Will we get to the 40th over?
We were worried about sunburn arriving. We might have to worry about moonburn at this point.
Yeah, that's right. I go windburn, I think.
It's extraordinary, but 9 for 171. That is the Pines. 187 is what Lang Warren ended up on. They've just lost wickets at a crucial time. The run rate really hasn't been a problem for a lot of the day. But they just lacked one of their more aggressive players sticking around for 10, 15 overs. And it's been the difference. So I think we've had a change of ends. No, we haven't.
In the end, getting to 170, chasing against a pretty good bowling lineup.
Yeah.
It's been a good
They've done well.
response from Pines.
It has been a good... Yeah, they've done well. Put pressure on.
And they haven't had to rely on Big Rick either.
No, he did his bit, and Chico did his bit, and the other guys. And I mean, they do see that they've got a batting lineup that's just better in the 80 overs. That they're better working the ball around. A lot of the guys.
Yeah.
They got Paddy got to make a good contribution, and Declan got a good contribution. So there are a lot of positive signs for the Pines, even if they do look like falling short at the moment.
They haven't lost any admirers in this one, I don't think.
No.
Comes in the air, but...
Swing and a miss. A couple of overs to go only.
17 off 12.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, it would be one of the most insane finishes I've ever seen
if
this somehow goes to the Pines.
So we'll quickly run through the other winners, starting with the sub-districts. Mount Martha, a win only 8 down, chasing 104, set by Rye. Bonio past Tootgarook, score 4 down. That was a pretty tight affair, really. Tyab chased YC up his 123 and got there 5 down and win to Tyab. Ballon Park hung on by 8 runs over Sky, 183 on the board, and Sky ended up at 175. Still not quite sure on Balnarring. Might fluke something before we end the broadcast here, but then Carrum defeated Rosebud, did it 4 down, so a good run chasing 147. Seaford hung on against Crib, end up winning by 5 runs, so that sets up next week's game very nicely. Delicum Park, 9 down, scrambled home against Carrum. Now, what an absolute cracker that was.
Oh, it's through the gap. The crowd are up. They're going to get 2, which is all they need, really, per ball. 15 off 11.
And Main Ridge against Hastings. Hastings left for 93. Main Ridge did it 3 down. Ryan Harrison, the skipper, had a big day for them.
50 and I think 3 wickets you were saying before.
Yeah, that's a fine effort by the skipper.
Absolutely.
We'll run through Peninsula as well. Heather Hill, 5 down, got to Murdoch score of 154.
Yeah, just hold there, Nilo, as we get the delivery. Over the comes in. Sean,
oh, he's got it in the gap.
In the gap is key. They're just going to get another 2. I mean, it's what they need to do.
Yep.
We're at 13 now off 10.
Hello, it's getting interesting. The rest of the Peninsula scores. Sammy Gove, sensational effort, 105 not out, as Flinders chased down Somerville's score of 238. Fantastic effort there. And Tigers a good win over Mornington. Got the runs 6 down, chasing 168.
The crowd are up, 13 off 10. Bowler comes in. It's away. There's no one there.
No one here. Whoa.
It's not going to hold up. I think it's 4. No, the fielders are going to claim it's not.
No, that was all right. He
I
was
think it was
inside.
okay, yep.
Not like the debate which was out in front of us.
Well, that could decide this. And look how close the game is.
Yes. Very interesting.
Well,
One over after this, and it's
they got 3.
3 then.
3.
Yeah.
So that'll take a 10 off 9.
Tie.
10. Oh, jeez. Eric Bell reserve. Everyone's on the fence.
In the dark.
Tie in the dark.
The Pines boys are up.
The other score in Peninsula was Dramana getting to Mount Eliza score 124. Did it 2 down, and Kieran Vocal about 80 cruise through.
The bowler comes in. It's tip and run. Oh, the fielder slipped. Pressure does fickle things. It's 9 off 8.
Why do I feel like a French cut's going to win this?
Whether it's onto the stumps or down past fine leg. Well, I'll be honest with you. 5 overs ago, I did not see this coming.
No.
I'll put my hand up. But here we go. 9 off 8. The bowler coming in. It's short. It's tipped. It's run. It's successful. It's 8 off 7. We saw Crib Point couldn't get 8 required off their last over.
Yep.
And with only 1 wicket left.
Very interesting. So the other scores in this division, that's all right, mate. Old Peninsula a win, Sorrento a win, and Red Hill a win.
8 off 7. What a finish. Something's coming. You can feel it. Last ball, the 39th, is tipped. It's in the gap. They're going to get 2. It's definitely just 2. It's going to be 6 off 6.
Oh, 1 short. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh. Get off. What's this bloke doing here? Get off the ground. You don't need to do that. It's dark enough.
Oh, no.
Now, I'll tell you what, it gets interesting. Also, it's not easy for the fieldsman.
So a short run and a boundary that wasn't paid.
Yes.
7 off 6.
Wow.
This joint might go nuts if it ends up 1 or 2 runs.
Well, if it goes against Pines, I'm just going to sneak out quietly, I think.
I think we might just have to leave the equipment here and make a very dignified, quick exit.
In this darkness, it's hard for the batsman to see the ball, but it's not easy for the fieldsman either.
Correct.
We'll make a kind donation. They've got some new NDI technology, Pines. We'll leave the camera behind.
And make a run for it.
Yeah, sorry, Sus, it's every man for himself, but what a finish this is going to be. 7 off the last over. They're 9 down.
I'm telling you, French Cut's going to win it.
It could be. I mean, all 3 results in play is what's making
absolutely
this so
right.
exciting.
Absolutely right. So,
I'll tell you what, this hasn't been too bad for a late finish in the dark.
Pity, yeah. I mean, if it was 5 to 6 now, everything be perfect. It'll be lighter but it's still exciting. It's absolutely sensational.
So they were robbed of
AJ,
the
you picked this game about a month out, so well done for you.
Nah,
our man's head's already big enough. We don't need it. We don't need it swelling. My word, he's actually got to leave the premises at some point. But 7 off 6.
Wow.
What a game. A 4 that wasn't counted, so that would add 2, which would be 5. The short run would mean 4 off 6. They're probably favourite.
Yeah, short run.
Although if I
can
keep
only
telling
blame
that
themselves for that.
Don't say it too loud.
Yeah, if I keep saying that to the
mate.
Pines boys, they're going to hit me. But first ball, the last over is going to produce a
got
single.
Got to run.
So 6 off 5.
All right, so 1s and 2s can do it.
I think 1s and 2s are going to have to unless they get an absolute rank
Well,
delivery.
they've
I'll
got
tell you what.
two blokes deep out here trying to cut off 4s. It's a ring field on the offside.
Geez, can you imagine a
but
wide?
There's gaps everywhere. There are
is.
gaps.
Can you imagine a wide? It's going to be an extraordinary finish. As the bowler comes in. Tip and run. They're going to make it. 5 off 4. AJ's French cut theory is well and truly in play right now.
But so's the tie.
That's in. Yeah, don't forget, Lang Warren can still win. We've kind of put that in the bin.
Yeah,
for
one
the moment,
catch. That's all it takes. 1 wicket only they've got. And if you're watching this, it's a lot darker than it looks on the screen that Sus has got up there.
Oh, absolutely.
What magnificent technology we've got at the moment.
I'm always dazzled by the lights of the scoreboard.
I can't even read the scoreboard, it's that bright.
5 off 4. That's the count. MPCA round 1.
What a cracker.
Oh,
Done it.
Absolutely. So 1 for 80. I'll get back to that in a second. The bowler comes in. He bowls.
And the wicket! And that's a win to Langy, as it turned out. Wow. But it's better to have won by 5, otherwise it brings all the controversial bits that you mentioned before into it.
Yes, you say that because if the 4 had accounted in the short run, there would have been a run short.
Yes.
Which would have been unbelievable. But what a game, what a finish. All out, 183 the Pines in response to 187 from Lang Warren. I know AJ wants to get out of here because his leave pass is vanishing by the moment.
Absolutely. I'm only going to have an hour.
Thank you to Bendigo Bank, of course.
Leave pass for a weekend, there's only an hour left.
Oh, no.
And it's daylight savings, they lose an hour overnight anyway.
Geez, your night's just getting worse, isn't it?
I'll be at home by myself, I bet you. But, I already know. So
thank you.
It's been a cracking afternoon here at Pines. Thanks for the hospitality. We'll be back with the cricket show throughout the week. Wednesday night. We'll also be back next week. Seaford versus Carrum Downs at Seaford. Thanks very much for joining us.